Martial Peak Chapter 170 to Chapter 202. Not long after, Xianxia came back with a cold face. "How is it?" the madam asked nervously. "They are all dead." Xianxia shook his head. Zhang Ding's group was very clean. Those who were killed in their sleep were all killed in one blow. Those who were killed in battle were also dead. In the whole team, only Xianxia and the three women were still alive. The sobbing sound of the young lady came from the carriage. Chui'er also rubbed her eyes hard. The madam was used to many storms. Although her heart was sad, she held back her tears. People die for wealth, birds die for food. The madam whispered softly as if she was mocking and scolding. After letting the three women feel sad for a while, Xianxia said, "What are you going to do? Do you still want to go to Sea City?" The madam looked up and nodded slightly. She looked at Xianxia with hope. "Young man, can you escort us through this section?" They were in the wilderness. After experiencing such a tragic thing, how could they dare to walk alone? Chui'er also grabbed Xianxia's arm and said pitifully, "Little beggar, you can't leave us alone." "Chui'er," the madam reprimanded, "don't be rude." Before, she had eyes but failed to see. She thought Xianxia was a little beggar. But now, he saved her life. If she still called him that, it would be rude. Xianxia looked at Chui'er and nodded, "There is still a day's journey. I will send you there." "Thank you, young man," the madam was relieved. "I knew you wouldn't leave us alone." Compared to the madam's caution, Chui'er was more natural and generous. The young lady who had not spoken a word before, at this moment, thanked him with a voice as soft as a mosquito. "This place is full of the smell of blood. I am afraid that it will attract some beasts. We will leave now. By tomorrow evening, we should be able to reach Sea City," Xianxia said. The madam hesitated for a long time and said, "Young man. Can I trouble you with one more thing?" "What?" Xianxia looked at her. "Many people died tonight to protect us. I can't bear to see their corpses exposed to the wilderness. Can you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He could kill people, but burying corpses was too much for him. With so many people, how much work would it take? The madam's mind was very sharp. She observed his expression and said with a wry smile, "Since that's the case, there's no need to trouble the young man Chui'er. You come with me and the young lady to bury old man Wu. As for the others, forget it." "Oh." Chui'er nodded. Then, she looked at Xianxia and waved her little fist at him without the slightest fear. Xianxia's expression was calm. He stepped aside and didn't say anything to stop him. Chui'er helped the madam and the young lady out of the carriage. The three women were shivering. Their faces were pale as they picked up the swords from the corpses. Then, they held the swords in their hands and found a place nearby. Old Wu must have been very important to this family. Otherwise, this madam would not have insisted that he be buried. The three women were digging a hole. Xianxia walked around outside and collected some money from the corpses. After walking around, he found that the three women had only dug a small hole less than an inch deep. The madam and the young lady looked like they were used to living like princes. At this moment, they were clumsily busy. But they threw dirt on each other. The swords flashed and the swords flashed. He had almost hurt himself. Xianxia looked at them from the side. He was terrified. The smell of blood here is too strong. Maybe it will attract a pack of wolves. We can't leave. Xianxia smacked his lips. The madam and the young lady's face turned white in an instant. Chui'er was so angry that her chest trembled. She threw away the sword in her hand and angrily came in front of Xianxia. Her two small fists pounded on Xianxia's chest. She shouted while pounding, "You are still making sarcastic remarks. These past few days, my snacks have been fed to ungrateful wolves." While she was scolding, a wolf's howl came from afar. It made Xianxia's words more consistent. This time, not only was the madam and the young lady scared to death, but Chui'er also didn't dare to be presumptuous. She quietly leaned towards Xianxia and looked around. Then, she said in a trembling voice, "It can't be. There really is a pack of wolves, right? Okay. You go and tidy up the valuables." I'll take care of this. Yang Kai was helpless. In fact, if the madam said that she only wanted to bury old Wu, Yang Kai would not refuse. After all, in these past few days, Yang Kai also understood some of old Wu's martial arts. However, he was too embarrassed to take back what he had said. Now, he finally found an opportunity to do his best. Thank you, young man. The madam was relieved. Then, she asked the young lady and Chui'er to tidy up the second carriage. Not long after, Yang Kai dug a big hole and buried old Wu's body in it. On the other side, the three of them had also packed up and brought along the valuable items. As for the less valuable items, they could only leave them here. They did not know who would end up benefiting from them. Let's go. Yang Kai sent them to the carriage. Then, he sat on the side of the carriage. He held old Wu's horsewhip in his hand. Following the traces of his understanding of the past few days, he swung it. With a bang, the horse started to run. In one night, everyone was far away from the bloody place. Although it was Yang Kai's first time driving a carriage, he was still able to control it with ease. As he waved the horsewhip, the traces of old man Wu's martial Tao became more and more profound. Gradually, he immersed himself in it, corroborating and fusing it with his own insights. In the morning of the next day, Chui'er came out and said that she wanted to rest for a while. Yang Kai listened to them. Chui'er was very busy with cooking. After what happened last night, the three of them did not feel safe at all. They did not sleep all night. Although they did not have much appetite, they still needed to eat something to replenish their strength. When they were on the road again, Chui'er did not return to the carriage. Instead, she sat beside Yang Kai and looked at him. Her eyes were full of curiosity. You are not a beggar, right? After a long time. Seeing that Yang Kai did not respond to her, Chui'er could not help but ask. Of course not. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. I guess you must be a noble son of a noble family. Because you ran away from the marriage, you ran out of money. That's why you are so shabby. Chui'er boldly used her imagination. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. You heard too many stories when you were young, right? I didn't listen to stories when I was young. But in the past few years, I have heard some interesting stories from the young lady. There are many such stories. Then, you poor nobles encountered. Before she finished speaking, the madam's light cough came from the carriage. Chui'er quickly stuck out her tongue. Yang Kai smiled and continued to whip the horse. After an hour, Yang Kai was alerted. He looked into the distance and suddenly said, someone is blocking the road. I don't know what they are for. The madam's surprised voice came, maybe they are from the Miao family. Miao family. This was the family that the madam wanted to seek refuge from. During the conversation with Chui'er, Yang Kai also learned that the young lady and the young master of the Miao family were engaged when they were young. So, after the death of the master, the madam brought the young lady to High City. This time, the madam came to High City to seek refuge and to complete the young lady's marriage. In the future, they will probably settle in High City. Did you send a message to the Miao family before? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Then when we arrive, I won't be traveling with you. Yang Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. Chui'er nervously said, little beggar, are you going to leave? You don't want to? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows at her. Go to hell. Chui'er blushed. The madam and the young lady were behind her. This bastard dared to tease her. Yang Kai straightened his face and said, Madam, I hope that what happened last night will not be leaked. The madam was stunned. She remembered Chui'er's bold speculation. Is he really a nobleman who ran away from his marriage? So, he doesn't want to expose his identity? Madam nodded. Well, young man, don't worry. Last night, the three of us were only saved by a powerful person. That's good. Yang Kai smiled. Not long after, the carriage came to the front of the group of people blocking the road. The first person cupped his fist. He asked loudly, May I ask if there are people from the Jiang family in the carriage? The madam's voice sounded, Yes. That person was overjoyed. He jumped off the horse and said, Little brother Miao watching welcomes the madam. While speaking, his voice was choked with sobs. It's been 10 years since I last saw brother Jiang. Who would have thought that it would be an eternal farewell? It's like yesterday, vivid in my mind. In the carriage, the madam and the young lady's sobs could be heard. Chuayer's eyes were red. The madam said, "Little brother, please restrain your grief." Miao Huaqing said, "Madam, don't be too sad." There was a solemn and sad atmosphere. After a long time, Miao Huaqing said, "Madam, you must be tired. Please hold on for half a day. We will reach High City soon." While speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai and frowned. "Why is there a little beggar?" The madam was very clever and told him what happened last night in a few words. In the end, she said, "The three of us didn't know how to drive a carriage. Luckily we met a little beggar and asked him to help us drive the carriage. Damn Zhang Ding. He should be chopped into pieces." Miao Huaqing was furious. Then, he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little beggar, come down. You must have worked hard." Yang Kai responded and jumped down from the carriage. Miao Huaqing gestured to one of his subordinates with his eyes. That person stepped forward and gave Kai Yang a silver ingot as a reward. Kai Yang naturally wouldn't be polite. Acting like a beggar, he repeatedly thanked him and accepted the silver ingot. "Let's go." Miao Huaqing asked someone to take Yang Kai's place. Then, he waved his hand and led a group of people to High City. In the rolling dust, Yang Kai stood in the same place. He saw 3 pairs of eyes staring at him through the rear window. Although he felt sad for the Jiang family's widow, they were just strangers who met by chance. In the future, they would not meet again. Yang Kai followed the direction where the carriage disappeared. He held the horsewhip left by old Wu and waved it casually. His feet were also moving according to the movements of the horse. After half a day, they finally arrived at their destination. This city was much bigger than Black Plum Town. However, there was a faint fishy smell in the air. It was not unpleasant. Instead, it made people feel refreshed. It was the first time Yang Kai came to a city by the sea. Although he was excited, he first bought some clothes and found an inn to stay for the time being. He did not worry about money. Last night, he made a lot of money from the dead. For the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in Sea City, enjoying the scenery. The seaside scenery was beautiful, and the air was fresh and natural. It was indeed a good place to live. In the teahouses and wine shops, Yang Kai also heard a lot of strange stories unique to the seaside city. He even saw a mirage with his own eyes. This kind of beautiful scenery really made him forget to return. There were also sects nearby, and their number was not small. If the various forces were divided into ranks, with the central capital's 8 great families as super forces, then High Heaven Pavilion could only be regarded as a second-class force at best. The sects here were of different grades, some were first class while others were second or third class. There were even some that were faintly comparable to super forces. These forces were different from the forces on the mainland. They occupied large and small islands in the sea, monopolizing the cultivation resources on the islands. It could be said that this place was blessed with outstanding people, and the scenery was beautiful, attracting many people to go there to learn. However, in Sea City, except for some family forces, it was rare to see a cultivator. The reason was probably because these forces were distributed on the islands. The world energy on the islands was higher than on the mainland, and on the islands, one's cultivation speed was faster. Under normal circumstances, the cultivator of these forces would not come to the mainland, except when there was a special need. Therefore, the number of cultivators in Sea City was not only small, but their strength was also not very high. After enjoying the prosperity of Sea City, Yang Kai went to the seaside, witnessing the rise and fall of the tide, the rise and fall of the waves, the rise and fall of the waves. Yang Kai's mind flashed. Vaguely grasping the similarities between his own perception and old man Wu's martial Tao. That was nature, not forcing it, acting according to one's nature. Just like the waves, each wave higher than the one before, when encountering danger, they would break into waves and once again gather into a torrent. In front of his eyes, it was as if a door was slowly opening. Not daring to neglect this kind of sudden flash of inspiration. This was definitely something that could only be encountered by chance. Standing quietly in place, Yang Kai slowly merged his perception with old man Wu's martial Tao. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai seemed to have fallen asleep. Standing upright on the beach, Yang Kai could only hear the moaning sea breeze and the sound of waves crashing against the shore. When he opened his eyes again, his entire temperament had changed slightly. His soul and spirit had received an indescribable sublimation and baptism. Using his self-created footwork, Yang Kai's body turned illusory as he stepped on the oncoming waves as if he was walking on flat ground. He jumped from one wave to another. He did not touch a drop of water. One flash, two flashes. His body flashed 15 times in succession before he finally let out a mouthful of yuan qi. With a splash, he fell into the sea, completely drenched. However, Yang Kai was smiling. Facing the incoming wave, he slowly punched out a fist. Burning Sun's threefold blast. There were 3 rapid explosions in the air. 3 bursts of yuan qi rushed out from the tip of the fist and punched a hole in the giant wave. At this moment, Yang Kai saw the traces of martial arts from Old Wu. It had completely integrated into his body, and there was also a change in the waves. This change was comprehended by Yang Kai into the Burning Sun explosion. Now, when the Burning Sun explosion was struck out, it was no longer a one-time explosion. Instead, it was 3 bursts of yuan qi, one stronger than the other. Like the oncoming waves, it was impossible to guard against. Genius! The old demon was completely speechless. A few days ago, when Yang Kai was comprehending, he was already extremely shocked. He did not expect that in such a short time, he would once again obtain a deeper comprehension on the basis of his original foundation. Could it be that I have not appeared for a long time and the world has changed? The old demon's heart was filled with sorrow. Climbing out of the sea, completely drenched, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that not far from where he was just standing, there was a little girl with wheat-colored skin and messy hair, looking at him foolishly. This little girl was only about 7 or 8 years old. Her 2 big eyes were very bright. She was wearing a coarse cloth shirt with many patches on it. She was barefooted and her small mouth was slightly open. When the sea breeze entered, she quickly closed it again. People who lived by the sea usually had skin that was not too white, perhaps because they were exposed to the sea breeze for a long time. The little girl's skin color was very normal, and gave people a very healthy feeling. Yang Kai put on a smile, pretending to be gentle and harmless. He walked towards her step by step. At the same time, he was secretly blaming himself. When he woke up from his comprehension, he did not notice the person beside him. He was afraid that he had scared her. Seeing her expression, it seemed that she was very frightened. Yang Kai did not dare to use his yuan qi to dry his clothes. He just walked over, still wet. He came in front of her and crouched down. With a kind smile on his face, he softly asked, "Little girl, what are you doing here?" The little girl blinked her big eyes, still looking at him. Her pure and innocent eyes were not mixed with the slightest impurity. Being stared at like this, even if Yang Kai did not do anything wrong, he still felt a little uncomfortable. If it was someone with a guilty heart, they would have been purified on the spot. After a while, she stretched out her hands and handed over something. Yang Kai looked down and found that it was a grilled fish. Fishermen who lived by the sea naturally ate fish as their staple food. For me? Yang Kai's heart warmed. The little girl gently nodded. She stuffed the grilled fish into Yang Kai's hand and ran away, leaving a row of clear footprints on the beach. It was very cute. After running for a short distance, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. Then, she actually turned back and walked to Yang Kai's side. She pulled his clothes and walked in a direction. Yang Kai did not resist. He did not know what this little girl wanted to do, but she was so pure and cute. She definitely did not have any malicious intentions. After following her for a short distance, they arrived in front of a simple and crude house. The little girl stretched out her hand and pointed inside. "Do you want to go in?" Yang Kai asked. The little girl nodded. Chuckling, Yang Kai thought that she had invited him to her home as a guest. Before he could take a step, an old man suddenly walked out of the house. The old man was not young. The flowing time-grayed emperor left many ruthless marks on his face. Moreover, when the old man walked, one of his legs was not very nimble. When the old man saw the little girl and Yang Kai, he was stunned. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, Yang Kai quickly opened his mouth and said, "Old man, is this little girl your family?" The old man kindly smiled and waved to the little girl, "Little you, come here." The little girl shook her head and pulled Yang Kai's clothes with all her strength, pulling him inside. The old man smiled at Yang Kai, "Little brother, if you don't mind, come in and sit. Little you is afraid that you will catch a cold, so she wants to drag you in to dry your clothes." Yang Kai suddenly felt relieved. So this was the reason why the little girl had come back and dragged him here. How could Yang Kai have the heart to refuse her good intentions? "Sorry to disturb you." As he followed little Yu into the house, Yang Kai looked around and could not help but feel sad. This house could be said to be a real house with only 4 walls. Except for a bed and a few tattered quilts, there was nothing else. In Sea City, Yang Kai had seen the life of the rich, but on the beach not far from Sea City, there was still an abyss of suffering between a grandfather and a granddaughter. This scene was really shocking. Little Yu busily lit the charcoal fire and pulled Yang Kai close to the fire to dry his clothes. The charcoal fire was also lit in the house. After all, the sea wind outside was too strong. When the fire was lit, the dust in the house rolled, and the old man could not help but cough a few times. There was no chair, and Yang Kai was not particular, so he sat on the ground with them. "Little brother, you should be a cultivator, right?" The old man put little Yu on his lap and asked. "How do you know?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. He had restrained his aura. If he did not make a move, even a Yuan-Chi cultivator would not be able to see through him, unless it was a soul travel realm master who had cultivated divine sense. But he did not expect that an old fisherman on the beach could see through him. This made Yang Kai a little surprised. The old man laughed a few times. "Little brother has been standing on the beach for several days without moving. How can an ordinary person stand it?" "Several days?" Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. The last time he was immersed in meditation, he also could not feel the passage of time. This time, it was the same. It seemed that the next time he wanted to meditate, he had to find a good place. If something dangerous happened, he might not even know how he died. "Little Yu goes to see you every day. If not, do you think an old man like me would dare to let you into the house?" "I am not a bad person." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. While talking, little Yu kept looking at Yang Kai. Seeing that he was holding the grilled fish in his hand without eating, she could not help but point at him. "Yes, I will eat." Little Yu is so obedient. Yang Kai opened his mouth and took a bite of the fish. Although it was cold, it was still fresh and tender. He could not help but nod, "Delicious." Only then did Xiao Yu reveal a faint smile. After eating the grilled fish, his clothes were dry. Yang Kai wanted to say something, but hesitated a few times. Finally, he said, "Old man, little you can't speak?" A touch of sadness appeared on the old man's face. He patted little Yu's head and said, "No, something happened at home. Since then, she has not spoken." "Oh." Yang Kai sighed helplessly. He thought that little Yu was born with a stubborn illness and that he could find a way to treat her, but he did not expect that she would not speak. This was a knot in her heart. If this knot was not untied, she would not speak. The old man obviously did not want to talk about this matter, so Yang Kai did not ask any more. He did not want to evoke the old man's sadness. "It is already late. If little brother does not mind, you can rest here for the night." The old man stood up shakily. Little Yu quickly supported him. "Then I will disturb you." Yang Kai got up and bowed. The house was not big. The old man and little Yu slept on the bed while Yang Kai slept on the floor. Listening to the whistling wind outside, he could not fall asleep. His 3 years of life in High Heaven Pavilion had been difficult enough, but compared to this person, what did it count as? This old man and young man, besides occasionally catching a few fish, what could they do to support themselves? In the middle of the night, Yang Kai heard the sound of footsteps outside. He suddenly woke up. Before coming here, Yang Kai had already looked around. There were no traces of other people living nearby. There was only this house and the old man and his granddaughter. And listening to the sound of the footsteps, the person who came was actually a cultivator. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the old man sleeping on the bed suddenly sat up. In the darkness, Yang Kai could clearly see the fear on his face. Old man. Yang Kai had just opened his mouth when the old man gestured at him, "Don't talk." Yang Kai frowned. Although he didn't know what the old man was afraid of, it definitely had something to do with the cultivator. Not long after, the person arrived at the door and knocked on the old door. Xiaoyu woke up and hugged her grandfather, shivering on the bed. Yang Kai's expression became cold. "Old man, open the door." An angry shout came from outside. "If you don't open the door, we won't be polite anymore." A second person's voice came. The old man held his granddaughter in his arms, his turbid eyes flashing with anger and helplessness. He comforted her in a low voice, "Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. Grandpa is here. Xiaoyu, don't be afraid." The person knocking on the door was obviously impatient. Seeing that the old man was unwilling to open the door, he directly kicked the door open. The sea breeze poured into the room, blowing away the last trace of warmth. "Old man." One of them fiercely rushed in, "You have guts to close the door. Believe it or not, I'll stab you with a knife. What are you doing here? Get out." The old man shielded his granddaughter and wailed, "My child's father has been taken away by you, and my child's mother has also been taken away by you. Only the two of us are left here, alone and dependent on each other. Are you still not going to let us go?" "Hey, old man, don't say that. We invited them to Clouds Island to enjoy themselves. Now that they miss you, they specifically asked us to bring you two along. Only when the family is together can they be reunited." The person who came in first walked in while grinning. When he suddenly saw Yang Kai, he couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at Yang Kai with vigilance, but didn't feel any trace of a cultivator on him. He just thought that he was an ordinary person and didn't pay attention to him anymore. He secretly muttered in his heart, "When did this family have one more person?" The old man cried, "We ordinary people don't have the fortune to enjoy this kind of blessing. Can you please let the child's father and mother go? The child misses her father and mother very much." "Old man, you don't know how to appreciate kindness." The person's expression was cold. "If you miss them, then come with us. When you arrive at Clouds Island, you will reunite. Why are you wailing and howling here?" After the two cultivator entered the house, he didn't say much, but Yang Kai had already heard a lot of information. Yang Kai knew about Clouds Island. There was a Red Cloud sect on the island, but it was only a third-class force. Compared to High Heaven Pavilion, it was even worse. However, Yang Kai didn't know why they would come here to capture people. Moreover, it seemed that this wasn't the first time. The old man had said before that Xiaoyu was unwilling to speak because something had happened at home. This should be the case. Yang Kai wasn't someone who liked to meddle in other people's business. It was because he had been taken care of. Now that the grandfather and grandson were in trouble, Yang Kai would not ignore them. People should always know how to repay kindness. Xiaoyu's pure kindness was enough to move him. These two cultivators were only at the Qi transformation stage, and their abilities were not considered high. If they really fought, Yang Kai was confident that he could defeat them easily. However, it wasn't convenient to make a move here. What's more, they had a sect behind them. If his hands and feet were not clean, it was very likely that he would implicate the old man and Xiaoyu. He had to make a good plan. "I beg the two of you, please release my child's parents and let our family reunite." The old man was choked with sobs. He knelt on the bed and cowed out again and again. This old man is so noisy that it makes people angry. The Red Cloud sect cultivator cursed. He was about to rush up and attack. Yang Kai took a step forward and stood in front of him. "Boy. Who are you?" The Red Cloud sect cultivator glared at Yang Kai. He had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but the old man had been so noisy that he couldn't open his mouth. Yang Kai smiled and bowed again and again. "I am a distant relative of this family." "A distant relative?" The man looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and didn't ask carefully, "What are you doing here?" Yang Kai quickly answered, "My business outside has declined. I wanted to come here to seek shelter, but I didn't expect that my uncle and aunt had already been taken to Clouds Island by the two of you." This is really surprising. I have admired the Red Cloud sect for a long time and have always wanted to become your disciple, but I have never found a way. Today, I am able to meet the two of you. It is really a blessing from the heavens. Can the two of you take me to Cloud's Island? Xianxia's voice was humble. While speaking, he looked nervous and expectant. He also expressed that he had been looking forward to meeting them for a long time. The two Cloud's Island cultivators were stunned. There was actually someone who took the initiative to go to our island. Was this boy crazy or stupid? The two of them looked at Xianxia with a strange expression and didn't answer. Xianxia became more and more uneasy. The two of you, I just arrived in Sea City today. My money is a bit tight, but the two of you can rest assured that if I can enter the Red Cloud sect, I will definitely repay my brother's filial piety. Is he trying to bribe us? The two Clouds Island cultivators looked at each other and suddenly felt that their brains weren't enough. They had caught so many people and had seen all kinds of people. Today, they met this idiot's reaction. It was simply amazing. However, it turned out that he had just arrived. He should have said so earlier. He liked to bully people like you who had just arrived in Sea City. Xianxia looked at them nervously. In his heart, he was muttering. Although he didn't know why Cloud's Island had caught these ordinary people, he could only use this method to help the old man and his grandson get out of trouble. Even the old man and the little girl were caught. There was no reason for them to let a strong man like him go. Sure enough, after the two cultivators stared at each other for a long time, they suddenly laughed. They affectionately patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, "Good, good, good. Since you have the heart to enter the Red Cloud sect, how can we have the heart to stop you? Good, good. Young man, you have a strange bone structure and you look smart enough. You must be a martial arts genius. In the future, if you have a meteoric rise, don't forget our brother and brother's recommendation." I won't forget, of course I won't forget. The three of them looked at each other and laughed. The two cultivators of the Red Cloud sect secretly cursed Xianxia for being an idiot. Xianxia thought that the two of them were idiots. The old man and his grandson were shivering on the bed. After a long time, Xianxia stopped laughing and said, "The two of you, look, isn't it enough for me to enter the Red Cloud sect? If the old man and the young man were to be brought along, it would be troublesome." This question was what Xianxia was most nervous about. If they were not willing to let go of the old man and his grandson, then Xianxia could only kill them here. Before, he had talked so much nonsense. He had only wanted to ask this question, nothing more. However, Xianxia was obviously thinking too much. They had come here to catch people because the Red Cloud sect had a job that ordinary people could do. No matter if it was a man or a woman, old or young, as long as it was a person, it would be fine. Now that they had caught Xianxia, the old man and the young man, they naturally did not want to bring them along. In case they died on the bumpy road, they would be contaminated with bad luck. Hearing this, they nodded and said, "Well, what you said is right. We wanted to bring them to reunite, but we did not think that the old man of your family would not appreciate our kindness and waste our good intentions. I am old. Brothers, please forgive me." Xianxia smiled. "Since you have decided to enter the Red Cloud sect, there is no time to lose. Let's go now." The two cultivators of the Red Cloud sect had completed their task. They could not wait to leave this small and stuffy room. "The two of you, please wait outside for a moment. I will say goodbye to my grandfather and my sister. Hurry up." The two of them did not doubt him and went outside to wait. After they left, Xianxia slowly walked to the bedside. He looked at the trembling grandfather and grandson. The old man was a shrewd person. When Xianxia and the Red Cloud sect's cultivator were talking nonsense, he did not dare to make a sound. He was afraid that he would give himself away. "Until now," he said with a trembling voice, "Little brother, why are you doing this? The Red Cloud sect is not a place where people can go." Xianxia smiled, "Old man, you don't have to worry. I have my own plans. Don't forget. Am I also a cultivator?" The old man's turbid eyes flashed with a trace of light. Only then did he feel a little relieved. Xianxia put his hand into his pocket. He took out all the money he had gotten from the dead people and put it in the old man's hand. He solemnly said, "Tomorrow morning, leave Sea City with Xiaoyu. Go as far as you can. Don't stay here anymore." After saying this, Yang Kai touched Xiaoyu's head and turned to leave. The old man waited until the sound of footsteps outside gradually faded away. Then, he looked at the things that Yang Kai gave him with trembling hands. It was a dozen banknotes. The old man's tears flowed freely as he pulled Xiaoyu to kneel on the bed. "Xiaoyu, people must know how to repay kindness. Remember this big brother's face. If you have the chance to see him again, even if you are a slave or a servant, you must repay him. Do you understand?" The old man solemnly said. Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Her young face no longer showed fear, only calmness remained. Outside the room, Yang Kai followed the two red cloud sex cultivator and went far away. Yang Kai wanted to find an opportunity to kill the two of them, but before he could do so, he found that the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. The red cloud sex cultivator tonight was not only the two of them, but more than 20 people. Among them, there was even an Xianxia expert. Yang Kai did not make a move. With the Xianxia expert here, he would be courting death if he made a move. This Xianxia expert was not like Zhang Ding's wild fox Zen. Moreover, during the battle with Zhang Ding a few days ago, Yang Kai won because he had the upper hand. Now that things had developed to this point, Yang Kai did not panic. In the eyes of the red cloud sex cultivator, he was just an ordinary person. This was his advantage. As long as he could find an opportunity, he could escape. And opportunities always required patience. The two red cloud sex cultivator brought Yang Kai to a three-masted ship at the seaside. They no longer cared about him. Their previous amiable attitude was replaced by a sneer. Their sneer had a clear meaning of ridicule, as if they were saying that he had boarded a pirate ship. Yang Kai did not care about this. With the passage of time, more and more people were brought to the big ship. Some of them were crying bitterly, some were cursing, some were begging, but the red cloud sex people on the ship just ignored them as if this was a common occurrence. These people were men and women. Most of them were beggars and vagrants. There were also some who were dressed like fishermen. There were no gorgeous people. In other words, the red cloud sex targets were poor people. Because the poor people were bullied, they had no way to resist. By daybreak, the number of people who had been captured by the Red Cloud sect had reached more than 30 people. Those martial artists had also hurriedly rushed back. Under the command of the experts on the ship set sail before sunrise and set sail towards the sea. The waves surged and rolled. The ship broke through the sea and steadily sailed into the distance. The more than 30 people who were caught gradually stopped crying and cursing. Even if they shouted until their throats were broken, the Clouds Island cultivator would not pay them any attention. Instead, they would be beaten. The cultivator was very careful. He would only beat them until they cried for their parents, but would not hurt their muscles or bones. Yang Kai sat in a corner of the deck and coldly observed everything. His freedom was not restricted by anyone. He did not shout nor did he attract anyone's attention. The ship had been sailing for an hour and was about 100 miles away from Sea City. Yang Kai had been silently observing the movements of the Yuan-Chi expert on the ship. He was thinking about how much chance of survival he would have if he jumped off the ship and ran away. With his strength in the Chi transformation stage, he was not worried about drowning. Yang Kai was afraid that the Yuan-Chi expert would jump off the ship and chase after him. Just as he was hesitating, an old fisherman who had been caught jumped off the ship before Yang Kai could, taking advantage of Yang Kai's unpreparedness. With a soft splash, the more than 30 people who were caught became excited and rushed to the side of the ship. They wanted to follow the old fisherman's footsteps and escape by jumping off the ship. The Clouds Island cultivator did not stop them. He just looked at them with a sneer. Yang Kai felt that something was not right. They had spent a lot of effort to catch these ordinary people. There was no reason for them to let them go so easily. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from below. It was creepy to hear. It was the voice of the old fisherman who had just jumped off the ship. Hearing this voice, the people who had rushed to the side of the ship suddenly stopped and stared at the sea. What happened? What happened? There is a monster below. There is a man-eating monster below the ship. The ordinary people shouted in horror. They were all frozen in place. They did not have the courage to jump. A cloud sect cultivator on the ship sneered and looked at the crowd. Do you want to know what is below? Without waiting for the ordinary people to answer, he took a torch from the side and threw it into the sea. Taking advantage of the momentary light, many people saw an extremely horrifying scene. There was a pool of blood on the surface of the sea. The old fisherman from before had already been split into many pieces. Under the sea, there were some ferocious and terrifying fish beasts shuttling back and forth, following the big ship. They tore at the old fisherman's body with big mouthfuls. This is the result of jumping off the ship. The red cloud sex cultivator sneered. Many people vomited on the spot. They were all ordinary people. When had they ever seen such a bloody and disgusting scene? Xianxia felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he could no longer think of escaping by jumping off the ship. The thing that was following the ship was definitely a monster beast from the sea. It was probably raised by Cloud's Island. In the water, the monster beast was the king. As a chi transformation stage cultivator, he had no chance of escaping from them. All of you listen to me. The red cloud sex cultivator shouted as his eyes flashed like lightning. He swept his gaze over the crowd. If you don't want to die, then obediently stay on the ship. In another 2 hours, we will arrive at Cloud's Island. Don't think that capturing you is torture. This is my red cloud sex opportunity for you. When you arrive at the island, you will enjoy endless delicious food and wear endless silk and satin. As long as you pass my red cloud sex test, you will become my disciple. From now on, you can be a cultivator who can summon the moon and pick the stars. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. They obviously did not believe his words. The red cloud sex cultivator was not long-winded. He only threatened them and then closed his mouth. However, after what had just happened, now, the ordinary people who had been captured did not dare to make a sound. They did not even dare to think about escaping. There were monsters eating people under the ship. How could they still have the courage? The big ship continued to sail. After another 2 hours, Xianxia heard someone say, "We're home." "Io, I'm so tired. We have to come out once a month." Why do you think these people have such short lives? They are ordinary people. Even if they take care of themselves, they can't last long. Shoo, don't say any more. If they hear you, they will panic. Xianxia opened his eyes and looked ahead, only to see the outline of an island not far away. This island wasn't small. Xianxia estimated it to be 4 or 5 times the size of Sea City. However, this island gave him a very strange feeling. His eyesight was now extraordinary, so at a glance, the left half of the island seemed to be different from the right half. The peninsula on the right seemed to be covered by a layer of hazy fog, making it difficult for him to see clearly, and he couldn't figure out what kind of mystery it was. The direction of the big ship was heading towards the left side of the peninsula. After a long time, the big ship slowly slowed down and finally reached the shore. A disciple of Cloud's Island lowered a rope ladder from the deck and called out to the trembling ordinary people, "Everyone get off the ship." Although the 30 or so people were frightened, they still jumped off the ship in an orderly manner. The moment they landed on land, many people's legs went soft and they fell to the ground. They were really afraid of those man-eating monsters under the ship. Many of them were fishermen. However, after fishing for so many years, they had never encountered such monsters. "You too, help these people settle down." The only Yuan Qi expert on the ship said to the 2 disciples. "Yes, Martial Uncle." The 2 disciples respectfully answered. They were the 2 people who caught Xianxia before. "Let's go. I'll take you to eat and drink." The 2 Clouds Island cultivators did not make things difficult for these ordinary people. They herded them forward like sheep. Kai Yang purposely stayed at the end of the group. With a smile on his face, he asked, 2 senior brothers, when will we join the sect?" One of them sneered at Xianxia, "Who is your brother?" Although the other one was also impatient, he still explained, "Don't worry. Didn't you hear when we were on the ship? As long as you can pass the Cloud Sect's test, you can become a disciple and enter the sect to practice martial arts." Then what is the test? Xianxia continued to ask. A test. Hee. It's a very simple test. You just have to pick some things. Don't ask too much. You will know when the time comes. That person saw that Xianxia was easy to fool. He patted his shoulder and said, as long as you are smart enough, we will always have the opportunity to become brothers. You have just arrived at Cloud's Island, so you don't need to worry about anything. Every day, you will be served delicious food. When the time comes, someone will naturally inform you. Oh. Xianxia could not inquire too much and could only give up. However, Cloud's Island was indeed a good place to cultivate. The heaven and earth energy here was much stronger than Sky Tower. No wonder the sects by the sea liked to establish their own sects on the island and occupy it for cultivation. Life was an advantage. Moreover, many of the islands had special treasures that could not be found on the mainland. Perhaps it was because of the beautiful scenery of Cloud's Island, but the ordinary people who were caught calmed down a lot. While walking, they pointed at the scenery around them. One of the two Cloud's Island disciples reminded them, don't run around on the island. There are also man-eating monsters here. If you run around, you will end up without a corpse. To ordinary people, a monster beast was not a deterrent. But when it came to man-eating monsters, it was absolutely frightening. Sure enough. After hearing this, many people were silent. They remembered the fate of the old fisherman who jumped off the boat. Following the island's path, they walked for about an hour. Before they reached their destination, another Cloud sect disciple came to meet them. He led the 30 or so ordinary people into a huge courtyard and said with a smile, brothers, you have worked hard. Tonight's harvest was not bad. Not bad. We found more people than we did a few months ago. These people will be under Junior Brother's management. Brother, rest assured. A few people said a few words. The two Red Cloud sect's martial artists then left. After they left, the Cloud sect cultivator who was in charge of meeting them waved his hand and said, follow me. After entering the courtyard, Xianxia looked around. He found that there were walls all around, covering an area of a few miles. There were small houses inside, and it seemed that only one person could live in each of them. The 30 or so ordinary people were all arranged to live in these small houses. Xianxia also lived alone in one of these houses. The furnishings in the house could not be said to be luxurious, but at least it was not bad. There were beds and neatly folded blankets. From now on, all of you will live here. You don't need to worry about anything. You don't need to do anything. 3 meals a day will be delivered to you. Your only task now is to eat and sleep well. Take care of your body and wait for my Red Cloud sect to give you a test. The Red Cloud sect's cultivator warned. Hearing this sentence, Xianxia could not help but think of raising pigs. He did not believe that the Cloud sect caught ordinary people for them to enjoy life. It was the same for raising pigs. They ate and slept well, and when the time came, they would slaughter them. What was the Cloud sect trying to do? Xianxia was really confused. However, Xianxia could not escape now. After all, this was the Cloud sect's island. Unless he could safely get a ship, and it had to be the kind of ship that could withstand the monster beast's attack. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Xianxia put down the burden in his heart and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. The next day, someone really did send delicious food. The food was exquisite and rich. At first glance, one could see that it was carefully prepared. There was also a faint medicinal fragrance in it. It should be a medicinal diet. Xianxia did not eat immediately. Instead, he waited for a long time. Seeing that the others were fine after eating, he picked up his chopsticks. After finishing the meal, the ordinary people felt refreshed, and so did Xianxia. Although there were not many medicinal ingredients in the food, they were all things that could strengthen the body and help the vitality of the blood. If used for a long time, even an ordinary person could live a long life. It was like this for several days. At this moment, the people who were caught no longer had any complaints. They completely believed that the Cloud sect's cultivator had brought them here to enjoy life. These were all poor people. When had they ever been treated like this? Every meal was filled with delicacies. Each and every one of them was so happy that they forgot their home. However, in addition to the medicinal diet, the people who were caught had to drink a kind of grass juice every day. This juice was very bitter, but it was also good for the body and had no harm. Day in and day out, those poor people actually became a lot more muscular. They were in a good mood and did not have to worry about food. They felt that this was heaven. Moreover, there were not many restrictions on their movements. Apart from not being able to leave the big courtyard, they could go wherever they wanted. These days, Xianxia's life could be considered peaceful. Apart from sneaking out a few times at night, he didn't do anything else. The person guarding this place was only a qi transforming stage cultivator, so he couldn't find any trace of Xianxia. After several inquiries, Xianxia discovered that in addition to his courtyard, there were several similar courtyards. There were also many ordinary people who had been captured. However, they were very different from the ordinary people in his courtyard. Many of them looked haggard. Even if they were nourished with the same delicacies every day, it would still be difficult to restore their vitality. Old Demon felt a trace of abnormality from these people. More or less, each of them had a trace of demonic qi. This demonic qi wasn't something they cultivated, but rather something they had accidentally contaminated themselves with. It was this demonic qi that was eating away at their lives. After prying into this information, Xianxia had some guesses about the Red Cloud sect's actions, but he didn't dare to be too sure. After being captured and brought to the Red Cloud sect for half a month, Xianxia and the ordinary people had another task besides eating and sleeping. That was to listen to a Red Cloud sect disciple explain about medicinal herbs. Everyone was given a booklet. The booklet was full of pictures and descriptions of all kinds of heavenly treasures, as well as how to harvest them. The Red Cloud sect disciple would explain for 2 hours every day. Xianxia was very serious about learning. This kind of knowledge could be used at any time. This explanation lasted for half a month. It had already been a month since Kai Yang had arrived at the Red Cloud sect. During this month, he had been secretly cultivating, which had allowed him to break through to the Qi transformation second stage. He hadn't taken any pills or absorbed any Yang Qi, yet he was able to achieve such a result. From this, it could be seen how rich the world energy here was. If it wasn't for his current situation, Xianxia would be very happy to stay here and cultivate. After a month, early in the morning, the Red Cloud sect disciple who was in charge of guarding this courtyard called everyone over. The time to slaughter had come. Xianxia thought in his heart. Combined with the clues he had obtained before, Xianxia was sure that the Red Cloud sect wanted these ordinary people to go to a dangerous place to pick herbs. And this place was a dangerous place that even the disciples of the sect were not willing to enter. Sure enough, the Red Cloud sect's disciple said in a clear voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, after coming to the Red Cloud sect for a month, all of you have become much stronger. This is my sect's gift to you. But there is no free food in this world. If you still want to live such a comfortable life, you have to do something for my Red Cloud sect. This is also a test for you. As long as you pass, you can come back here and continue to live freely." The group of people had some misgivings, they did not know what he was talking about. "Now, follow me." He didn't say much and led the group out. Following the path they had taken to reach Xianxia, after a full 2 hours, they arrived at the seaside, where a large ship was waiting. Xianxia discovered that many people had already gathered on the ship. They were the same people he had seen when he went out at night. These people were all squatting on the ship. Many of them were trembling, and their faces were filled with fear. After more than 30 people had boarded the ship, there were more than 100 ordinary people gathered on the ship. When the people who had boarded first looked at Xianxia and the others, there was an inexplicable sense of sympathy in their eyes. "Is everyone here?" A middle-aged man who had reached the Yuanqi realm asked. "Everyone is here. Set sail." The man waved his hand and the ship slowly started to move. At this moment, a terrified voice rang out, "I don't want to go, I don't want to go to that damned place, I beg you to let me go, I will never go there again." As he spoke, he screamed miserably. He stood up and staggered towards a Red Cloud sect cultivator. His face was filled with panic, but his eyes were as red as a mad demon's. When he arrived in front of the Red Cloud sect cultivator, he opened his mouth and bit him, shouting, "You want me to die? I will kill you first. This person's mind has been swallowed by the evil chi, he has gone crazy." The old demon's voice sounded. "How dare you?" It was obviously not the first time that the Red Cloud sect cultivator had encountered such a situation. Without even asking, he pulled out his sword from his waist and stabbed it into the man's chest. Then, he rolled his leg and kicked the man off the ship. Under the ship, there was the sound of a monster beast dismembering a corpse. Everyone's heart trembled. The Red Cloud sect cultivator who had just killed a person coldly glanced at the ordinary people on the ship and shouted, "Whoever dares to be presumptuous will be thrown off the ship and fed to the fish." His murderous aura was awe-inspiring. Under his gaze, no one dared to look him in the eyes. The ship immediately calmed down. The destination of the ship was not far away, but the right peninsula of Red Cloud Island, which was covered by clouds and mist. After making a big circle, the ship docked. When they were on the ship, Xianxia had already understood their mission. Xianxia knew about the black profound fruit that they had to pick from the island. Half a month after arriving at Red Cloud Island, he had heard the Red Cloud sect's disciple explain it. On the first page of the booklet, there was a kind of black fruit that looked like a bunch of grapes. It was a specialty of Red Cloud Island. In the entire sea territory, it could only be found on Red Cloud Island. At that time, when the disciple had explained the black profound fruit, he had solemnly explained it several times. At that time, Xianxia did not know why the disciple was so interested in this fruit. Now, he finally understood. The Red Cloud sect's main purpose of capturing ordinary people was to pick the black profound fruit. This fruit's grade was not high. According to the theory of medicine, it could only be regarded as an ordinary grade fruit. He did not know why the Red Cloud sect wanted it. Everyone was given a medicine basket. Each person had to pick at least 3 pounds of the black profound fruit to complete the mission. Of course, if they could pick other precious treasures, they could offset the value of the basket. This was also the reason why the Red Cloud sect had to teach these ordinary people about medicine for half a month. They were afraid that they would come across some precious treasures and miss them. More than 100 ordinary people were driven off the ship. The Red Cloud sect's people stood motionless on the ship. The right peninsula was like a forbidden area to them. No one dared to set foot on it. The Yuan-Chi expert said, "You have 3 days. After 3 days, we will come back here to pick you up. If you can't complete the mission, you don't need to come back. You can fend for yourself. Let's go." As the ship left, more than 100 ordinary people stared at it with gloomy expressions. The 30 people who were caught with Xianxia still did not understand the situation. However, it was obvious that it was not the first time for the others to carry out this kind of mission. After staying in the same place for a while, many people carried their medicine baskets and went deeper into the island without saying a word. Gradually, fewer and fewer people were left. Xianxia stood on the shore and looked down. He could only sigh helplessly. Under the sea, there were some monster beasts shuttling back and forth, making it impossible for him to escape. Turning around, Xianxia also walked into the right peninsula. "Young master, the demonic chi here is very strong. No wonder the Red Cloud sect's disciples did not dare to come in." The old demon transmitted his voice. If the demonic chi was inhaled, it may not be harmful to the body. However, if it was inhaled for a long time, it was very likely to devour the person's body and mind, causing them to become the demon race. Because of this, the Red Cloud sect needed to catch ordinary people to go to the right peninsula to pick herbs. They spent a month to nurture the bodies of these ordinary people in the hope that they would be able to hold on for a few more days so that they would not go crazy as soon as they entered the island. "Don't you like the demonic chi?" Xianxia ridiculed, but he did not panic. "Hee," as the young master said. The old demon laughed strangely. With this old servant here, the young master does not need to worry about being affected by the demonic chi. However, this is a strange place. The young master might as well explore it. Maybe you will gain something. That's exactly what I was thinking. Xianxia nodded. He was caught and imprisoned on this isolated island for a month. Although he was served with good food and drinks, Xianxia still wanted to collect some interest. Carrying the basket of herbs, he walked towards the depths of the right peninsula. There was certainly nothing on the outside. Even if the black profound fruit's growth cycle was fast, it would not be able to withstand the repeated plucking. Only by going deeper could he possibly find something. There were many people who had the same idea as Xianxia. Many of them were walking in groups. Very few of them were alone. As time passed, he gradually could not see other people's figures around him. While walking, Xianxia suddenly found a figure in front of him. The figure was rapidly running towards a place. Following the direction of the figure's running, Xianxia saw a bunch of grape-like fruits hanging on a vine. Black profound fruit. Xianxia rolled his eyes. His footsteps flashed and he ran towards the black profound fruit. He reached out his hand and picked it. Weighing it, this bunch of fruits weighed about half a pound. In other words, as long as one found 6 bunches, one person's task would be completed. The other person also rushed over. After seeing Xianxia, he could not help but look stunned. He immediately fiercely stared at him and growled, "Brat, give me the fruits." Xianxia frowned and sighed. This person was originally a kind and poor person, but after entering and leaving this place, his body was affected by the evil aura. He gradually lost his nature. Now, he only showed fierceness and madness. It seemed that if Xianxia did not give him the black profound fruit, he would kill him. "I can give you the fruits." If Xianxia did not want to inquire about some information, he would not want to compete with an ordinary person. "Give it to me quickly." The man lowered his head and looked at Xianxia with a fiendish look. "Answer my question, why does the Red Cloud sect want this fruit?" Xianxia asked. This was obviously not the first time this person came here, so he should have some understanding of this matter. "Don't talk nonsense. Give me the fruits first, then I will tell you." Xianxia smiled and threw the bunch of black profound fruit to him. The man caught it with a smile on his face. He put the black profound fruit into the medicine basket on his back and looked at Xianxia. The fierceness in his eyes gradually disappeared. After a moment of silence, he said, "I don't know much. I only heard that they want this fruit to feed the fish." "Feed the fish?" "Yes, a special kind of fish, but I don't know what it is." After that, the man looked at Xianxia with a strange and malicious look and said, "Look at you, a skinny brat, why don't you come with me? This place is very dangerous." Was he trying to pull him into this group? Xianxia smiled and shook his head. He estimated that if he went with this man, then the black profound fruit would certainly satisfy his needs first. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." The man did not embarrass Xianxia. Finally, the humanity in his heart was not extinguished. He coldly snorted and left. Alone, Yang shuttled back and forth on the right peninsula, going deeper and deeper. It had been more than a day since he entered the right peninsula. Along the way, he found a lot of black profound fruits, but Xianxia didn't want to help the Red Cloud sect complete their mission, so he naturally wouldn't pick them. The Red Cloud sect cultivator gave him a deadline of 3 days, which should be the limit for an ordinary person, but Xianxia had the help of the old demon, so he didn't have to worry about the evil spirit qi entering his body. On the contrary, the old demon was in urgent need of the evil spirit qi to restore his body, so he happily devoured it. Xianxia decided to explore the right peninsula for a while, to see what kind of mysteries were hidden here, and then think of a way to leave Red Cloud's island. The right peninsula covered a large area, and there were several mountains. They weren't too high, but they were quite steep, so ordinary people couldn't climb them. Xianxia's goal was these mountains. He believed that he could find some rare treasures there. While walking, Xianxia's footsteps came to a halt as he smelled a fresh medicinal fragrance in the air. As soon as this smell entered his nose, he immediately felt refreshed, as if he had been enlightened. After carefully identifying the direction of the medicinal fragrance, Xianxia walked to the right side. Not long after, a flower about half the height of his body appeared in front of him. At the top, there was a small pink flower with a blooming pistil. The fragrance of the flower was pleasant. Looking carefully, this flower seemed to have the face of a beauty, smiling at him. Moreover, this flower stem was strange, like a woman's graceful waist, exquisite and delicate, causing people to daydream. Beauty's pistil. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to find such a good thing in just a day. According to the introduction in the booklet given by the Red Cloud sect disciples, this beauty's pistol was an earth-level high-grade spirit medicine. If it was refined into a pill and given to a woman, it would have some miraculous effects. Even if it couldn't turn an ugly woman into a beautiful woman, it could at least make her skin softer and smoother. Xianxia naturally wouldn't be polite. He picked up the beauty's pistol and put it in the basket on his back. He continued to explore. Perhaps it was because Xianxia had come to a place that ordinary people had never set foot in before, but since he found the beauty's pistol, he had been repeatedly harvesting. In the depths of the right peninsula of Red Cloud's island, there was a treasure waiting to be discovered. The Red Cloud sect's cultivator didn't dare to go deep, for fear of being affected by the evil spirit Qi. Climbing over one mountain after another, the number of rare herbs and spirit fruits in Kai Yang's medicine basket gradually increased. The only unfortunate thing was that although the right peninsula covered a large area, it couldn't withstand Xianxia's constant search. In just 3 to 5 days, Xianxia had basically run through the entire right peninsula. The medicine basket on his back was already more than half full. The most inferior things inside were earth-grade low-grade items, and there were even heaven-grade exotic flowers and herbs. Moreover, there wasn't much danger here, unlike Blackwind Mountain, where the monster beast roamed. If one's strength was low, they would only be eaten by the monster beast. Xianxia wandered around here for a few days, only meeting 2 or 3 wolves. On the 3rd day, the Red Cloud sect's ship arrived as scheduled. Xianxia stood on top of a mountain and watched the scene. However, there were only 60 to 70 ordinary people who made it out alive. The others should have been swallowed by the evil spirit Qi and fell into a state of madness. In the end, they would only die on the right peninsula. On the 4th day, Xianxia stood below a small mountain, looking up at a mountain peak that was about 300 feet high. This was the last small mountain in this area. After exploring here, Xianxia had already covered the entire right peninsula. The old demon, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Young master, this mountain seems to be the source of all the evil spirit Qi in the right peninsula." "Are you sure?" Xianxia was surprised. He also felt that the evil spirit Qi here was much stronger than other places. "Of course I'm sure. This old servant's soul is trembling." "Are you afraid?" Xianxia was puzzled. Old demon laughed, "It's not fear, it's excitement. Young master, if you were hungry for a long time and a plate of delicious food was placed in front of you, how would you react? Eat it. I beg young master to give this old servant this opportunity." Xianxia could even vaguely hear the old demon swallowing his saliva. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang began to climb up the steep mountain wall. He also wanted to know what caused the right half of Red Cloud's island to be so different. As he climbed up, Xianxia also looked around to see if he could find any treasures. However, even after climbing to the top of the mountain, he still didn't find anything. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. At the top of the mountain, Xianxia stood up straight and looked around. This mountain was very strange. It was a flat peak. From afar, he could tell that it was completely bare. Now that he had set foot on it, the feeling was even deeper. There wasn't a single blade of grass or tree here. The ground on the mountain was as red as blood, and the air was filled with a fishy smell. Evil spirit Qi. Xianxia took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on a huge rock in the middle of the mountain. This piece of rock was bright red as well. With a single glance, one could even clearly see the bloody Qi that was evaporating from it, and it was dense and penetrating like mist. Vigilant, he slowly walked towards the huge rock. When he got close, he still didn't find any danger. Looking closely, he saw that in the middle of the mirror-like rock, there were a few drops of red liquid. It was thick and bloody, like blood. Congealing blood bead. The old demon clicked his tongue in wonder. His tone was very calm, but Xianxia had been with him for a long time. He knew that the old demon's vision was very high. Something that could make the old demon click his tongue in wonder was a great treasure to him. "Young master, this old servant understands." The old demon opened his mouth and said, "So a little devil once died here. That's why there is so much evil spirit Qi." "Little devil?" Compared to this old servant, it is indeed a little devil." However, in terms of the cultivator here, it is a big guy. The old demon's tone was full of pride and self-praise. How big could it be? Xianxia was curious. A realm above the immortal ascension boundary. The old demon explained in a way that Xianxia could understand. Xianxia rubbed his forehead. He was currently in the Qi transformation boundary. After the Qi transformation boundary was the separation and reunion boundary, then the Yuan Qi boundary, and then the immortal ascension boundary. This little devil. Well, if this little devil was a realm above the immortal ascension boundary, then who in this world could be his match? He was the number one person in the world. But he actually died here. Although this little devil's physical body died, his evil spirit Qi still gathered here. This is why the Right Peninsula is so strange. If this old servant could absorb the remaining evil spirit Qi of this little devil, I should be able to recover some of my soul strength. Unfortunately, this little devil has been dead for a long time and wasted a lot of his evil spirit Qi. God damn it, why didn't you wait for this old man to come here before dying? The old demon kept calling him a little devil, which made Xianxia's face twitch. Then what are the blood-congealing pearls you mentioned? Xianxia looked at the blood-red liquid in front of him. This is the condensation of the little devil's blood, flesh, and essence. It contains a huge amount of energy. This old servant doesn't have a physical body and can't absorb it. Young master, if you absorb it, it will definitely increase your strength greatly. However, this old servant isn't sure if you can take it. The energy contained in it isn't something that an ordinary person can absorb. Hearing this, Xianxia's face also showed hesitation. Being able to increase his strength greatly was naturally something that Xianxia wanted to see. However, what if he couldn't take these few drops of blood-congealing pearls? After asking this question, the old demon laughed mischievously. Become the demon race. Young master, there's nothing wrong with being a devil. You can do whatever you want. You can kill whoever you don't like. If you like a beauty, you can play with them. If you get tired of them, you can just throw them away. There's no need to worry too much. You can be free and unrestrained. Isn't that great? Moreover, what is a human and what is a devil? It's a big mistake for the world to divide humans and devils into two classes. As long as one's humanity isn't destroyed, who is a devil? Young master, look at the Red Cloud sect's actions. They are heartless and shameless. However, in the eyes of the world, this sect isn't a devil. Humans and devils are one family. The old demon concluded. Xianxia's heart was moved, but he still didn't dare to make up his mind. While he was hesitating, there seemed to be a fishy wind behind his head. There was also a rustling sound. The old demon cried out in alarm, "Young master, be careful." In the blink of an eye, Kai Yang used his self-created movement skill and dodged the attack. A loud noise came from that direction. Looking up, Xianxia felt his scalp go numb. He didn't know when a blood-red python had appeared there. Its body was thicker than his waist and more than 10 feet long. After missing its attack, it coiled up and looked at Xianxia with its head held high. Its two eyes were as red as blood. Its huge mouth was spitting out a scarlet tongue. Its appearance was terrifying. The old demon cried out, "This big snake has swallowed the blood-congealing beads." Without the old demon's reminder, Xianxia also saw it. No wonder there were only 3 drops of blood-congealing beads on the stone. It turned out that the rest of the blood-congealing beads had been taken advantage of by this big snake. "Come out." Xianxia swung his hand. The old demon wrapped the soulbreaker all appeared in front of Xianxia. Then, Xianxia grabbed the soulbreaker all and threw it at the big snake under the old demon's incredulous gaze. "Young master." The old demon cried out pitifully. Then, it suddenly realized that it didn't have a physical body. Why should it be afraid of this big snake? It immediately understood Xianxia's intention. Although it felt wronged, it also admired him. It had only been a blink of an eye since the appearance of the big snake, but Xianxia had already thought of a plan to defeat it. His quick thinking was amazing. The serpent was very clever, swallowing the soulbreaker all in one gulp. It didn't taste anything, but it was enraged by Xianxia's hostile action. The serpent's tongue flickered in and out of its mouth in a threatening manner. Sticking out its tongue, it shot towards Xianxia like a bolt of lightning. Its bloody mouth made people's hearts palpitate. The smell that greeted them was strong and poisonous. Yang Kai held his breath. His body flashed again and appeared behind the big snake. His fist was covered in true Yang Yuan Qi. Burning Sun's threefold explosion. The ferocious Yuan Qi followed the punch. Yang Kai retracted his fist and nimbly floated backwards to avoid the snake's long tail. The serpent turned around and was just about to pounce on Yang Kai when suddenly 3 muffled bangs resounded from the spot where Yang Kai had hit it. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a large chunk of the serpent's flesh began to bulge outwards. Scorching hot true Yang Yuan Qi burst out from that chunk of flesh, causing it to burst open and bleed profusely. The snake cried out in pain, its several dozen meter long body swinging around like a long whip, stirring up a cloud of dust on the mountaintop. Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he realized that he had overestimated the strength of this snake. When he suddenly saw such a big guy, he thought that it was at least a rank 5 or 6 monster beast. He did not expect that he would be able to injure it with just one hit. It was not a rank 5 or 6 monster beast. It was at most a rank 4 monster beast, which was equivalent to a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. What a waste of such a big body and such a good appearance. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai moved his feet. He took advantage of the fact that the snake was rolling and gave it another hit. The snake rolled even more fiercely. However, it obviously did not want to sit still and wait for its death. It swung its long tail, creating a whistling sound as it swept towards Yang Kai's waist. Without the help of his footwork, this attack would have caused a lot of trouble for Yang Kai. However, with his footwork, it was easy to avoid such an attack. Seeing that its attack had missed, the snake hissed and spat out a blood-red mist. If Yang Kai hadn't dodged quickly enough, he would definitely have been enveloped by this mist. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He was not afraid of the snake, but the poisonous mist was a little troublesome. However, it was only a little troublesome. He held his breath and did not let himself be shrouded by the poisonous mist. The snake could not hurt him at all. While Yang Kai was fighting the serpent outside, Old Demon, who was wrapped in the Soulbreaker All and had rushed into the serpent's belly, was not idle. Although Old Demon's current strength was not great, any living creature's body was always fragile. Even if the Soulbreaker All was not sharp, it was still a weapon. The serpent's body was soon covered with cuts and bruises. The severe pain made it unable to fight with Yang Kai. Its long body curled up and jumped up, rolling back and forth on the mountain. Yang Kai looked on coldly. There was no need for him to make a move. The serpent was not very strong, but its vitality was very strong. The old demon tormented its body for an hour before it finally stopped struggling and died on the ground. The serpent's abdomen wriggled and the old demon drilled out with the Soulbreaker all wrapped around him. He floated in front of Yang Kai and looked at each other indifferently. Young master. Next time something like this happens, please let me know so that I can be mentally prepared. The old demon felt a little wronged. It was suddenly thrown into the monster beast's mouth by Yang Kai. If it was a timid person, they would be scared out of their wits. Okay. Yang Kai nodded seriously. The old demon did not dare to say anything. Yang Kai asked, "Don't you think this monster beast is a little strange?" "What's strange?" The old demon asked carefully. "Its strength is very low. At least, it is lower than I expected." The old demon laughed, "Young master. This serpent became like this because it swallowed the blood-congealing bead. Naturally, it does not have any real abilities. Also, on your way here, did you find any traces of the monster beast?" Yang Kai shook his head. "That's right. This thing is probably just a normal little serpent. After swallowing the blood-congealing bead, it survived and grew into a monster beast. It can be said that it is the only monster beast here." A normal little serpent became such a huge monster? Yang Kai was shocked. "That's amazing." He thought for a while and said happily, "If a little serpent can swallow it, then it should be fine for me to swallow it too, right? There are no absolutes in this world. If you are still worried, you can try swallowing the monster beast's inner core." "That's a good suggestion." Yang Kai nodded. He walked to the serpent, cut open its body and took out the inner core. The inner core was blood red in color, but it was only the size of a pigeon's egg. It still contained the remaining energy of the blood-congealing bead. After asking the old demon to protect him, Yang Kai wiped the inner core on his clothes and put it into his mouth. He swallowed it. Activating the true Yang tactics, Yang Kai quickly felt a surge of energy in his abdomen. It rushed into his flesh and blood, and it was mixed with a lot of evil energy. This should be the energy of the demon that fell here. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's flesh and blood turned incomparably red, as bright as blood. His entire body was filled with an evil aura. Although it looked scary on the outside, it was not dangerous on the inside. Yang Kai only felt a slight impact on his mind and calmed down. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians was the nemesis of evil energy, so he was not afraid of it. The evil energy was gradually burned away by the true Yang tactics, leaving behind only its essence. The essence that was obtained this time was not of the Yang attribute, so naturally it would not condense into Yang liquid. But strangely, it was not absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Instead, it was absorbed into Yang Kai's flesh and blood, causing every cell in his body to rejoice and every inch of his muscles to tremble. It took Yang Kai an entire day to refine the inner core. When he opened his eyes, they were like lightning. Yang Kai felt that his entire body was different. It was not an increase in strength, nor was it a leap in state of mind. Instead, it was a change in his body. Compared to before he refined the inner core, he was much stronger. The boiling blood in his body contained a surge of energy, as if he could break the sky with one hand without using the Yuan Qi. "Young master, how do you feel?" the old demon asked with concern. "Not bad. Is the biggest effect of the blood-congealing bead to improve one's body?" "Of course. It was formed from the little demon's flesh and blood essence, so it might increase one's realm. But the biggest effect is to strengthen one's body." "Then why did you say that it will increase one's strength?" The old demon hesitated for a while, then said, "Young master, your understanding is a bit one-sided. The increase in strength does not refer to the increase in realm. The strength of the body, the purity of the Yuan Qi, the understanding of martial arts, and other aspects can all increase one's strength. For example, young master, compared to a few days ago, your body's quality is much better, so your strength must have increased." Yang Kai was stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, "Yes, you're right. I was too narrow-minded. Young master is young, you just didn't think of this." The old demon did not dare to take the credit. Looking at the 3 remaining drops of blood-congealing beads on the giant rock, Yang Kai did not hesitate and pointed his finger at one of the drops. The blood-congealing bead seemed to have a mind of its own. The moment he touched it, it directly drilled into Yang Kai's body. A more violent energy than before exploded in his body. Yang Kai could not help but let out a muffled groan and quickly closed his eyes to meditate. In the following half a month, Yang Kai did nothing but refine the energy of the 3 drops of blood-congealing beads. Not only that, even the blood qi in the giant rock was completely absorbed by Yang Kai. Compared to half a month ago, his qi and blood were more than twice as vigorous. Whether it was his speed or the strength of his punches, they were all significantly improved. Moreover, his strength had also made a breakthrough, reaching the 3rd level of the qi transformation stage. Half a month later, under the urging of the old demon, Yang Kai reached out and moved the giant rock. Without using the Yuan Qi, he easily moved the rock that weighed at least 3,000 pounds with his own brute force. Under the rock, there was a cool cave. The cave was filled with a thick black qi. Obviously, it was the remaining qi of the evil demon, which was also the source of the effect on the right peninsula of Xianxia. As soon as it saw the light again, this qi of the evil demon directly rushed towards Yang Kai. The old demon laughed strangely. "Little thing, you actually used the old man's remaining tricks. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The old demon's words were obviously referring to the first awkward meeting between him and Yang Kai. At that time, the old demon also wanted to seize Yang Kai's body. However, after all his scheming, he was instead subdued by Yang Kai. As he spoke, he turned into a mass of black qi and moved forward. The 2 masses of black qi merged into one and immediately began to fight in the cave. Yang Kai could not see what was going on and did not know who was winning. However, after thinking about it, the old demon was an old demon. Previously, his tone was extremely arrogant, so there should be no problem. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai said, "This demon's divine soul is the same as yours. Does it still exist between heaven and earth?" The old demon's somewhat battered and exhausted voice sounded, "Young master, his divine soul has already collapsed. Now, it's just a trace of remnant consciousness." Yang Kai frowned. "Oh. What's wrong with you?" Cough, cough. The old demon suddenly felt embarrassed. "Young master, please, help this old servant. This old servant is somewhat unable to win against him." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became interesting. With a straight face, he held back his laughter. "Isn't this just a little demon? Why can't you win?" Hearing Yang Kai's ridicule, the old demon was about to cry, Yes, it's a little demon, but this old servant died earlier than him. Sealed in heaven's cave inheritance, my divine soul is about to shatter. Young master, if you don't help me, I'm afraid this old servant will be swallowed by him." When Yang Kai heard this, he realized that the situation was quite serious. With a straight face, he asked, "How can I help? This smelly brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth wants to take over your body. You just need to let it in a little bit, just like last time in heaven's cave inheritance." This was simple. Yang Kai directly stretched out his hand and dipped it into the hole. In an instant, a cold aura rushed through his arm and into his body. Yang Kai smiled, not worried at all. Sure enough, under the operation of the true Yang secret art, this cold aura was burned away. Faintly, one could hear a miserable howl. In the end, only a small amount of essence was left, which was absorbed into the unyielding golden skeleton. With Yang Kai's help, the old demon finally equalized the situation. After waiting for an hour, it even gained the upper hand. Enough, young master, you should watch from the side and see how this old servant swallows this little thing." The old demon was afraid that Yang Kai would take away too much of the demon chi, so he hurriedly said. In his heart, he kept muttering, "How can this young master absorb any kind of energy? Isn't he cultivating a Yang secret art? How strange." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai also withdrew his hand from the hole and no longer paid any attention to the old demon. Instead, he took out an herb from his medicine basket and placed it in his mouth to chew. Yang Kai could recognize these herbs and knew that they were not poisonous. These herbs were best taken out and refined into pills, so that they could maximize their medicinal effects. However, Yang Kai was now trapped, so how could he have the opportunity to refine these herbs into pills? Although it was a bit wasteful to directly consume them, he couldn't care less right now. The battle between the old demon and the black aura lasted for an entire day, until the two black auras truly merged into one. After this battle, the old demon's strength increased. By a lot. The old demon's voice rang out, "Many thanks, young master." This old servant did not disappoint. Yang Kai couldn't help but cough lightly. The old demon shyly said, "I'll go into seclusion for a few days." Saying so, it quickly entered Yang Kai's body. In the following days, the old demon was in seclusion, while Yang Kai was refining the medicinal efficacy of the medicinal herbs. Anyway, they were not poisonous, and his unyielding golden skeleton could absorb any kind of energy. He was not worried that these different kinds of energy would conflict with each other after being absorbed. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai ate all the treasures worth millions of silvers. Since he had put in the effort, he naturally reaped the rewards. His strength had smoothly advanced from Qi Transformation 3rd level to Qi Transformation 4th level. He had only been on Cloud's Island for 2 months, but he had already continuously advanced. This trip was not in vain. The Right Peninsula's treasures had almost been completely harvested, and the source of the evil spirit had also been swallowed by the old demon. Yang Kai estimated that in a few days, the Right Peninsula would no longer be a forbidden area for the Red Cloud cultivator. It was time to leave. Yang Kai went down the mountain and walked towards the seaside. If he wanted to leave Cloud's Island, the only way was to take a boat, which was also a headache for Yang Kai. Building his own boat was definitely not reliable, so the only way he could think of was to rob the Red Cloud Sect's boat. But how to rob it and how to get rid of it was the biggest problem. While he was thinking about some details, Yang Kai suddenly heard some rustling sounds coming from not far away. He listened carefully, and could hear a person's heavy breathing mixed with the sound of a woman struggling and begging for mercy. Yang Kai's face sank, and he quickly rushed in that direction. When he arrived, he took a look. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. The Red Cloud sect had sent the captured ordinary people to the right peninsula to pick the black profound fruit. But not far in front of him, there was a burly man sitting on a woman's body. His hands were constantly tearing at her clothes. He was panting like an ox, and his mouth was letting out a lewd laugh. The woman was pressed under his body, struggling endlessly, but she could not get rid of him. She kept begging for mercy, crying nonstop. Yang Kai could feel some evil energy from the burly man. His figure flashed and rushed over. He rolled his foot on the burly man's waist and kicked him away. The woman got rid of the big man's entanglement and hurriedly got up from the ground, her hands clutching her messy clothes. She shivered and hid behind Yang Kai. The big man let out a pitiful cry in midair, but when he landed, he hurriedly stood up and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. His eyes were crimson red, and his face was filled with hostility. It was obvious that the evil chi in his body was about to devour his mind. He glared fiercely at Yang Kai, his nostrils puffing hot air. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed. This big man was supposed to be a poor man. However, he had entered and exited the right peninsula of Xianxia several times and had lost his nature. Because of this, Yang Kai didn't kill him and only sent him flying with a kick. Brat, scram. There was a pained expression on the big man's face, but Yang Kai had ruined his plan, so how could he just let it go? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. After a while, the big man roared. Like a mad bull, he rushed toward Yang Kai with a fierce face. It's better to be free early. Yang Kai stood in place, waiting for the big man to rush in front of him, then he stretched out his finger and pointed at his chest. True Yang Yuan Qi poured in. In an instant, the big man's heart stopped beating, and he didn't feel the slightest pain. The big man fell to the ground, dead. Hearing the sobbing of the woman behind him, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable. Turning around, he was about to offer some comforting words, but when his eyes swept over this woman's face, he couldn't help being shocked, his eyes trembling as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This woman was about 30 years old. She should have been dignified and gorgeous, which could be inferred from her white and tender skin. However, at this moment, this woman's face was crisscrossed with terrifying scars. Each of these scars was about the length of a finger, and each of them ran from the left side of her face to the right side. Pale red flesh rolled outwards. Although the wounds had healed, these scars would forever remain on this gorgeous face, destroying it. The woman also knew that her current appearance was too horrible. With one hand covering the torn collar and the other covering her face, she trembled and cried and thanked him. While thanking, she timidly stepped back, as if she was afraid that she would scare Yang Kai. Yang Kai's whole body was cold, and his expression was cold. He reached out a hand and grabbed the woman's wrist. No, don't. The woman struggled. She thought that she had just escaped from the tiger's mouth, but now she had entered the wolf's den. Her head drooped, her disheveled black hair covering her face. Tears dripped down her cheeks as she begged for mercy. Yang Kai was not moved. He reached out his other hand, slowly reached out to the woman's chin, and lifted her head. Please, don't. The woman's cheeks were wet with tears. She looked up at Yang Kai helplessly, the scars on her face becoming more and more terrifying. Yang Kai's eyes didn't show any emotion, only pain and hesitation. The hand that lifted her chin slightly trembled as he pushed aside the black hair covering her face, so that her face was clearly presented in front of him. The woman closed her eyes. She didn't know if it was because her face was seen, or because Yang Kai's actions had scared her, but her tears kept falling. Yang Kai's pupils shrank. He carefully looked at her for a long time before he lost his voice and said, "Madam?" Hearing this title that she had not heard for a long time, the woman slowly opened her eyes, a trace of suspicion flashing across her teary eyes, but after taking a closer look at Yang Kai, that trace of suspicion gradually disappeared and was immediately replaced by surprise and joy. "Are you really madam?" Yang Kai couldn't believe it. When he first saw this woman, he felt that she was somewhat familiar. That was why he acted so recklessly. but now he was sure that this woman was the one he had seen before. The woman finally recognized Yang Kai's voice. Her mind flashed with the face full of dirt more than 2 months ago. She trembled and said, You are that little beggar? Yang Kai took a deep breath. When this woman said little beggar, he knew that he was not mistaken. This woman was the widow of the Jiang family. Apart from Cui, only this woman and the young lady of the Jiang family knew that he was a little beggar. Why are you here? Your face. Yang Kai had too many doubts. Shouldn't Cui and the others have sought refuge with the Miao family in High City? When they parted that day, Miao Huaqing personally came to greet them. The two families had an engagement. The young lady of the Jiang family should have married into the Miao family. The woman in front of him should also be enjoying life in the Miao family. How did things develop like this? Young man. After knowing that Yang Kai was the little beggar who saved her, the woman knelt on the ground with a thud. Her head hit the ground, making a thumping sound. She said in grief, Young man, please uphold justice for my Jiang family. Seeing this, Kai Yang quickly helped her up, but even so, the madam's forehead was bleeding. It was clear that she had used a lot of strength. This is not the place to talk. Let's leave this place first. Yang Kai supported her and hurriedly walked back the way they came. Why did the woman become like this? Why was she caught and brought to Cloud's Island? Where are Cui and the young lady? What happened to the Miao family in High City? He had too many questions. Although these matters did not have much to do with him, he did spend a few days with the Jiang family's widow. He also had a good chat with Cui. This servant girl would also share some snacks with him. She was even more charming and witty. A good person should be rewarded with good karma. After walking for a long time, the two people came to a small hill nearby. This place was considered to be deep in the right peninsula of Cloud's Island. Ordinary people simply couldn't reach this place. The two people found a place to sit down. The woman who was in despair once again miraculously met Yang Kai. She was so excited that she couldn't stop sobbing. Yang Kai didn't comfort her, nor did he interrupt her. He just quietly waited. He knew that not only did he have many questions, but the woman also had many things to tell him. After half an hour, the woman gradually stopped sobbing. Her hair still covered her terrible face. She hugged her body and shivered. Yang Kai took off his coat and put it on her. Thank you. Even though she was in prison, the woman showed good upbringing. Tell me, what happened in the end? The woman's eyes were filled with memories. Her voice was low as she recounted what happened to the three of them after they separated from Yang Kai. Her voice was low. I, Cui, Huan, and I followed Miao Huaqing to the Miao family. In the first few days, Miao Huaqing treated us fairly well, but when I talked to him about Huan's marriage, he kept changing the subject and making excuses. I had some doubts, but I didn't take it to heart. A few days later, when I mentioned this matter to him again, he readily agreed. However, he said that his son's status was noble, and that my Huan was not worthy of him. She could marry into the Miao family, but she could only be a concubine. I was very angry at that time, but I didn't do anything. The next day, I told Huan and Cui to pack up. We wanted to leave the Miao family. We came to High City from thousands of miles away. We didn't go through so many hardships just to be concubines of the Miao family. What's more, this was the marriage between Master and Miao Huaqing. How could he go back on his word? However, before we could leave the Miao residence, Miao Huaqing turned hostile and imprisoned the three of us. Speaking of this, the woman's face showed a trace of fear. Obviously, the change at that time scared her. Her voice was choked with sobs. I didn't know why Miao Huaqing became like this. After asking, I found out that everything was ordered by him. Master's death was also because he bribed those people in Tong province to kill Master. Then he sent a message to me, telling me to bring Huan to High City to complete the marriage. It's ridiculous that I didn't know and took Huan into the wolf's den. Why did he do this? Isn't your Master and Miao Huaqing best friends? Yang Kai faintly felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. That day, when he had parted ways with the madam, Yang Kai had also seen Miao Huaqing. At that time, the grief in his tone and expression didn't seem to be an act. My stomach was full of anger, and the power was cut until now. The line beside the national highway was rebuilt, and the first line was even better. I continued to work. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the madam smiled miserably. How could I not want to know why Miao Huaqing treated me like this? I asked in every possible way, and then I learned that the root of all this was because of something that Master and Miao Huaqing obtained in the early years. What was it? A tortoise shell. Madam replied, when old Master and Miao Huaqing were traveling around Sea City, they found a strange turtle shell. On the turtle shell, there was a map of an island that had been there for some years. At that time, the two of them checked the nearby islands, but none of them matched the island map on the turtle shell. They thought that the island map was not real, but to be cautious, they divided it into two, and each of them got half. Madam sighed softly and continued, later, Master went to Tongzhou and made a career for himself. Miao Huaqing settled down in Sea City. I'm afraid that he has been studying that half of the turtle shell all these years. Only in recent years did he finally find some clues. But he did not want to share it with Master, so he hired someone to kill me, and then sent a message to me to come to High City. I have seen Master's tortoise shell before, so I naturally know how precious it is, so I brought it with me this time. Young man, do you remember the night when Zhang Ding rebelled? Was it also ordered by Miao Huaqing? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Yes. The madam nodded slightly. After all, Miao Huaqing and Master are good friends. I am afraid that he did not want to do anything to us personally, so he ordered Zhang Ding. If it was not for the young man that night, I am afraid that Huan Cui and I would have already gone with Master. What a good friend. Yang Kai smiled sarcastically, and then asked suspiciously, you three are just ordinary people. After entering the Miao family, if Miao Huaqing wanted to get something from you, it would be easy. Why did he treat you so well in the beginning? The madam smiled bitterly. I did not understand at first, but later I felt that it was all thanks to the young man, me? Yes. The madam nodded. That day, when Miao Huaqing came to greet us, I told him according to what you, young man, said that there was an expert who helped us along the way and killed Zhang Ding, so we were safe and sound. Miao Huaqing was a cautious person. He treated us well at first, but he didn't dare to make a move because he was afraid that the non-existent expert was still hiding nearby. Only when I decided to leave did he reveal his true face. Yang Kai nodded inwardly. That made sense. What happened next? Then, the nightmare began. The madam began to sob again, tears streaming down her face. She continued, in order to save my life, I handed over the other half of the turtle shell, but I didn't expect that Miao Huaqing didn't want to let us go. As she spoke, her body trembled. She clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. One night, Miao Huaqing dragged Huan out, saying that he wanted her to marry his son. Huan refused to obey, and Cui also stepped forward to help. Who would have thought that Miao Huaqing would be so heartless and cruel that he would beat Cui to death? Yang Kai's body shuddered. The madam continued to sob. The next day, Miao Huaqing came to tell me that Huan was unwilling to be humiliated and had committed suicide by biting her tongue. Yang Kai only felt cold all over, and a vicious aura almost uncontrollably surged into his heart. The charming maid was beaten to death, and the shy young lady of Akiji committed suicide by biting her tongue. 2 months ago, he was still traveling with them, but 2 months later, they were already separated by yin and yang, separated by heaven and earth. Miao Huaqing still wanted to humiliate me. The madam sobbed and said intermittently, but with Huan and Cui as an example, he didn't dare to go too far. After locking me up for a few days, he still couldn't succeed. In the end, he became angry and sold me to the 1,000 gold wine pavilion. Without asking, Yang Kai knew that it was a brothel. They beat me and forced me to submit. I didn't want to, so I used scissors to cut my face. Haha, no man would be interested in me like this. The madam laughed bitterly. Later, I was sold to the Red Cloud sect. I should also die. Master is gone, Huan and Cui are gone. What's the point of me keeping this life? But I can't die. If I die, no one will know about their injustice. So I have to live. I'm just a weak woman, but I have to help them redress their injustice and avenge them. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. He took a deep breath and comforted her. Madam, you are the most beautiful madam in the world, and also the strongest mother in the world. Sometimes, dying is easy, but living is incomparably difficult. Young man, can I ask you to help me again? The madam raised her teary eyes and looked at Xianxia expectantly. On the mountain top, the wind whistled. Xianxia's face was cold. My strength is too low. Xianxia sighed. The madam's face darkened. But I will grow. It may take a few years, or even longer. I will visit the Miao family in Sea City. Not because of the madam's request, but because of the snacks that Chuyer gave him from time to time. The madam was stunned for a moment, then immediately overjoyed. She knelt on the ground and put her head on the ground. Thank you, young man. After a long time, she slowly straightened her body and said, Young man, although this matter was led by Miao Huaqing, there was also the instruction of the Red Cloud sect behind it. Xianxia frowned. Miao Huaqing's son, Miao Lin, is a disciple of the Red Cloud sect, but his status is not very high. Miao Huaqing tried every possible means to get the complete tortoise shell. He wanted to give it to the Red Cloud sect so that his son could gain power there. Moreover, the reason why Miao Huaqing betrayed us and treated our Jiang family like this was because of his son's instigation. He wanted to stand out in the Red Cloud sect, but he didn't have the connections. The tortoise shell is his hope. Red Cloud sect. I know. Xianxia nodded slightly. Young man. The madam pursed her lips, lowered her head, and said in a trembling voice, Although I know that you are benevolent and righteous, and that you are willing to avenge our Jiang family because of Chuyer's kindness. But our Jiang family is unable to repay her kindness. Don't worry about it. Young man, please listen to me. The madam insisted. Xianxia nodded. Actually, after my master obtained that half of the tortoise shell, he has been studying it all these years. Miao Huaqing has gained some insights, and my master is the same. He obtained another map from his half of the tortoise shell. According to my master's deduction, the two tortoise shells combined into one is the route to find the island, and the other map he obtained is the route to the island's interior. Oh? Xianxia was surprised. Where is the map? On my body. The madam replied, her tone was somewhat unnatural. Xianxia was puzzled. The madam was a weak woman, how could she keep such an important map? Didn't Miao Huaqing search her body? After a long silence, the madam seemed to have made up her mind and said, Young man, my Jiang family is unable to repay your kindness, so I will use this map as a reward. Finished speaking, she grabbed her trousers and tore them open, revealing her plump, round, and snow-white thighs. The map was embroidered on my body. The madam lowered her head, her body trembling. Obviously, she had mustered up her courage to make such a decision. Xianxia's face was a little red. He didn't dare to look at her and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. These days, as his cultivation and strength increased, the influence of the yin-yang joyous unification art on him became deeper and deeper. From time to time, Su Yan's face would flash in his mind. If not for his extraordinary willpower, he wouldn't have been able to persist. Now that the madam had made such a move, Xianxia couldn't bear it. Madam. Xianxia frowned. Young man. The madam's face was also red. This is master's life's work. I don't want it to be buried, and I don't want it to fall into the hands of my enemies. Consider it a reward. I will give it to young man. I ask young man to accept it. Xianxia sighed, knowing that if he refused again, she would definitely feel uneasy. Sighing, he said, Forgive me. Squatting down, he fixed his eyes on the madam's thigh. It was a mountain range, in the shape of an island. There were many places that were specially marked, and there was also a winding route. This map should have been made with an embroidery needle dipped in paint. It covered the madam's entire thigh, from her knee to the base of her thigh. Although it was impossible to show the original map in its entirety, it was definitely not far off. Xianxia found it hard to imagine how an ordinary woman could have such strong perseverance to make such a magnificent map on her own body. How much pain did she have to endure? How much time did it take? Xianxia's expression was as calm as an ancient well. His eyes carefully looked at the map, and there was not the slightest trace of strange emotions. The madam had been trembling, closed her eyes, and kept crying. After about a cup of tea's time, Xianxia remembered everything in his mind. He reached out and tidied up the madam's torn clothes. "Young man, thank you for everything." The madam sat sideways on the ground, and said in a flat voice. When she said these words, she seemed to have put down all the burdens in her heart. Xianxia felt a resolute conviction from her tone. Her heart was dead. She only lived to find someone to redress her grievances. Now that her wish was fulfilled, she naturally had no more worries. Looking at her in a daze, Xianxia did not speak for a long time. One day later, Xianxia went down the mountain. He carried the madam's medicine basket, which was filled with the black profound fruit. Step by step, he walked towards the seaside with an indifferent expression. On the hilltop, the madam had been sitting there. Her tears had dried up. She looked at the sea, motionless. Xianxia did not take her away, because living was more painful than dying. She only needed a release. A few hours later, Xianxia arrived at the seaside. After waiting for a long time, the big ship of the Red Cloud sect arrived. Many people were waiting with Xianxia. When they saw the big ship arrive, they all cheered. On the side of the ship, the cultivator of the Red Cloud sect blocked the way to the ship. He checked everyone's harvest. Those who completed the task of 3 kilograms were allowed to board the ship. Those who did not complete the task were directly taken to the medicine basket and thrown into the sea to be eaten by the monster beast. Dozens of people, only 3 or 4 who did not complete the task were thrown into the sea and became the monster beast's food. Xianxia mixed in the crowd, but no one saw any clues. After all, these people who picked the black profound fruit were ordinary people. Which Red Cloud sect disciple would pay attention to ordinary people? After half an hour, the big ship set out again. It circled to the left peninsula, put down these ordinary people, and sent them to the house. After returning to the Red Cloud sect's courtyard, Xianxia's mood was somewhat heavy. If he hadn't met the madam, he would have tried to steal a ship and leave this place. But now, he didn't want to leave. Since the Red Cloud sect had obtained the entire turtle shell, they would certainly take action. The map they obtained was only the map of the outside. The most important part was in his hands. Xianxia felt that he couldn't waste the madam's good intentions. She had mustered up the courage to let him memorize the map, not to let him bury it. If he guessed correctly, the Red Cloud sect would certainly take action within the next few months. Xianxia thought about a lot of things and also had his own speculations. Xianxia guessed that the reason why Miao Huaqing wanted to give the complete turtle shell to the Red Cloud sect was because of his son's future. On the other hand, it was because the Miao family didn't have the strength to explore the mysterious island. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to gain a good impression of the Red Cloud sect and create a good future for Miao Lin. The internal map of the island was enough to allow him to avoid most of the risks and reach the most important place. Xianxia didn't know what kind of secrets were hidden in the mysterious island, but it was certainly worth the risk. The only problem now was how to sneakily work together with the Red Cloud sect. They had the map of the mysterious island. If he didn't go with them, he would never be able to reach that place. For the next few nights, Xianxia frequently went out to inquire about information. From the conversations of some disciples, Xianxia learned that the Red Cloud sect's higher-ups had obtained a mysterious sea map and were preparing for it. They wanted to go out and explore. These ordinary disciples didn't know much about the matter. They only vaguely heard about it from the conversations of the higher-ups. As for the specific situation, they weren't very clear. While Xianxia was thinking hard about how to safely infiltrate the Red Cloud sect's exploration team, early one morning, the shouts of the Red Cloud sect's disciples could be heard in the courtyard. Not long after, all the ordinary people who were caught gathered together. These people looked frightened. Someone whispered, "Why are we going to pick herbs again? We have only been back for a few days. Didn't we pick herbs once a month? Heh, we are not going to pick herbs this time. As for what we are going to do, you don't need to ask. Just board the ship as usual." The Red Cloud sect disciple replied with a smile. When Xianxia heard this, his heart trembled. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly came to a realization. If his guess was correct, then this morning was really an opportunity. As usual, they arrived at the seaside. At this moment, there was a ship that was even bigger than the ones they had seen in the past. This ship was about 20 zhang long and had 5 masts. The sails of the ship fluttered in the wind. The bow of the ship was like the head of a dragon, and its appearance was grand and flamboyant. Many people had never seen such a large ship in their lives, so they couldn't help but be shocked. Heavens, this is the Red Cloud sect's largest dragon boat. Where is it taking us? A knowledgeable person whispered. Xianxia was more and more certain of his guess. Who would have thought that when he had racked his brains to find a way to sneak into the Red Cloud sect's exploration team, they would actually take the initiative to bring him here? The Red Cloud sect didn't bring these ordinary people to explore the treasures, but to work on the large ship. If they wanted to operate such a large ship, they would certainly need a lot of manpower. Thinking of this, Xianxia's expression calmed down. Since this was the Red Cloud sect's exploration ship, there must be an expert on it. An expert that was more powerful than the Yuanqi realm was the Immortal Ascension Boundary. He could hide in front of an Yuanqi cultivator, but if an Immortal Ascension Boundary expert was interested and used their divine sense to spy on him, he would be exposed. Therefore, he had to be very, very careful. He absolutely couldn't reveal any flaws, otherwise he would die without a burial place. Along with the crowd, the Red Cloud sect cultivator caught up to the ship. Under the guidance of the cultivator, there were nearly 70 ordinary people who each received a different kind of work. Xianxia's luck was good. He wasn't assigned to the bottom row and was responsible for miscellaneous tasks. There was no fixed task, but he had to do everything. This was exactly what Xianxia wanted. Although it was safer to hide in the bottom row, Xianxia was more willing to stay on the deck and inquire about all kinds of information. As long as he was cautious, he wouldn't attract the attention of the Immortal Ascension Boundary experts. After waiting for a long time, a group of people from the Red Cloud sect arrived. Leading them were 2 old men. They were in the prime of their lives. They had red skin and white hair. Their eyes were like lightning. They had a dignified air about them. These 2 people were the top experts of the Red Cloud sect. One of them was an old man and the other was an old woman. They were talking and laughing as they walked towards the ship. Behind them were many of the Red Cloud sect's cultivator. There were both men and women. In total, there were about 50 of them. They were all the elites of the Red Cloud sect. A middle-aged man from the Red Cloud sect who was originally on the ship quickly shouted, "Welcome, martial uncles." Once he shouted, the Red Cloud sect disciples on the ship also hurriedly responded. The old man and old woman smiled and lightly floated onto the ship. Looking around, the old woman asked, "Is everything ready?" The middle-aged man respectfully replied, "Everything is ready. Now, we are only waiting for the arrival of the 2 martial uncles. Then, we can set sail." "N." The old man replied and waved his hand. "You go and arrange it. Your martial uncle Lon and I will be in seclusion in the cabin. If there is nothing important, do not disturb us." "Yes." When the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary old men stepped into the cabin, Xianxia involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man's position in the Red Cloud sect should not be low. He stood on the ship and arranged for the cultivator to board. After busying himself for half an hour, under his command, the ship slowly started to move. Xianxia stood on the deck, pretending to do something while silently memorizing the direction of the ship. The ship broke through the wind and waves. It could travel 1,000 miles in one day and night. Gradually, there were no islands around, only the boundless ocean. The sun set and the moon rose. Xianxia stayed on the ship for 3 days. He carefully did chores and learned some things from the conversations of the cultivator who boarded the ship. The purpose of this ship carrying so many people was indeed to explore that mysterious island. However, the cultivator of the Red Cloud sect called the mysterious island the Hidden Island. This word reminded Xianxia of the many strange things he had heard in Sea City. The Hidden Island was one of them. It was rumored that the scenery in the sea serpent's embrace was not fake. But somewhere in the depths of the ocean, there was a real existence. But for some unknown reason, these scenes spread thousands of miles away and were imprinted in the eyes of the residents of Sea City. The places that appeared in the sea serpent's embrace could not be reached by ordinary means. Only with the island pass could one approach and enter. These islands that could not be easily approached and could not be seen were called the Hidden Island. On the Hidden Island there was wealth, martial arts, and cultivation. Methods that could allow one to soar to the sky. There were also innumerable treasures of heaven and earth. Everyone wanted to go to the Hidden Island, but they always had no way. But now, this opportunity had fallen on the head of the Red Cloud sect. Therefore, the Red Cloud sect dispatched their elites and even dispatched 2 immortal ascension boundary experts to go to the Hidden Island to see what was going on. The Red Cloud sect only had 4 immortal ascension boundary experts. But now, half of them were gone. This showed the sect's determination. In the past few days, Xianxia heard the most talk about the Red Cloud sect's cultivators yearning for the mysterious Hidden Island. He imagined what kind of opportunities and adventures he would obtain there. Xianxia thought of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. He woke up the old demon who had been in seclusion and asked him. Only then did he know that the Hidden Island should not be the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Maybe it was because a master occupied an island to cultivate, but did not want to be disturbed by outsiders. Therefore, he arranged some kind of array to make the island disappear from the world's view. Or this hidden island had a natural array that ordinary people could not see. But in any case, there was indeed an opportunity in the Hidden Island. Xianxia also remembered the names and strength of many of the Red Cloud sect's disciples through the chat. The middle-aged man was called Yu Xiaoping. He was Yuanqi 9th stage and was an elder of the Red Cloud sect. Yuanqi could be an elder. This Red Cloud sect was indeed not comparable to High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, their immortal ascension boundary experts were old. Although the elders of High Heaven Pavilion were also old, they were definitely younger than the 2 martial uncles. Of the 2 immortal ascension boundary experts who boarded the ship, the old man was called Ding Jiazi, immortal ascension boundary 5th stage. The old woman was called Huxiang Lan, immortal ascension boundary 4th stage. Both of them were grand elders of the Red Cloud sect. Usually, they would only meditate in seclusion within the sect. After all, half of their necks were already buried in the ground. If not for the importance of this matter, they would not have appeared. On this day, Xianxia was silently cleaning the deck when he suddenly heard someone talking. Jing why are you here alone? Didn't Miao Lin accompany you? Hearing the 2 words Miao Lin, Xianxia's ears immediately perked up. He remembered that the Jiang family's madam had said that Miao Huacheng's son was called Miao Lin. He was the one who instigated the calamity that befell the Jiang family. Was it the same person? Xianxia paid attention, but his hands did not stop moving. He deliberately walked over to the person who was talking and quietly looked up. On the other side of the ship, there was a beautiful woman enjoying the sea breeze. She wore a light blue dress, and the sea breeze made her dress stick tightly to her body, outlining her graceful curves. She was about 20 years old, with a perky chest, a slender waist, and slender legs. Her skin was not the usual wheat color of the seaside, but rather white like mutton fat jade, so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. However, this woman's expression was quite arrogant. Her eyes carried a sense of superiority. Beside her stood a middle-aged man. It was the Red Cloud sect's elder, Yu Xiaoping. It turns out that this woman is his daughter, Yu Aoan. Xianxia understood. He had heard the name Yu Aoan many times in the past few days. Many young disciples of the Red Cloud sect were talking about her in private. Just like Su Yan's position in the High Heaven Pavilion, Yu Aoan was also the object of admiration of many young elites in the Red Cloud sect. Hearing Yu Xiaoping's inquiry, Yu Aoqing's face showed a touch of impatience and disgust. She gritted her teeth and said, "He can't wait to stick to me." "Oh, you don't like him?" Yu Xiaoping laughed. "What do you think?" Yu Aoqing snappily retorted. "Bear with it, this time, we still have to rely on him." Although Miao Huaqing gave us the map, he did not tell us much about his research over the years. He only taught Miao Lin, so if we want to find the hidden island, Miao Lin is indispensable. Yu Xiaoping softly comforted. Yu Aoqing's pretty face was bitter as she gently shook Yu Xiaoping's arm. "Father, it's not like you don't know what kind of person he is. In the morning, he even tried to make a move on me. If it weren't for your repeated warnings, I would have thrown him into the sea." Yu Xiaoping's face was cold. "He made a move on you?" Yuao Qing felt very wronged. Before this incident, she had never heard of Miao Lin, but because of this incident, she had to compromise and appease Miao Lin. For the proud and arrogant Yuao Qing, this was tantamount to torture. You have been wronged. Yu Xiaoping's complexion was not good. Yuao Qing was his daughter, he naturally treasured her and hoped that she could marry a dragon in the future and live a happy life. Miao Lin had no connections. He had no aptitude, and he had no strength. In the past, he was not even worthy of carrying his daughter's shoes, but now, in order to obtain information from Miao Lin, he could only let his daughter sacrifice her body. Rest assured, when we find the hidden island, father will uphold justice for you. Yu Xiaoping comforted. I really hope we can arrive early. Yuao Qing gnashed her teeth, when we get there, I will throw him into the sea. As long as you are happy. Yu Xiaoping smiled slightly. He did not care at all, as if his daughter was only talking about throwing an animal away. Sea City's Miao Huaqing would never have thought that things would develop to this point. He offered the sea map with the intention of fighting for a good future for his son. He wanted the Red Cloud sect to pay attention to Miao Lin. The Red Cloud sect's upper echelons also agreed to Miao Huaqing's request and wanted to focus on cultivating Miao Lin. But Miao Lin did not want to overestimate himself, thinking that his ability had increased, and set his sights on Yuao Qing. This was simply playing with fire. While they were talking, Yu Xiaoping suddenly said, that brat is chasing over. If you really don't want to, then avoid him. But remember, don't lose your temper with him. I know. Yuao Qing's chest heaved as she took a deep breath. Yu Xiaoping quickly left. A moment later. A young man in his 20s came to the deck, a look of expectation on his face as he looked around. When he saw Yuao Qing standing at the side of the ship, he couldn't help but smile and quickly ran over. Was this Miao Lin? Yang Kai memorized his appearance but didn't show it on his face. The young lady of the Jiang family bit her tongue and committed suicide because she didn't want to be humiliated. Miao Lin was a man of striking appearance, except that his face was a little sallow. Other than the fact that his footsteps were a little shaky, everything else was fine. Rather than calling such a person a cultivator, it would be better to call him a hedonistic young master who indulged in wine and women. After all, the Miao family still had some power in Sea City. It was enough to support him in his extravagance outside. He came to Yuao Qing's side, his eyes filled with unconcealed love. Affectionately, he said softly, Senior Sister Qing. The wind on the deck is strong, be careful not to catch a cold. Although Yuao Qing was disgusted to death, she had to squeeze out a stiff smile. It's fine, the air on the sea is clear, it can blow away people's troubles. Yuao Qing's words were implicit, but Miao Lin acted as if he didn't understand at all, smiling gently. So Senior Sister Qing is in a bad mood, is there something unhappy? You might as well tell Junior Brother is willing to share your worries. Yuao Qing's beautiful face flashed a trace of hidden anger, but she still smiled and shook her head, reserved and beautiful. Yang Kai was cleaning the deck, listening to the two talk, one feigning civility, the other in high spirits, and in his heart, he couldn't wait to throw Miao Lin into the sea. Yuao Qing hinted again and again, but he still acted as if he didn't understand, or perhaps he did, but he still shamelessly pestered her. It was really hard to have a good impression of him. The two of them talked for a long time. Just as Miao Lin was in high spirits, showing off the prestige of the Miao family in Sea City, a loud bang suddenly came from the bottom of the big boat. Immediately, the whole big boat shook. Standing on the side of the ship, Miao Lin and Yuao Qing both lost their footing and almost fell into the sea, but the two of them were cultivator after all. Their reactions were naturally extraordinary, extremely agile, and hurriedly stabilized themselves. It was unknown what Miao Lin was thinking. Perhaps he wanted to play the hero at the critical moment to win the favor of the beauty, or perhaps he wanted to take advantage of the situation, but after stabilizing himself, he actually exclaimed, Senior Sister, be careful. While shouting, he reached out and hugged Yuao Qing's waist. Yuao Qing was a proud woman, even talking to him made her feel disgusted, so how could she be hugged by him? In a hurry, she twisted her body, avoiding Miao Lin's outstretched hand. At this moment, the ship shook violently again. Yuao Qing was in the middle of turning around, but this sudden shake really made it impossible for her to stand still, and she flew out diagonally, letting out a short cry of surprise. And the direction she flew out was actually Yang Kai's position. Yang Kai was wearing dirty clothes, holding a dirty broom in his hand. When he looked up and saw this scene, he was really shocked and did not know what to say. He stood here, just to eavesdrop on the two's conversation, to inquire about some information. How could he have thought that such a dramatic scene would occur? Seeing that Yuao Qing was about to throw herself at him, at this critical moment, Yang Kai pretended to slip, falling on his back, and also rushed forward a long distance. Almost at the same time he fell, Yuao Qing flew over him, falling heavily on the deck. She just couldn't die. Next to her, dirty water was poured over her head. A beauty admired by countless men, in an instant became a drowned rat. Her clothes and hair were all wet, smelling the dirty water on her body. Yuao Qing almost vomited. Yang Kai also wailed on the ground, making a normal person's reaction. A beauty was flying towards him. As a normal man, what he should do was naturally to catch her steadily. Even if he was injured, he must not let her fall. But Yuao Qing was not a Buddhist woman, and Miao Lin was not a kind man. Yang Kai was sure that if he had caught Yuao Qing, then what he would have to face was the anger of this man and woman. Yuao Qing would be treated like an ordinary person because of him. Moreover, it would be a lowly servant who had touched her body, and Miao Lin would be angry because of jealousy, and he would not be able to see the sun tomorrow. So avoiding her was the best choice. The ship was still shaking. Miao Lin rushed to Yuao Qing's side, and finally found a chance to get close, and helped her up, saying in surprise, "Senior sister, are you okay? Get lost." Yuao Qing could no longer bear it. If this disgusting man did not want to hug her, how could she be thrown away? How could she be drenched in dirty water? How could she lose face, and stink? At this moment, Yuao Qing's heart was filled with killing intent. Being yelled at by her, Miao Lin looked stunned, and hurriedly took 2 steps back. At this time, many cultivator rushed to the cabin. Yu Xiaoping was among them. He rushed to the deck and looked down, his face changing. "It's the monster beast." All disciples prepare to fight. Looking up, seeing the dirty Yuao Qing, he could not help but be stunned. "Qing are you hurt?" Yuao Qing clenched her teeth, staring at Miao Lin with incomparable resentment, then slowly shook her head. "You go back and rest. You don't need to worry about this." Yu Xiaoping shouted. "Senior sister, I'll send you off." Miao Lin immediately followed. "No." Yuao Qing growled, her beautiful and dirty figure quickly disappearing from the deck. On the ship, those ordinary people were also quickly evacuating. The Red Cloud sect cultivator did not care about their life or death at this moment. If they stayed on the deck, it would be disastrous. Suddenly, a monstrous wave surged up from the side of the ship, bombarding the ship, shaking it a few times. Yang Kai hurriedly got up and followed the ordinary people into the cabin. Everyone huddled together, shivering. Many people were muttering incessantly, praying that the ship would not sink. If this ship sank, except for the 2 immortal ascension boundary Supreme Elders, everyone else would probably die in the sea. Yang Kai listened for a moment, his tense mood gradually relaxing. He found that the 2 Supreme Elders of the Red Cloud sect did not move, which meant that the monster beast was not high level, and Yu Xiaoping was enough to deal with it. However, the number of these monster beasts was quite large, and from all directions came crashing sounds. The battle lasted for a full 2 hours before it gradually stopped. The attacking demonic beasts were either killed or repelled, and the noisy activity finally calmed down. The Red Cloud sect's victory, even the ordinary people could not help but cheer, as if they had also won the battle. Yang Kai saw this and only felt a burst of sadness. Not long after, the Red Cloud sect disciples called the ordinary people to clean the deck. When everyone came up to see, they were all shocked. On the deck, there were bloodstains everywhere, and there were also some strange-looking big fish. At this moment, they were all dead, their mouths wide open, their mouths full of fangs. No one from the Red Cloud sect died, only a few of the weaker ones were injured, but there were no major problems. Yang Kai followed the crowd to clean the deck of the ship's bloodstains, taking care of the sea monster beast that had been killed, sweating profusely and smelling of blood. Perhaps it was because they had already entered the depths of the sea, but after the first monster beast attack, in the next few days, monster beasts would come to visit them, and as time passed, the strength of these monster beasts also became stronger and stronger. In order to deal with these monster beasts, many sick ordinary people were ruthlessly thrown into the sea to attract the attention of the monster beast. Yu Xiaoping's face became more and more serious day by day, and Miao Lin was often called by him to the deck, where the two of them studied a turtle shell that was about the size of a millstone. Half a month after leaving Red Cloud's island, the ship seemed to have lost its way. Yu Xiaoping was so anxious that his mouth started to burn. He was in charge of the turtle shell and was responsible for taking people to the hidden island. It could be said that the lives of the people on the ship were in his hands. He had a long way to go, but now he couldn't find the correct route. He was impatient and could no longer treat Miao Lin as calmly as before. Yang Kai often saw him yelling at Miao Lin on the deck, forcing him to tell him the information he had. Miao Lin naturally didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he knew. The attacks of the monster beast in the sea were becoming more frequent and fierce. The two supreme elders of the Red Cloud sect had participated in the battle time and time again. If it weren't for them, the ship would have already been smashed into pieces by the monster beast. Even so, the Red Cloud sect had suffered heavy losses. More than a dozen of the 50 disciples they brought had died, and only half of the 70 ordinary people were left. The other half were thrown into the sea by the Red Cloud sect to attract the attention of the monster beast. On this ship, as long as you fell ill, it was equivalent to being abandoned. Yang Kai had seen what it meant to be cruel and merciless. In the face of the ordinary people who had no resistance, the Red Cloud sect's cultivator threw them into the sea under the sharp teeth of the monster beast as if they were livestock, just to delay a little bit of time. Human lives here were as light as grass. The remaining ordinary people lived in fear and trepidation every day. After 3 days, the people on the ship became even fewer. But the ship seemed to be in a sea territory and couldn't find the correct direction of the hidden island. Miao Lin was slapped a few times by the angry Yu Xiaoping. His mouth was full of blood, but he didn't dare to complain. On this day, when the sun rose in the east, Yang Kai, who was resting under the cabin, suddenly heard a surprised shout from the deck, "Hidden island, hidden island." This shout was filled with the joy and excitement of surviving a desperate situation, and it reached almost everyone's ears. Dang dang dang. All of the Red Cloud sect's cultivator began to move as they hurriedly rushed to the deck. The ordinary people also did the same. Yang Kai followed the crowd to the deck. When he looked up, he couldn't help but be shaken. Under the scorching sun, there was an illusory scene floating in midair a few thousand feet in front of the ship. It was a scene like a paradise. High mountains, flowing water, high mountains, and steep ridges. Birds flew in flocks in the sky, and there seemed to be the tinkling sound of a mountain spring in one's ears. What entered one's eyes was a scene that was too beautiful to behold. It was exceptionally enchanting, and there was an otherworldly aura everywhere. It was like a treasured land that no one had set foot on for thousands of years. Numerous rare flowers, plants, and peerless spirit medicine swayed in the wind as they grew healthily. It was lush and verdant, filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. There were also many unknown animals that flashed past everyone's eyes. They even brought along a string of colorful lights as they ran. Mirage. Yang Kai was fortunate enough to see this kind of beautiful scenery before in Sea City. Now that he saw it again, he naturally recognized it at a glance. It was rumored that the scenery that appeared in the mirage was real, but because of some special reasons, it was discounted to 10 million for the world to see. But this time, the mirage was somewhat different from the last time because it was too real. It was so real that it was as if he could reach out and touch it. It was as if it was real in front of his eyes. Yu Xiaoping was emotional. He held the huge turtle shell with both hands and carefully examined it. Suddenly, he laughed, I understand. Sea City is now the time to enter the island. No wonder we couldn't find the door, so it was like this." The two Red Cloud sect's supreme elders were also emotional at this moment. The old man, Ding Jiazi, asked in a deep voice, "Xiaoping, what's the situation now?" The old woman, Huxiang Lan, also looked over. Yu Xiaoping didn't dare to neglect. With an excited smile on his face, he respectfully said, "Martial uncles, I think we have arrived at the location of the hidden island." "Where?" Xianxia's seemingly turbid eyes flashed with a trace of light. Yu Xiaoping pointed to the mirage in front of them and said, "There." After saying that, he hurriedly handed the tortoise shell in his hand to the two Grand Supreme Elders. "Martial uncles, please inject your vitality into this island guide. With the help of this island guide, we will be able to open the entrance to the island." Ding Jiazi and Xianlan looked at each other and didn't hesitate. They took the huge turtle shell together and then operated Yuan Qi, fiercely pouring it into the turtle shell. This turtle shell seemed ordinary, but in fact, it was very famous. Usually, no matter how others tried to probe it, they couldn't feel anything unusual. But at this moment, when Ding Jiazi and Xianlan poured Yuan Qi into it, they found that the turtle shell had become a bottomless hole, crazily swallowing their Yuan Qi. In just a short while, the two elderly Grand Elders were already on the verge of collapsing, their faces pale. "Not good." Ding Jiazi cried out in alarm and shouted towards the Red Cloud Sect's cultivators, "What are you looking at? Quickly come and help me." When the Red Cloud Sect cultivator heard this, they quickly rushed over and poured their Yuan Qi into the turtle shell. With the help of these people, Ding Jiazi and Xianlan were able to stabilize their position. Not long after, the plain turtle shell suddenly bloomed with a rainbow light. There seemed to be murmuring sounds coming from inside the turtle shell. The road map engraved on top of the turtle shell also seemed to be alive, constantly moving. One after another, the cultivator was drained of all their Yuan Qi and withdrew, exhausted. Only when the Red Cloud Sect cultivator took turns to go up did the turtle shell seem to be full. The rainbow light that shot out from the turtle shell was as dazzling as the sun. Suddenly, Ding Jiazi and Xianlan exclaimed at the same time. A dense light burst out from the turtle shell, forcing the two people to retreat. The turtle shell turned into a stream of light and rushed straight to the sky. Two martial uncles. Yu Xiaoping was shocked. Ding Jiazi and Xianlan stood firm. Their faces were pale, but they waved their hands to indicate that they were fine. Everyone looked up and saw that the tortoise shell had flown several thousand feet away, landing right on top of the Fata Morgana. As rays of rainbow light shot out, the beautiful Fata Morgana slowly crumbled apart. With the disappearance of the mirage, it was as if an invisible barrier was broken. In everyone's field of vision, an island that was much larger than Red Cloud Island appeared without warning. Hidden Island. Yu Xiaoping's voice was trembling. On the ship, the Red Cloud Sect cultivator was silent for a moment. Suddenly, they cheered and shouted loudly to vent their excitement. The purpose of their trip was to find the hidden island. They did not expect things to go so smoothly. Although they experienced many dangers on the road, they were scared but not in danger. Now, the hidden island was in front of them. It was only a matter of time before they became famous. Not only were the Red Cloud Sect cultivator excited, but the ordinary people were also excited. They had heard rumors about the hidden island, but who would have thought that they would see it with their own eyes in their lifetime? Set sail. Target, the hidden island. Yu Xiaoping suppressed his joy and methodically issued various orders. However, before the people on the ship could take their places, an extremely uneasy feeling rose in everyone's heart. The originally calm sea suddenly had some waves, and the sea beside the ship bubbled up, as if it was boiling. "What's wrong?" someone asked in panic. Ding Jiazi and Xianlan looked dignified. They spread out their divine sense and their expressions suddenly changed. At the same time, they exclaimed, "Be careful." Before their voices fell, a huge wave rushed out from the left side of the ship. Something that looked like a tentacle suddenly came out from under the sea. The tentacle was huge, more than 10 feet long. It directly hit the deck of the ship with a thunderous force. Several ordinary people who could not dodge in time were smashed into meat paste on the spot. Accompanied by a loud noise, the deck turned into fragments and flew in all directions. The Red Cloud Sect cultivator, under the leadership of the two Supreme Elders, attacked the tentacle. For a time, a variety of martial arts and weapons flew all over the sky. But no matter what kind of attack hit the tentacle, it could not hurt it. Even the means of the two Supreme Elders could not do anything to it. Hua! On the other side of the ship, another tentacle soared into the air and slammed down fiercely. This time, it hit the bow of the ship. The stern of the ship, which was more than 20 zhang long, was tilted up. The violent shaking caused everyone to lose their footing. The true element boundary masters and above used their true essence to fly into the air, while the rest of the martial artists and ordinary people fled in panic. Steady, steady for me. Yu Xiaoping shouted with all his strength, but how could he calm the people? Hua hua hua. 7 or 8 tentacles stretched out from under the sea at the same time, directly wrapped around the ship and dragged it to the bottom of the sea. A huge force came and everyone could feel themselves sinking quickly. It must be the island guardian monster beast. Ding Jiazi saw this scene and his face was aghast. The strength of the island guardian monster beast was beyond his imagination. With his means, he could not cope with it. He immediately called Xianxia, "You and I will attack together and see if we can drive it away." Xianxia looked serious and nodded. Before she made a move, her eyes widened. She shouted at Ding Jiazi, "Brother Ding, behind you." Ding Jiazi was stunned. He only felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. Soon after, his back was fiercely slapped. His whole body seemed to have been struck by lightning. With a wah sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a falling meteorite, he smashed into the sea. Not waiting for him to fall into the sea, another tentacle stretched out from under the sea and accurately rolled him up. Ding Jiazi's mouth made a sensational scream. The sound of bones breaking came from his body. He desperately urged his yuan qi, but still could not get rid of it. He stretched out a hand to Xianxia and sorrowfully shouted, "Sister Lan, save me." The two Red Cloud sect's supreme elders had an ill-fated relationship when they were young. They loved each other so much that they even became husband and wife. But later on, they did not know what happened. The two were no longer as close as before. Although they still contacted each other in private, they were not as harmonious as before. Now, facing Ding Jiazi's call for help, Xianxia was stunned. She immediately used her movement skill and rushed to the hidden island without looking back. This monster beast could seriously injure Ding Jiazi. Naturally, it was not something she could deal with. In order to save her life, how could Xianxia dare to stay here? She did not care about Ding Jiazi. She also did not care about the Red Cloud sect cultivator on the ship. The most important thing now was to save her own life. Ding Jiazi smiled miserably. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest. When disaster comes, they fly separately. Bitch. Just as he finished speaking, Ding Jiazi's body was directly cut into 2 pieces. Thick blood spurted out and his internal organs scattered. His eyes widened as he fell into the sea. The Supreme Elder was killed in an instant. How could the Red Cloud sect cultivator still have the strength to fight? This tyrannical monster beast had not yet revealed its full face, yet it was already so powerful. What would happen if it revealed its true body? The original joy of finding the hidden island disappeared at this moment, leaving only a deep fear. Half of the big ship was dragged under the water, and the huge tentacle was still beating the hull. Every time it beat, the big ship became more and more tattered. What should we do? A Red Cloud sect cultivator cried out. He was still young, he still had a beautiful future, how could he fall here? Just as he finished speaking, he was smashed into minced meat by a tentacle, leaving behind only a voice full of lofty aspirations. It was as bloody as purgatory. At this moment, there was almost no difference between a cultivator and an ordinary person. Under the attack of the huge tentacle, no matter who it was, as long as they were hit, they would die. When the Yuan Qi experts saw Xianxia escape, they naturally flew towards the hidden island. How could they have the time to care about the life and death of those disciples? But even the Yuan Qi experts could not escape the attack of the monster beast under the sea. Flying in the air wasn't necessarily safe either. Those tentacles seemed to have eyes, and they accurately swept towards the true energy boundary experts flying in the air. Every time they wrapped around one of them, they would be strangled to death without question. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He watched from beginning to end. From the appearance of the huge tentacle until now, only 10 breaths of time had passed. More than half of the Red Cloud sect people were killed or injured, and even more ordinary people died. It was not safe to stay on the ship. After a while, the big ship would be smashed apart. Even if it was not smashed apart, it would be pulled into the sea. Jumping into the sea to escape, there may be a glimmer of hope. It was just a possibility. Kai Yang didn't want to sit still and wait for death, so he anxiously roared, "Jump ship." He was not kindly reminding others, but if he jumped off the ship alone, it was easy to be targeted by those tentacles. If everyone jumped, they could distract the attention of the monster beast under the sea. Sure enough, after hearing Yang Kai's shout, those panicked people woke up as if from a dream. They hurriedly ran to the side of the ship and jumped without hesitation. Blood blossomed from the bottom one after another. Obviously, the people who jumped off the ship didn't escape, but there were still many people who were lucky and were swimming towards the hidden island. Feeling it was about time, Kai Yang also jumped down. The entire sea seemed to be boiling. Dozens of people were running for their lives in different directions. Yang Kai observed the situation as he swam, and soon he discovered something. It seemed that those who escaped quickly were more likely to be targeted. Most of the Red Cloud sect's martial artists had some sort of movement skill. Although many of them were unable to fly, their swimming speed was much faster than ordinary people. But from time to time, the people in the front would be swept by the tentacles from the bottom of the sea. In addition to a few bubbles, there was no trace of them. On the contrary, the ordinary people who fell behind were rarely attacked. Yang Kai did not know how the monster beast under the sea determined the position of these people, but since he found this situation, of course, he would take advantage of it. Holding his breath, restraining his breath and suppressing his heartbeat to the limit, Yang Kai was like a piece of duckweed on the sea. He slowly approached the hidden island. The tentacles did not look for him. While he was on edge, a violent crashing sound came from behind him. Yang Kai was shocked and turned his head. He saw a Red Cloud sect cultivator swimming towards him with a pale face. The movement was comparable to pouring salt into a pot of oil. Yang Kai secretly cursed. The Red Cloud sect cultivator quickly came to Yang Kai's side. Without looking at him, he put his hand on Yang Kai's shoulder, wanting to borrow his strength. At this time, a tentacle stretched out from behind the two people. Whether it was Yang Kai or the Red Cloud sect cultivator, they both found the crisis behind them. The Red Cloud sect cultivator was also clever. He put a little force on Yang Kai's shoulder, trying to grab him and throw him towards the tentacle. But when the yuan qi poured in, Yang Kai only floated up slightly and then sank back down. Instead, Yang Kai put his hand on the cultivator's shoulder. The vigorous and pure yuan qi poured out and directly hit the cultivator. You. The Red Cloud sect cultivator's face was full of shock and disbelief. Yang Kai's clothes were clearly the clothes of the ordinary people on the ship. He did not expect that this ordinary person would suddenly have the foundation of a cultivator. Caught off guard, he did not have time to react and flew out of the sea. The tentacle rolled and wrapped around him. Accompanied by a miserable scream, the man's bones were crushed. The broken bones pierced into his internal organs, instantly killing him. Yang Kai did not dare to move. He vigilantly stared at the tentacle in the air and narrowed his eyes. After a while, the tentacle slowly retracted and sank into the sea and disappeared. Sure enough, the more he moved, the more he would be targeted. Instead, like Yang Kai, not moving and not breathing was the most correct way to escape. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai continued to swim forward. The hidden island was not too far from the ship's accident site, but it was also not too close. It was about 10 miles away. This distance was nothing for a cultivator who lived by the sea for a long time. Even those ordinary people could easily swim across. Of course, the premise was that there was no strange tentacle attack. After spending a full hour, Yang Kai slowly swam to the hidden island. Stepping on the beach, Yang Kai directly collapsed on the ground. Lying on the ground, he looked up at the blue sky and gasped for breath. In this short hour, God knows how much he was worried. He was really afraid that a tentacle would suddenly appear behind him and roll him up. Fortunately, he found the right way to deal with it. The tentacle did not attack him from beginning to end. When he was escaping, he did not have time to care about the movements of other people around him. After a while, Yang Kai heard someone not far from him coughing softly. It was a woman's voice. Turning his head to look, after seeing who it was, Yang Kai secretly cursed his bad luck. On the beach 30 feet away, the Red Cloud sect Xu Aoqing was half kneeling on the ground. She was soaking wet, her clothes clinging to her body. Full breasts, full waist, round buttocks, slender legs. Her beauty was faintly discernible, causing people's imagination to run wild. She should have just escaped. She was vomiting seawater. Her wet hair was draped over her shoulders. Her beautiful face was somewhat pale. She looked pitiful. For this arrogant and vicious woman, Yang Kai did not have any good feelings. She sacrificed herself to obtain information from Miao Lin, but after that, she even wanted to throw Miao Lin into the sea. She really had a heart of snakes and scorpions. Although Yang Kai also wanted Miao Lin to die. Not wanting to have anything to do with her, Yang Kai quietly got up and walked towards the hidden island. You stop. Yang Kai did not want to have anything to do with her, but Yu Aoqing also saw Yang Kai and shouted behind him. Yang Kai ignored her and still walked forward. I told you to stop, did you not hear me? Yu Aoqing was furious. She quickly got up from the ground, her figure flashed a few times, blocking in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. When he was on the big ship, he was very careful, but here, that did not mean he had to be the same. Yu Aoqing's strength was at the separation and reunion boundary, much higher than Yang Kai's, but if they really fought, Yang Kai believed that even if he could not beat her, escaping would not be a problem. Yu Aoqing also looked at Yang Kai curiously. She had some impression of this ordinary person who worked as a menial worker on the ship, but she hadn't expected that he wouldn't show any fear when facing her. His expression was also quite calm. He was not old, only a 15 or 16-year-old boy, but his courage was not small. Yu Aoqing sneered in her heart, her Yuanqi turned, drying her wet clothes, restoring her previous arrogant appearance, and said, I ask you, have you seen anyone else? No. Yang Kai frowned. Not a single one? There is one. Where? You. Yu Aoqing took a deep breath, her breasts exaggeratedly rising and falling, almost breaking free from the shackles of her clothes, coldly said, You better behave, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Yang Kai did not like her cold arrogance, but he did not show it on his face. He was considering whether to get rid of this woman now and then rush into the hidden island. This was definitely a good time to escape. But before he could act, a cry of surprise came from the side, Senior Sister Qing, it's great that you're okay. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. This was really a case of enemies meeting. Miao Lin had also come ashore nearby, and it seemed that he had been running for some time. At this moment, he was running from the palm trees on the side. Not only Miao Lin, but there was also another Red Cloud sect female disciple behind him. 3 Red Cloud sect cultivator, he could not deal with them for the time being. Yang Kai slowly put away his thoughts. Why didn't he drown? Yu Aoqing clenched her teeth and cursed, apparently she did not expect to meet this annoying fly on the island. Good people don't pay with their lives, scourges live for thousands of years. Yang Kai said meaningfully. Yu Aoqing glared at him coldly, a very approving smile appearing on her face. Miao Lin rushed to Yu Aoqing's side and said with great joy, Senior Sister Qing, it's great to see you. Yu Aoqing nodded lightly and arrogantly, her eyes cast behind him and asked, Are you two the only ones here? Miao Lin replied, Well, I came up earlier, except for Senior Sister Xianxia, there is no one else nearby. The Red Cloud sect female disciple named Xianxia also walked over at this moment. The two sides converged. There were only 4 people, one of them was Yang Kai disguised as an ordinary person. The situation was worrying. Yu Aoqing ran her fingers through her hair, looking back at the sea, she could not help but sigh faintly. Yang Kai also took a look and found that more than a dozen kilometers away, the big ship had been reduced to a pile of broken planks. The surface of the sea was dyed red with many broken limbs and pieces of flesh floating there, attracting the attention of many sharks. It was like hell on earth. Can we go back? Yu Aoqing whispered softly. Cough cough, I can't take it anymore. I'll eat and rest for a while. Originally, they thought that the Red Cloud sect was destined to become famous under the heavens after finding the hidden island. However, they didn't expect that the big ship would be destroyed. Even if the people who were still alive obtained some treasures from the hidden island, how could they return to the Red Cloud sect? Without a strong ship, even if they were immortal Ascension boundary masters, they would not be able to cross the distance of nearly 10,000 miles. Sadness and a faint uneasiness surged in the hearts of the 3 Red Cloud sect disciples. The 3 of them were young and had never encountered any great hardships. On this day, they were attacked by the monster beast and witnessed the deaths of countless elders. Human lives were as fragile as ants. If not for their good luck, they would have been like those people, their corpses turned into food for the fish and beasts. Fortunately, they were able to escape, but now they were trapped on this isolated island with no hope of returning home. Naturally, they felt sad. Senior sister Qing, don't worry, junior brother. We'll definitely find a chance to take you back. Miao Lin was well versed in picking up girls. Although his heart was panicking, he knew that this was the best time to show off, so he quickly opened his mouth and said with sincerity. Yuao Qing was already in a bad mood, so when she heard him boast so shamelessly, she could not help but sneer. What ability do you have to take me away? Can you build a ship that can withstand the monster beast's attack? No. Miao Lin was questioned, and his expression became awkward. Then can you cross this distance of 10,000 miles? Yuao Qing asked again. I can't. If you can't, then shut your mouth. Yuao Qing vented all her pent-up anger on the ship, and if it weren't for the fact that they were currently in dire straits, she would have already attacked Miao Lin. Zhang Yu quickly tried to persuade her, Senior sister Qing, don't be angry, Miao Lin was just casually speaking. Humph. Yuao Qing swung her hair, turned around and walked along the sea, while coldly saying, you don't have any ability, yet you still want to be a hero, overestimating yourself. Zhang Yu quickly followed. Miao Lin tried to comfort her, but after being ridiculed by Yuao Qing, his face turned ugly. He muttered under his breath, a trace of resentment flashing across his eyes. He then turned to look at Yang Kai, his murderous intent surging, seemingly wanting to vent his anger on Yang Kai. Take him with you. Yuao Qing's cold voice came from the front. Miao Lin hurriedly responded, shooting a hateful glare towards Yang Kai before shoving him away. The 4 of them walked along the beach in a certain direction. Although Yuao Qing did not say what she wanted to do, Yang Kai knew that she wanted to find the Red Cloud sect disciples who had scattered because of their escape. This was undoubtedly the correct approach. Now that they were all alone and had no elders to hold down the fort, they naturally had to find someone to meet up with. But after walking for a whole day on the beach, they only found 4 people in distress. Moreover, only 2 of them were Red Cloud sect's disciples and the other 2 were ordinary people. The others were all scattered to unknown places. The team had expanded to 8 people, but their overall strength had not increased by much. These 5 Red Cloud sect disciples were all from the younger generation. The last 2 Red Cloud sect disciples they found were a man and a woman. The man was called Qi Yuan and the woman was called Luo Qian. Their strength was not very good, probably between the peak of the Qi transformation stage and the separation and reunion boundary. Not being able to find the elders, Yuao Qing looked a little flustered. Among the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples here, she was the strongest. She was already at the separation and reunion boundary 6th stage, the others were not as strong as her. Moreover, her status in the Red Cloud sect was quite high, so everyone naturally looked to her as their leader. They all expected her to lead them to the right path. This burden on her shoulders made her feel somewhat at a loss. At night, 3 ordinary people were instructed by the Red Cloud sect disciples to gather some firewood and set up a bonfire on the beach. Everyone gathered together to discuss what to do next. Some people proposed to look for the elders again, while others said to stay here and wait for others to find them. Their opinions were not unanimous. In the end, Yuao Qing said, since we have entered Hidden Island, we can't waste this opportunity. Tomorrow, we will explore the island. Maybe we will meet our martial uncles. Even if we don't meet them, if we get an opportunity, maybe we can leave here and return to the Red Cloud sect. Everyone felt that Yuao Qing's words were reasonable. Moreover, the wealth and opportunities hidden in Hidden Island were the biggest reason why they were so excited. Yang Kai waited for them to finish their discussion before he said, Masters, if you enter the island, can you not bring the 3 of us with you? We are just seaside fishermen, in case we encounter any danger, we can't fight like you, we can only be a burden. The other two ordinary people also thought so, but they were not as bold as Xianxia. At this moment, they all looked at Yue Qing expectantly. They knew that the decision was in Yue Qing's hands. Zhang Yu frowned slightly and nodded. Yes, it is indeed a burden to bring you along. Originally, she thought that Yue Qing would agree to leave these three ordinary people here, but she did not expect that Yue Qing would only think for a moment before shaking her head and saying with a smile, "You were brought in by my Red Cloud sect. If we leave you here, you may encounter some danger. It is better to follow us and hope to get out of here alive." Bitch! Xianxia cursed. How could he not know what Yue Qing was thinking? This beautiful woman with a heart as venomous as a snake and scorpion would never be so kind. Although he thought so, he had no choice but to express his gratitude, sighing that he would have to follow the Red Cloud sect for a few more days. Anyway, he did not know much about Hidden Island, so he could follow them to explore the situation. When there was really danger, he would not be afraid of not finding a chance to escape. At night, the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples took turns to keep watch. The next day, a group of 8 people stepped into Hidden Island to explore. As soon as they entered the island, Yue Qing revealed her true purpose, letting one of the ordinary people lead the way while the others followed behind. Although this person was extremely frightened, under Yue Qing's threat, he had no choice but to obey. It was not until now that everyone knew why Yue Qing insisted on bringing ordinary people. It was to be used as a pathfinder. After walking for a long time, they went deeper and deeper into the forest. They were surrounded by towering ancient trees that swayed endlessly. The rustling sounds made people feel uneasy. The ordinary person who was leading the way was like a frightened bird. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground, crying and begging for mercy. The Red Cloud sect disciples ignored him and continued to threaten him. After a long time, the ordinary person once again summoned the courage to walk forward. At noon, a row of fruit trees suddenly appeared in front of them, bearing some bright red fruits. No one knew what these fruits were, but they smelled very fragrant. The group was tired and hungry. At this moment, seeing so many fruits, their appetite was naturally aroused, and they could not help but swallow their saliva. Luo Qianqian reached out and picked one, wanting to taste it, but Yue Qing coldly shouted, "Wait." Luo Qianqian's action paused, looking at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" Yue Qing's face was cold. She took the fruit, her beautiful eyes looking at the 3 ordinary people. Seeing her expression, everyone knew what she wanted to do. In the case of not knowing whether this fruit was poisonous or not, the best way was to find someone to try it. The 2 ordinary people both looked flustered, not daring to look at her. Xianxia also pretended to do the same. Yue Qing looked at Xianxia. She walked in front of him and stuffed the fruit into his hand, saying, "Eat it." Xianxia held back his anger. Looking down at the fruit in his hand, he put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it. Intuitively, he felt that it was not poisonous, but in this world, what was good and what was bad, who could say clearly? "Eat it, it's not poisonous." Old Demon's voice came, "This little girl is really not a good thing. Do you recognize this?" Xianxia asked with concern. If not for the old demon's reminder, Xianxia would have made a scene even if it exposed his identity, but since the old demon said it was not poisonous, naturally he could eat it. In any case, he was hungry. Although his heart was clear, his face was still filled with embarrassment. Looking at the fruit in his hand, he felt like it was the most powerful poison in the world. Under Yue Qing's repeated urging, Xianxia reluctantly took a bite. It was very fragrant and sweet, somewhat like a ripe persimmon, but much more chewy. "Eat more," Yue Qing ordered with a cold face. "Old demon, if I can kill this woman, I want you to torture her immortal soul." Xianxia secretly swore in his heart. Old servant obeys. Old demon smiled. Waiting for Xianxia to finish eating the whole fruit, the other 7 people did not move, all eagerly waiting for his reaction. After waiting for half an hour, seeing that Xianxia was still fine, Yue Qing involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief, waving her hand and saying, "You can eat, we'll rest here for a while, then we'll be on our way." Hearing her say so, Miao Lin and Qi Yuan quickly went forward to pick the fruit. The 3 Red Cloud female disciples did not move. After a moment, Miao Lin and Qi Yuan came back with a lot of fruit, eagerly handing it to the three women. Miao Lin was not stingy with his praise. Senior sister Qing is so clever. This time, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have lived for more than a few days before being poisoned to death. Zhang Yu also said, yes, I've long heard that senior sister Qing is intelligent. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. Hearing such praise, a faint smile appeared on Yuao Qing's cold face. While the 5 Red Cloud disciples were eating, Yang Kai and the other 2 ordinary people were not idle, constantly stuffing fruit into their mouths. There was a row of fruit trees here that bore quite a lot of fruits. The 8 of them ate and took, sweeping all the fruits clean. After eating and drinking, they once again set out. Perhaps because Yang Kai had taken a lot of risks, this time, the person leading the way was not him, but another ordinary person. After walking for a while, Qi Yuan suddenly pointed to the side and said, "Look over there, there's something flashing." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and indeed found that there was a little shining light in the grass. "Let's go and see," Yuao Qing ordered. Soon, everyone came 30 feet away from the flashing light. Yuao Qing's cautiousness was once again reflected. As usual, she let an ordinary person test it out, while she stayed in place. With his life in the hands of others, this ordinary person had no choice but to submit to Yuao Qing's tyrannical authority. Trembling, he stepped forward to take a look and said, "Masters, this is just a small blade of grass." Hearing him say this, the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Yu hurriedly asked, "What kind of grass?" "It's snow white, very beautiful." The man replied, then asked again, "Do you want me to pick it up?" "Don't touch it," Yuao Qing coldly shouted, then led the Red Cloud sect disciples forward. Yang Kai also followed. When they approached, the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was indeed a snow-white grass, as eye-catching as jade. It looked crystal clear, and some fluorescent liquid could be vaguely seen flowing through the grass's meridians. "Heavens!" Zhang Yu exclaimed, "It's ice-skin jade bone grass." Yuao Qing's face also showed a smile. "Sure enough, it's an earth-grade high-rank spirit grass." Luo Qianxian was also quite excited, while Qi Yuan and Miao Lin were still calm. The reason for this was because the ice-flesh jade bone grass was a spirit grass that was specially made for females. It was similar to the beauty's core that Yang Kai obtained in the Red Cloud sect's right peninsula. If a woman took the beauty's core, it would make her appearance slightly more beautiful, and if a woman took the ice-skin jade bone grass, it would make her skin crystal clear, delicate like a newborn baby. If the two were used together, it was enough to turn an ugly woman into a beautiful woman, having the effect of being reborn. Women loved beauty, and there were 3 women here. Which one of them didn't want to become more beautiful? Seeing this ice-skin jade bone grass, they would naturally be happy. "Just entering Hidden Island and we've already obtained such a treasure. It looks like our trip will be a big harvest." Miao Lin looked quite excited. Yuao Qing didn't hesitate, directly bending down to pick the ice-skin jade bone grass, then took out a jade box from her arms and carefully put it inside. Zhang Yu and Luo Qianxian both looked at her, wanting to say something but hesitated. Yuao Qing smiled, "When we return to the sect, I'll let the people of the Pill Hall refine it. 2 junior sisters will definitely have a share." She also knew that now was not the right time to have a dispute with the Shi men, so she tried to appease them. Sure enough, Zhang Yu and Luo Qianxian's faces lit up with smiles. "Thank you, senior sister Qing. When the time comes to ask the Pill Hall to refine pills, we'll need senior sister Qing's help." After obtaining an earth-grade high-rank spirit grass, the worry and anxiety of the Red Cloud Sex group was swept away, and the uneasiness that lingered in their hearts gradually dissipated, instead becoming relaxed and cheerful. It was as if they had not fallen into this place, but had come here in search of treasures. But it has to be said that the Hidden Island was a place that no one had set foot on for many years, so it did have a lot of natural treasures. After walking in the Hidden Island for 2 days, the harvest was already full. They collected more than a dozen kinds of exotic flowers and herbs, all of which were above the earth-grade mid-grade. They even found 1 or 2 heaven-grade herbs here. With this harvest, the 5 Red Cloud sect members were even more motivated. On this day, as they were walking, an expanse of hazy fog suddenly appeared before them, and it obstructed their line of sight. This fog looked strange, and the ordinary person leading the group stopped, his face showing some hesitation and fear as he turned to look at Yuao Qing. Keep going. Yuao Qing remained unmoved, her beautiful face full of ruthlessness. The man had no choice but to walk forward. But just as his body merged into the fog, there was a sudden burst of crackling sounds, and a tragic cry came out of his mouth. It was short and hurried, and then his whole body collapsed to the ground, twitching non-stop. Everyone's face changed color, and they all stepped back, looking at the man's changes in horror. They saw that the man seemed to have been thrown into a pot of boiling oil, as if he was being melted by a raging fire. His body constantly emitted bursts of white gas, and his flesh and blood separated from his bones, falling to the ground and turning into a pool of dark red blood. In less than 5 breaths of time, a living person's flesh and blood was completely gone, turning into a pile of bones spread out on the ground. The air was filled with an indescribable smell. Ugh! Zhang Yu and Luo Qianxian were so scared that their pretty faces turned pale, bending over and vomiting. Although Miao Lin and Qi Yuan were better off, they were not much better. Yuao Qing's long eyelashes trembled uneasily, her face and lips suddenly lost all color, becoming extremely pale. Although she was also pale, she was not as bad as Zhang Yu and Luo Qianxian. The commoner who was standing beside Kai Yang felt his legs go soft as he fell to the ground. In the field, the only one who was still calm was Yang Kai. Even so, he felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. If he had gone in, he was afraid he would have ended up like this. But then again, if Yuao Qing had really forced him to go in, Yang Kai would not have taken the risk. This fog is highly toxic. Yuao Qing stiffly turned around, glancing at the crowd, pretending to be calm, and said in a trembling voice, "Let's go around." Everyone had just seen such a terrible scene, so naturally they could not wait to leave, and at this moment they quickly followed Yuao Qing's footsteps. After walking for a few miles, the crowd finally calmed down. After surviving this calamity, the Red Cloud sect disciples all looked at Yuao Qing gratefully. If it weren't for her cautiousness, this time, one of the Red Cloud sect disciples would have perished in the fog, and that person might have been them. After this incident, they were even more impressed with Yuao Qing's decision to bring ordinary people to explore. Yang Kai also knew that he should look for an opportunity to leave. Otherwise, if they encountered a dangerous place like the one just now, he would definitely be pushed out by Yuao Qing. If he stayed with this group of people, sooner or later he would be killed by that scorpion woman. Now he only lacked an opportunity to make them panic and have no time to think about other things. The group was resting when a rustling sound suddenly entered their ears. Yang Kai frowned, feeling something was wrong. "What's that sound?" Miao Lin was a little nervous, suddenly standing up. "Is there a sound?" Qi Yuan listened carefully. "Shoo, don't make a sound, listen carefully." Yuao Qing apparently also heard something. The crowd held their breath, and heard a buzzing sound coming from all directions. It sounded like the flight of bees, but it was evidently much louder than that. The buzzing sound was quickly approaching, not only that, there was even a rustling sound coming from under their feet. Looking closely, they saw countless thin lines on the ground, gathering in the direction of their breathing, as if there was something underground that was quickly digging a hole to attack. "Not good, run." Yuao Qing's face suddenly changed, exclaiming, hurriedly running in a direction. The several Red Cloud disciples quickly followed. Although Yang Kai was looking for a chance to escape, he did not want to be exposed too early, not to mention, he did not even know what the enemy was, so naturally he wanted to use the hands of the Red Cloud disciples to find out first. The speed of several people was very fast. After Yuao Qing gave the order, they all flew out. After a few steps, suddenly there was a scream behind them. Everyone looked back, and in an instant they were scared out of their wits. They saw that the last ordinary person was now surrounded by a group of about the size of a bull, strange-looking black insects. In his screams, his clothes were torn, his flesh and blood splattered, and in just a moment he fell to the ground dead. The eyes of several people trembled violently. Although they were cultivator, they did not recognize these ferocious insects. The unknown panic made them feel at a loss. Seeing the power of these insects, the 5 Red Cloud disciples ran even faster. At this moment, no one paid attention to Yang Kai. It was too late to escape. Who would care about him? After running for a while, Yuao Qing suddenly stopped. The several people behind her quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "There are more in front. We are surrounded." Yuao Qing's face was pale. Everyone looked, and sure enough, they saw a buzzing sound in front of them, an overwhelming number of black insects flying towards them. "Kill our way out." Yuao Qing made a prompt decision. The Red Cloud disciples quickly took out their weapons and followed her into the swarm. There were a lot of insects, but their level should be very low. The 5 Red Cloud disciples formed a triangle, and after a while, they actually killed these insects in droves. This gave them some hope, and they began to work even harder. Yang Kai followed behind them, perhaps because the attacks of the 5 Red Cloud disciples attracted the attention of these insects. He was safe and sound, not being targeted by the insects. "Old demon, what the hell is this?" Yang Kai asked as he moved forward. "This old servant has never seen it before." "You haven't seen it before?" Yang Kai was speechless. The old demon helplessly said, "Please forgive me, young master, I have lived for so long yet I am still ignorant." This old demon, in a life or death situation, he still has the mood to talk nonsense. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly saw Qi Yuan reach out towards him, grabbing his collar and throwing him out. There were too many insects nearby, and for a moment he was unable to deal with them, so he wanted to use Yang Kai as a shield. Yang Kai's face went cold, knowing that he could no longer hide. His hand shot out, grabbing Qi Yuan's arm, and as he was about to be thrown out, he flipped over, neutralizing his strength. Landing on the ground, Yang Kai twisted his waist, and threw him towards the swarm of insects. Ah! Qi Yuan was stunned, not understanding how he was thrown out, and in the next moment his body was surrounded by insects, screaming miserably. "Qi Yuan!" Zhang Yu shouted in horror, immediately staring coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai sneered, his true Yang Yuan Qi suddenly erupting, his body glowing red like a burning fireball. The 4 Red Cloud disciples were stunned by this sudden change. They never thought that the ordinary person they had been working with for several days would have such a change. Not paying attention to the 4 Red Cloud disciples, Yang Kai directly rushed in the direction Qi Yuan had been thrown out. The swarm of insects quickly surrounded him, but in front of the blazing true Yang Yuan Qi, these small winged things were simply unable to withstand a single blow, falling down like dumplings, unable to fly even close to Yang Kai's body. The 4 Red Cloud disciples watched as Yang Kai, wrapped in the blazing Yuan Qi, broke through a gap, and elegantly left. "Ah!" Miao Lin was shocked, unable to close his mouth. "Don't be distracted, follow me out." Yuao Qing bitterly glared at Yang Kai's back, gritting her teeth so hard they almost broke. It turned out that this person was not an ordinary person, but a cultivator who had hidden his strength. Before, when he saw Yuao Qing and the others being so flustered, Yang Kai thought that these insects would be very difficult to deal with, but now that he had personally dealt with them, he discovered that this was not the case. Perhaps Yuao Qing and the others were difficult to deal with, but for him it was a piece of cake. The wings of these little things were fragile, and their level was low. He didn't even need to make a move, just as hot Yang Qi was enough to burn their wings. Without the ability to fly, they could not pose much of a threat to Yang Kai. Their only advantage was their large numbers, and they could dig holes, shuttling through the ground. Their movements were extremely convenient, and they often jumped out from under Yang Kai's feet to attack him. Using his movement skill, Yang Kai quickly escaped the encirclement of the insects. After rushing forward a few miles, he suddenly stopped. He found that there was a hazy fog in front of him. It was the same fog that had just melted the ordinary person. What happened? Did he run back? Yang Kai was a little uncertain, and quickly ran along the edge of the fog, hoping to find a way out. But half an hour later, when a skeleton appeared in front of Yang Kai, his expression could not help but change. This skeleton belonged to the ordinary person who had just been melted. Not giving up, he continued to run. After a while, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Not far in front of him, there was another corpse, but it was not beyond recognition. The clothes on the corpse were familiar to Yang Kai. It was the uniform of the Red Cloud sect's disciples. And judging from the weapon beside him, this person was the one he had thrown out before, Qi Yuan. After running for so long, he was actually running in circles. The surrounding area of more than a dozen miles had been completely surrounded by the highly toxic fog. It wasn't until this moment that Xianxia realized that these insects weren't as easy to deal with as they appeared to be. They were indeed unable to withstand a single blow from his Xianxia, but he didn't know what kind of ability they had to actually use this highly toxic gas to seal off this large area. Unless he broke through the fog, there was no way to leave. Could he withstand the erosion of the fog? Xianxia was not sure. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to test the waters. Arriving at the edge of the fog, Xianxia slowly stretched out his hand with a cold expression. His true Yang secret art was pushed to the limit, and he even used the unyielding will. As soon as his fingers touched the fog, Xianxia retracted his hand as fast as lightning. A series of crackling sounds came from his fingertips. Looking down, Xianxia's face sank. The piece of flesh at the tip of his finger was almost melted. A piercing pain came, and Xianxia decisively cut off the piece of flesh. He tore off his clothes and wrapped them around his wound. After which, he took a deep breath and scanned his surroundings. He had just separated from Yuao Qing and the others nearby, but where were they now? With the fog surrounding them, no one could escape. There were no other corpses here, so where did they go? Sha sha sha, weng weng weng. Countless insects were like fish that smelled blood. They closed in on Xianxia again. Xianxia's expression changed. Forcing his true Yang Yuan Qi out of his body, he rushed to meet the insects head-on. It was as easy as before. After the wings of these strange insects were burned, they fell to the ground. However, their numbers did not decrease at all. Instead, there were more and more of them. Only God knew how many strange insects were hidden here. They covered the sky and covered the earth. Xianxia ran while killing these little things. After circling several times around this area, he still could not find the slightest way out. He could not help feeling anxious. Although he had a lot of yang liquid in his dantian, enough to support his slaughter, his physical strength was always limited. If his physical strength was exhausted, even if he had more yang liquid, he could only sit and wait for death. Young master, this kind of insect monster beast generally has an insect king, just like a bee. At the critical moment, the old demon spoke. What do you mean? Xianxia took the time to ask. Old servant is saying that if we can control the insect king, we may be able to escape from here. Do you know where the insect king is? Ahem. Old servant does not know. Xianxia was not in the mood to blame the old demon for his nonsense, but he had thought of a possibility. Perhaps, these insects besieging him was not to kill him, but to hunt him down. The disappearance of Yuao Qing and the others, and the absence of any corpses, was the best proof. These Red Cloud sect disciples were most likely captured by these insects and taken somewhere. And that place should be the insect's nest. The same was true for the bees. Some bees were collecting honey outside, bringing it back for the queen bee to enjoy. Was it possible to interpret the behavior of these insects as collecting honey? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. A bold plan slowly took shape in his mind. Carefully speculating about the success rate of this plan, Xianxia put away his true Yang Yuan Qi, panting heavily as he looked at the insects. Xianxia no longer resisted, and the insects no longer attacked, instead surrounding him layer by layer. Young master, what are you doing? The old demon was shocked. Doing an experiment. Xianxia's face was calm. He could not escape the fog surrounding him, and if he continued to fight like this, sooner or later he would die of exhaustion, so he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to fight back. If his guess was right, there would be some hope of survival. After confronting each other for a moment, the insects suddenly separated from each other and flew towards Xianxia. The old demon shouted, "Young master, you can't just sit here and wait for death. Shut up." Xianxia did not want to listen to him. All of his attention was focused on the dozens of insects rushing over, his whole body tensed up like a bow, waiting for the right moment to strike again. But to his delight and spirits, after these insects flew onto him, they actually didn't have any intention of killing him. Instead, they dragged, pulled, knocked, and pushed him, and pulled him towards a certain direction. Sure enough. Xianxia's mouth bloomed into a smile. In this way, it could explain why there were no corpses of Yuao Qing and the others. Presumably, these people were also exhausted from fighting and were caught by the insects. Surrounded by tens of thousands of insects, the scene was a bit frightening, but Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he walked in the direction these insects were pulling him. Not long after, he came to a large pit. In this large pit, there was a dark cave, like the mouth of a man-eating beast, extremely ferocious. Yang Kai saw a tattered skirt at the mouth of the cave. The color and material were somewhat familiar. It was Yuao Qing's. They had really been caught. The speculation in his heart had been completely confirmed, so Yang Kai had nothing to worry about, and without waiting for the insects to urge him, he jumped directly into the cave. An unpleasant stench hit him in the face. The inside of this cave was full of twists and turns, and the underground was full of tunnels opened by the insects. It looked like a completely different world. As Yang Kai walked, he paid attention to the direction, and secretly left some marks where he passed. In the tunnels, from time to time, he could see many insects running back and forth. Moreover, the insects here were not only the size of bulls, there seemed to be many different kinds of insects. Some were almost the size of a person, some were the size of washbasins, some were the size of buckets, some were the size of basins, some were the size of buckets. They all looked extremely frightening. Because he had actually become a prisoner of a group of insects. Wait until I find your insect king, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Led by the insects, Yang Kai walked for a long time in the tunnel before arriving at a relatively spacious space. It was not an exaggeration to say that this place was a cave, but it was actually a place where the insects stored their food. Because when Yang Kai came in, he found that the Red Cloud sect people were all trapped here. Many eyes looked at Yang Kai, and Yang Kai heard a burst of malicious and gloating laughter. It was coming from Miao Lin. The Red Cloud sect people were more or less injured, and were sitting on the ground dispiritedly, all of them looking at Yang Kai with unkind eyes. The insects escorted Yang Kai here and then left, but outside the cave, there were several large insects taller than humans guarding, apparently to prevent these people from escaping. Entering the cave, Yang Kai did not pay attention to the Red Cloud sect people, and found a remote corner to sit down cross-legged. Yuao Qing stared coldly at Yang Kai, seeing him close his eyes in concentration, not speaking at all. She could not help but ask, "Who are you?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and lightly glanced at her. "Why did you sneak onto my Red Cloud sect ship and hide your strength? Why are you so scheming?" Yuao Qing asked in succession. Yang Kai looked at her disdainfully, slowly saying, "First, it was not me who wanted to sneak onto your ship, it was your Red Cloud sect who brought me here. Second, if I did not hide my strength, would I still be alive? Third, I have plotted and schemed only to survive. Woman, don't question me with that arrogant face. If not for your Red Cloud sect capturing people everywhere, how could I be here? You dare talk to me like that?" Yuao Qing sneered. "Do you think you are so noble?" Yang Kai disdainfully said. "Senior Sister Qing, don't talk nonsense with him, he just killed Brother Qi Yuan." Miao Lin stared hatefully at Yang Kai. "We have to avenge Brother Qi Yuan." "Haha." Yang Kai laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Miao Lin gnashed his teeth at Yang Kai. "Do you not know how to write the word death? Idiot." Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. "When I was working on this ship, I heard this woman tell your elder you that when we found Hidden Island, she would throw you into the sea. It's ridiculous that you didn't know." Yuao Qing panicked and quickly said, "I didn't say that." Then she glanced at Miao Lin and explained, "Don't listen to his nonsense." Miao Lin looked at Yang Kai and said, "Do you think I will believe your nonsense, slandering Senior Sister Qing?" "Senior Sister Qing, you don't have to explain, I know you won't do that." Only then did Yuao Qing nod. Whether she said it or not, she knows best. Yang Kai said coldly, looking at Yuao Qing, "You better not do anything, or you may alarm those insects." Yuao Qing took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent in her heart. She knew that what Yang Kai said was true. While they were talking, the big insects guarding outside had been alerted and were now poking their heads out to look at them. Although she wanted to kill Yang Kai, she really didn't dare to do it. The verbal confrontation was tasteless. Yang Kai just wanted to plant a thorn in Miao Lin's heart. After all, they were outnumbered. If they really wanted to deal with him, he would certainly not be able to get away with it. Only by making them suspect each other could he keep himself safe. In the dark cave, Yang Kai and the Red Cloud sect members were on both sides, all recovering. From time to time, there would be a rustling sound coming from outside. It was the swarm of insects running back and forth. The 4 Red Cloud sect members were obviously not willing to sit still and wait for death. After recovering, they wanted to rush out. While they were recovering, they were also discussing, whispering to each other, guarding against Yang Kai's eavesdropping. After almost a day and a night, they were finally ready to move. Sneakily getting up, they slowly approached Yang Kai. Yuao Qing's pretty face was filled with murderous intent, so was Miao Lin. As for Zhang Yu and Luo Qianqian, they were following closely behind. Just as they approached Yang Kai, less than a foot away, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, looking at them with a smile. The 4 Red Cloud sect members paused. Let me guess. Yang Kai remained calm, his voice was also very low. In order not to disturb those insects, you don't want to kill me now, do you? Yuao Qing was as cold as ice. Hearing this, she said, you know? Of course I know. Isn't this what you're good at? Letting others take the lead, taking the risk for you. I've already learned many times along the way. You want me to lead the charge, don't you? Yuao Qing nodded slightly, coldly saying, since you know, don't try to resist, otherwise you'll be in for a treat. Yang Kai snorted, indeed, I'm not your opponent, but if you want to kill me, I'm afraid you'll have to expend some effort. If you're not afraid our fighting will disturb those insects, feel free to try. Yuao Qing's expression froze, the reason why she was so careful. She was afraid of attracting the attention of those insects outside. Yang Kai obviously understood what she was planning, so his voice was also very low. I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about me. If you want to escape, you'll have to rely on your own ability. Yang Kai coldly snorted, I won't be your vanguard. Don't you want to escape? Yuao Qing saw that her threats had failed, her tone slightly eased. These insects brought us here, definitely not for good, staying here will only lead to death. You and we will rush out together. Maybe there is still a way out. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. I want to escape, but I don't want to be used by others. Furthermore, even if I were to open the way for you. Now that we've all escaped with our lives, how would I know that you won't do anything to me? I can make you a promise. Yuao Qing, seeing Yang Kai show signs of loosening his grip, hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. As long as you take the lead and we can escape, no one from the Red Cloud sect will bother you. You don't have to say any more. I won't believe a woman with a heart as vicious as a snake. Yang Kai sneered and closed his eyes. Yuao Qing and the others did not know that the outside had been surrounded by the fog created by these insects, but Yang Kai was clear. Even if they were lucky enough to escape this worm cave, they wouldn't be able to run too far. Since that was the case, why waste this energy? Senior Sister Qing, kill him. It's useless to keep him around. Miao Lin had long wanted to kill Yang Kai. Now that he couldn't use him, he naturally wanted to kill him. Yuao Qing took a deep breath. Slowly, she shook her head. In this situation, escaping was the most important thing. Although this young man was hateful, if she really killed him, it would definitely alarm those insects, and the gains would not make up for the losses. You can escape as you wish, I won't ruin your plan. Haha, I also want to see if you can really leave this place. Yang Kai grinned at Yuao Qing. I hope you'll be bitten by those insects and die without a burial site. Yuao Qing viciously cursed Yang Kai, then turned to the other 3 and said, let's go. The 4 Red Cloud sect disciples quietly left the cave. Perhaps because it was night, the several large insects guarding outside were not disturbed by their actions, still standing there foolishly. Soon, the 4 figures disappeared into the tunnel. But after half a cup of tea's time, there was a burst of fierce fighting outside, mixed with the shouts of the 4 Red Cloud sect disciples. Apparently, they had been exposed and were being targeted by those insects. The sound of fighting gradually faded away until it finally disappeared. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer, unmoved, still calmly meditating. In fact, escaping from this insect cave was not difficult, because these insects were not very difficult to deal with. The 4 Red Cloud sect disciples were able to escape when they were discovered, so naturally Yang Kai could do the same. The only thing that trapped him was that strange fog. He did not know how those insects created it, but its lethality was so great that Yang Kai was quite afraid of it. After about 2 hours, Kai Yang heard the sound of heavy footsteps coming from outside. Opening his eyes, he saw Yu Aoqing, her hair disheveled, looking exhausted, followed by Luo Qianqian, followed by Miao Lin. Zhang Yu was not here, so she should be dead. After those insects sent the three of them here again, the outer perimeter was much tighter. At this moment, the 3 Red Cloud sect disciples were no longer as domineering as before, all that was left was despair and exhaustion. Their bodies were covered with large and small wounds, looking extremely miserable. They did manage to escape from the insect cave, but they were chased by the insects that blotted out the sky and earth. In the end, they were unable to kill them all and were surrounded. After that, they were escorted back here. Yu Aoqing and Luo Qianqian both squatted on the ground, their tender bodies trembling. Miao Lin was not much better. Glaring at Yang Kai, Yu Aoqing was really afraid that he would hit her when she was down, but Yang Kai did not pay attention to her, still meditating with his eyes closed. Senior Sister Qing. Senior Sister Zhang Yu was dragged away by those insects. Where did they take her? Luo Qianqian asked in a trembling voice. How would I know? Yu Aoqing replied somewhat impatiently. Do we not care about her? How? We can't even protect ourselves now, how can we take care of her? Yu Aoqing clenched her fists. When Zhang Yu was separated from them, she did not die, but was seriously injured, and then was dragged to another tunnel by those insects. What kind of fate awaited her? Yu Aoqing did not know. Just as the two were talking, suddenly there was a very mournful scream in the tunnel. The scream was extremely tragic, as if someone was being tortured. It was Zhang Yu's voice. Yu Aoqing and Luo Qianqian turned pale, their bodies trembling even more. Miao Lin sat down on the ground. What happened to Senior Sister Zhang Yu? Who is torturing her? The blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. It was clear that they were enduring unimaginable pain. The 2 women in the cave quickly covered their ears, no longer daring to listen. Yang Kai's heart was indifferent. Although these disciples of the Red Cloud sect were not good people, along the way, they were quite supportive of Yu Aoqing's practice of using ordinary people as pawns. However, killing people was only a matter of time, but to be tortured before death was very cruel. Especially this torture. It was not given by humans. Zhang Yu's screams gradually weakened, and soon disappeared. Oh, we're dead. We definitely can't get out. Miao Lin was a little scared, his strength was the lowest among the group, only in the Qi transformation stage. If it were not for the Red Cloud sect wanting to obtain information about the hidden island from him, how could they have brought him along? He thought it was an opportunity to show his face in the sect, but he did not expect to repeatedly encounter such a disaster. Now that he was in a dead-end situation, how could Miao Lin, this debauchee young master who was addicted to wine and women, bear it? No, we will get out of here alive. Senior Sister Qing will take us out, right? Luo Qianqian shook her head vigorously. So naive that it made people feel sad. We can't get out, no one can leave here alive. Miao Lin said in a daze. Shut up. Yu Aoqing coldly rebuked. She turned to look at the always calm Yang Kai, compared to her junior brother and junior sister, and compared to herself, she suddenly discovered this young man's psychological quality. He was more determined than anyone else in the room. From beginning to end, he did not panic, nor did he have the slightest uneasiness, he just sat there quietly, so calm that it made people look at him in a new light. But Yu Aoqing did not believe that he was willing to die. As time slowly passed, Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian's panic spread. Fear reached the limit, both of them were a little nervous. Although Yu Aoqing's psychological quality was strong, it was not that strong. Squatting in the corner, holding her knees with both hands, she kept trembling. At this moment, she regretted very much. She regretted not following the big ship to explore the hidden island. She regretted not going to find her father when the ship was destroyed. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into this situation. If she had used Xiaoping's protection, it would have been better than the current situation. But at that time it was so chaotic, Yu Aoqing did not know whether her father was still alive. After all, under the attack of the giant tentacle, even a supreme elder like Ding Jiazi died. Yu Xiaoping, a Yuanqi 9th stage cultivator, if he died there, it was normal. But, father, if you are alive, where are you? Her daughter was about to die. She called out to the heavens, but there was no answer. The proud Yue Qing could not help but shed some tears. She did not know how much time had passed, but just as Yue Qing was about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard some heavy breathing sound in front of her. Yue Qing was shocked. Opening her eyes, she saw Miao Lin approaching her with a crazed look on his face. His eyes were burning with undisguised passion. Miao Lin, what are you doing? Yue Qing shouted coldly, involuntarily shrinking back. Senior sister Qing. Miao Lin licked his dry lips and smiled. Junior brother is deeply in love with you, senior sister knows, right? Yue Qing frowned. She found that Miao Lin's situation was somewhat wrong. It seemed that under great pressure, his psychological defense was broken. Senior sister is like a goddess, junior brother is very fond of you, every night he dreams of you. Miao Lin continued to approach Yue Qing, his mouth affectionately confessing. His words immediately changed. In the dream, we are honest with each other, making love with each other, you don't know how happy we are. These words made Yue Qing a little angry, and she slapped Miao Lin's shoulder. How could Miao Lin resist? He flew back, but Yue Qing was already exhausted, and her palm did not have much power, so naturally it did not hurt Miao Lin. Standing up again, Miao Lin still approached Yue Qing with an obscene smile, shamelessly saying, Junior brother knows, senior sister's status is noble, and has always been a person with eyes above the top of her head. Because of this, I'm afraid senior sister hasn't had sex yet, right? Miao Lin's words were so blunt, his intentions were obvious. Yue Qing's pretty face turned cold, coldly saying, if you dare talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Hey! Miao Lin was not afraid. Anyway, we're all going to die, what difference does it make? Senior sister, you've already lived in this world, are you willing to die with your virginity? This is too much of a pity, it's better to let junior brother serve you tonight, let you taste the most wonderful pleasure in the world, then you can die without regrets. Yue Qing gasped heavily, obviously enraged, her eyes cold as ice as she glared at Miao Lin. She had not expected that under the tremendous pressure of life and death, this junior brother she had always looked down upon would be so bold and crazy, even attempting to encroach on her. But Yue Qing obviously would not let him do as he pleased, killing intent flashed in her eyes. As long as Miao Lin dared to come closer, she would not hesitate to kill him. Miao Lin also saw this point, he was determined to go all out to get close to her, but he could not summon up the courage to do so. He and Yue Qing were in a deadlock for a long time before he smiled and retreated. Yue Qing could not help but relax. In this kind of place, unless it was absolutely necessary, she really did not want to fight with anyone. Silence reigned in the cave. But this silence did not last long. After about an incense stick worth of time, heavy breathing of a man and a woman could be heard at the same time. Yang Kai and Yue Qing both frowned, looking in the direction of the sound. With just a glance, Yang Kai was speechless, and Yue Qing was also stunned. Miao Lin did not manage to persuade Yue Qing, but at this moment, he was actually kissing Luo Qianxian passionately. Perhaps it was Miao Lin's flowery words that worked, or perhaps it was the pressure of death that she needed to relax, or perhaps it was because Luo Qianxian was not a strong woman, but she and Miao Lin were hugging each other, rolling on the ground, hugging and groping each other, kissing fiercely. As if there was no one else around, the scene was hot and humid. Listening to the passionate breathing in the cave, Yang Kai's blood began to flow faster. His throat was burning, and he couldn't help but purse his lips. He had been separated from Su Yan for 3 or 4 months now, and with the passage of time and the improvement of his own strength, the influence of the yin-yang joyous unification art on him had also become deeper and deeper. Previously, when he was exploring the hidden island on the Red Cloud Sex ship, it was still fine. In those days, he had to be careful everywhere, and there was no time to think about too many things. Later, when he was trapped in the hidden island, he had to act with Yue Qing and the others, even though sometimes his heart would involuntarily have some thoughts. However, Yang Kai was able to suppress it with his own willpower. If nothing unexpected happened, Yang Kai believed that he could hold on for a long time until he returned to High Heaven Pavilion to find Su Yan for dual cultivation. But, even if you beat Yang Kai to death, he would never have thought that there would be a day when someone would act out a live sex scene in front of him, just 3 feet away from him, right under his nose. This kind of stimulation was more intense than any verbal or physical seduction. This is from the visual. His sense of hearing, smell, and omnidirectional stimulation. Even a saint would have some ripples in his heart, not to mention Xianxia, who was deeply affected by the joyous unification art. It was like a beggar who had been hungry for several months, suddenly having a table full of delicacies placed in front of him. Xianxia couldn't wait to slap Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian to death. Xianxia felt uncomfortable all over. How could the other outsider, Yu Aoqing, not feel uncomfortable? At first, she was stunned, her cheeks flushed red. Then, her small mouth opened slightly, and she was stunned. It wasn't until Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian rolled over to her feet, their clothes in disarray and their breathing heavy, that they finally woke up from their stupor and hurriedly ran towards Xianxia's direction. The cave was not big, so when Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian rolled on the ground, the space left for Xianxia and Yu Aoqing was very small. The scene was a bit strange and bizarre, perhaps it was rare to see such a scene in thousands of years. A man and a woman were passionately venting on the ground, while another man and woman sat on the side and watched. No matter how one looked at it, this was the extravagant life of the rich. Adulterous couple. Xianxia and Yu Aoqing cursed in their hearts almost at the same time. But at this time, who could blame Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian? Yu Aoqing was almost ashamed, and Xianxia was not in the mood to meddle in other people's business. He was desperately trying to suppress the surging desire in his heart. Their breathing became heavier and heavier, and their clothes were scattered all over the ground. Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian soon faced each other, the air was humid, and the scene was very charming. Accompanied by a suppressed cry of surprise, immediately there was the sound of waves and a man and a woman moaning. Yu Aoqing almost involuntarily leaned towards Xianxia. At this time, she felt that this boy was the only one she could rely on, at least, compared to the confused Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian, he was much more reliable. Get out of my way. Xianxia was already struggling to resist, but Yu Aoqing was still recklessly sticking to him. Her soft tender body and the scent of a young girl wafted out, almost making Xianxia's efforts go to waste. The rough attitude and the low cursing made Yu Aoqing sober up a little. She angrily turned to stare at Xianxia, but found that the other party was staring at her with a pair of scarlet eyes. These eyes, compared to Miao Lin's, they were filled with even more madness. Yu Aoqing's whole body went cold, only then did she remember that the boy beside her was also a man. She hurriedly dodged to the side, but the intense panting and moaning were like a demonic sound pouring into her ears, causing her body and mind to undulate along with it. Her entire body felt somewhat warm, as if there was a ball of fire burning in her lower abdomen, even the breath she exhaled was scorching hot. A feeling she had never felt before spread throughout her body, making her feel weak and weak. In a panic, Yu Aoqing hurriedly covered her ears with both hands, squatting to the side with an aggrieved expression, shaking her head vigorously. She had always been high and mighty in Red Cloud sect. Usually, any male of the same generation who saw her would be courteous, either showing off their great strength or their profound knowledge. She had never even heard of the matters between men and women, let alone someone who dared to be so presumptuous in front of her. Those weird noises and exaggerated movements were like sledgehammers smashing on her head, making her dizzy and almost unable to think. Time passed so slowly, every breath seemed to be a kind of torture. She did not know how much time had passed, but Yu Aoqing heard that junior sister Luo let out a high-pitched and sharp cry, like a dying scream, even her breathing had stopped. This made her panic. Junior sister Luo was also dead? But then, this junior sister Luo inconceivably came back to life. She began to babble again. At this moment, Yu Aoqing no longer had the arrogance of the past, she was like a hedgehog that had been stripped of its thorns. She only wanted a quiet place to rest. Xianxia was also unable to bear it. He felt that if he did not make a move, he was destined to fall. But before he could do anything, many large insects rushed in from the outside, arriving in front of Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian. It raised its sharp claws high up in the air and stabbed down fiercely. Real screams came out. Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian were almost penetrated together, and then dragged out by those large insects. "Senior sister Qing, save me!" Luo Qianqian shouted in panic. Yuao Qing was only trembling, how could she have the ability to save her? Blood was scattered along the road. Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian were dragged away by the large insects, gradually moving away. Not long after, the mournful screams gradually weakened and finally disappeared. As Miao Lin had said before, to be able to have a good time before death, she could die with no regrets. After waiting for the two people's voices to disappear for a long time, Yuao Qing quietly let go of her ears and turned to look. After finding that they were no longer there, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. That scene just now had really embarrassed her to the point of being unable to show her face. So even if she knew that her junior brother and junior sister were dead, she did not feel the slightest regret, only relief. Just as she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly found that the boy was looking at her with a greedy gaze. Immediately, he jumped up, like a cheetah hunting for prey, fiercely pouncing towards her. He was panting heavily, and his breath was boiling hot. Just like the presumptuous Miao Lin, no, even crazier than Miao Lin. You court death. Yuao Qing shouted, raising her palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai also sent out a palm, Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. 3 fierce bursts of true Yang Yuanqi rushed into Yuao Qing's delicate arm. Poor her, a dignified separation and reunion boundary 6th stage cultivator, who had just fought a battle with the insect swarm, had not yet recovered much Yuanqi, and her mind was unstable, unable to display even 30% of her strength. How could she withstand Yang Kai's strange move? When the first burst of Yuanqi burst out, she easily resolved it, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the second burst of Yuanqi violently erupted. Yuao Qing panicked and circulated her Yuanqi to resist, finally managing to avoid danger. When the third burst of Yuanqi burst out, Yuao Qing's beautiful face suddenly turned pale. Screaming, she flew out like a broken kite, her jade arm was broken, the pain was so excruciating that she almost burst into tears on the spot. Not waiting for her to get up, Yang Kai had already pounced on her and sent out another palm, dislocating her other arm. Yuao Qing endured the pain, bent her knee, and viciously kicked Yang Kai's crotch. Yang Kai nimbly turned over, barely avoiding it, but with a sweep of his hand, Yuao Qing let out a muffled groan, her thighs softly falling to the ground. With 3 of her 4 limbs broken, Yuao Qing could not even stand up, let alone attack. She stared blankly as the young man's eyes turned red. Like a bull in heat, he bent down and leaned over her body, wantonly kissing her neck and cheeks. Her chest was kneaded by his hand. He didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. He only had violence and recklessness on his body. No, don't. Yuao Qing struggled, crying, listening to the sound of her clothes being torn, but she could not resist at all. The jade body that countless Red Cloud sect disciples dreamed of, but had no chance to get close to, gradually appeared in this cave, white and delicate, her skin as white as snow, delicate and delicate, her figure impressive. The young man kissed her all the way down, no, nibbled. Yuao Qing could clearly feel that there were rows of teeth marks left on her body. A sense of humiliation welled up in her heart, Yuao Qing's heart almost died. This young man, at this moment, seemed to have changed into a different person, he was like a demon full of evil, bloodthirsty and cruel to the point of making people's hearts palpitate. Her only remaining snow-white underwear was also torn apart by him, revealing Yuao Qing's naked body. While she was crying and begging for mercy, Yang Kai pulled at his clothes and quickly got up, his throat emitting a low roar. The Red Cloud sect's proud daughter of heaven was powerless to resist, slowly closing her eyes, no longer crying, no longer begging for mercy, letting the tears fall from her eyes. Perhaps, what Miao Lin said before was right. She was about to die, what was there to protect? Although this boy now looked violent and evil, compared to that scum Miao Lin, at least he was much better. A sharp pain came from her chest, it was from being pinched, Yuao Qing could not help but cry out miserably. Just when she thought she was doomed to lose her innocence, and was about to be defiled, the boy riding on her suddenly stopped. Yuao Qing opened her eyes slightly, only to see that he was still staring at her with those red eyes. Those eyes were also filled with lust, greed, and possessiveness, but from time to time, there seemed to be a trace of struggle and resistance flashing across them. The hot air from his nostrils was enough to melt gold and break iron. His eyebrows were tightly knit, and his face was filled with pain, as if he was enduring something. Suddenly, this boy's body erupted with a palpitating energy, making him look more and more evil. Following the eruption of this energy, his strength actually increased at an unimaginable speed. Chi Transformation Level 4, Level 5. Level 8, Level 9. Separation and Reunion Boundary Yuan Chi Fluctuations. Until he broke through to Separation and Reunion Boundary second stage, it slowly stabilized. With the improvement of his strength, the madness in his eyes became more and more intense, but that kind of struggle and resistance also became more and more violent. Suddenly, he climbed down from her, sitting cross-legged on the ground, gritting his teeth and growling, "Stay away from me. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." Yuao Qing, who thought she was doomed, was stunned, as if she had been granted amnesty. She struggled to pick up a piece of clothing with her broken arm, covering her white and flawless body. Bending her good leg, she slowly moved to the edge of the corner, staring at Yang Kai in horror, her tender body trembling. Yang Kai was very sober. From beginning to end, his consciousness was clear, including when he pounced on Yuao Qing, including tearing off her clothes and ravaging her body. However, this kind of instinctive impulse had reached its peak under the stimulation of Miao Lin and Luo Qianxian. It was impossible to control it. While enjoying the release of the desire buried deep in his bones, Yang Kai was also resisting its influence on him. In the end, he had no choice but to use the unyielding will to suppress it. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai finally understood what Su Yan meant when she said this kind of desire was hard to resist. If the woman he was alone with wasn't Yuao Qing, if Su Yan was nearby, even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, Yang Kai would have gone to find her. The blood and qi in his chest roiled fiercely. Every piece of flesh and every cell in his body was calling out, yearning for a woman's soft and fragrant comfort. The yuan qi was restless and violent, rolling up the entire cave, whimpering and whistling, disturbing the big insects that were probing around to investigate. On his upper body, his skin was blood red, looking very frightening. However, not too far away from him, there was a completely naked beauty who had no strength to resist. As long as he was willing, he could take her for himself at any time and taste the wonderful taste of pleasure. For the current Kai Yang, this was undoubtedly another kind of test. Trying not to think about her, even Su Yan's figure was forcibly erased from his mind by Yang Kai. Yang Kai immersed himself in his own body, constantly circulating his true Yang secret art, endlessly feeling the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton to distract himself. Last time, he had comprehended the unyielding will from the unyielding golden skeleton, but Yang Kai knew that there were still some things hidden in his golden skeleton. His strength was not enough, and his perception was not enough, so he could not comprehend them for the time being. Taking advantage of today's opportunity, Yang Kai once again deeply felt the unyielding golden skeleton. He did not seek to comprehend the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton, only to stabilize his irritable desire. The effect was not bad. Although the situation was not alleviated, at least it had stabilized. Yuao Qing was also tactful, knowing that Yang Kai must be desperately resisting her, so naturally she did not dare to make any noise, lest she attract Yang Kai's attention. She just curled up in the cave, motionless. As time passed, Yang Kai's situation gradually improved, his irritable mood slowly calming down, and his surging yuan qi also showed signs of being restrained. After an unknown amount of time, when Yang Kai's violent aura disappeared, the cave once again returned to calm. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai opened his eyes, and the temporary increase in strength from the unyielding will also slowly disappeared, and his realm fell. Separation and Reunion First Stage. Chi Transformation 9th Stage, 8th Stage. 5th Stage. He had stabilized. This time, he had successfully resisted the desire in his heart, and his strength had actually increased by a stage. Although this was an unexpected gain, Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He frowned slightly, sitting there motionless, lost in thought. This time, while comprehending the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton, although he hadn't gained anything, it wasn't like he hadn't made any progress. Somehow, Kai Yang felt like there was a layer of shackles blocking his path. As long as he could break through this shackles, the other mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton would appear. Unfortunately, his current strength and understanding of the martial Tao were still too weak, not enough to break the shackles. He could only wait for another opportunity to comprehend it. Letting out a long breath, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, glancing at Yue Qing who was staring at him in the corner. In her beautiful eyes, there was panic, but also a trace of resentment and resentment. Any woman who encountered such a situation would not be able to remain calm. Yang Kai stood up and walked towards her step by step. "Don't come here." Yue Qing shouted fiercely, her body trying to retreat, but behind her was the cave wall. Where could she retreat to? Yang Kai's mouth curled into an inexplicable smile, slowly squatting down in front of her. "Get out of my way." Yue Qing's hands were unable to move, but she steeled her heart and slammed her head into Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not move, letting her head hit his forehead. With a loud thud, Yue Qing was on the verge of collapsing, her bright forehead suddenly turning red. Yang Kai reached out a hand, grabbed her dislocated arm, pulled it down and pushed it up. Accompanied by a crisp crack, Yue Qing screamed. The pain made her sweat for a moment, instinctively swinging her palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai countered with a palm, defusing her attack, coldly saying, "If you want to die, I can kill you now." The cold tone, the cold look in his eyes, made Yue Qing stunned on the spot. Only then did she realize that her dislocated arm had been fixed. Ignoring her murderous gaze, Yang Kai reached out and rubbed her thigh, circulating his yuan qi to resolve the internal injury there. A warm feeling came, making Yue Qing somewhat unbearable. After dealing with her injured arm and thigh, Yang Kai slowly got up and sat to the side. Yue Qing looked at him incredulously. She could not believe that this young man would treat her so kindly. Not long ago, he used a kind of overbearing method to destroy her body in an attempt to possess her. She had no friendship with him at all, and even had a grudge against him. Why would he do this? Unable to understand, Yue Qing clenched her teeth, secretly observing Yang Kai while putting on her clothes. Hearing this movement, Yang Kai naturally knew what she was doing. Without opening his eyes, he knew that there must be endless scenery, causing people to daydream, but unexpectedly, he did not have much of a reaction. Thinking about it carefully. Perhaps it was the accumulation of these past few months, all of which had been resolved during the resistance, so he could be so calm. This was a good way to cultivate one's mind, accumulate for a period of time, then find a way to resist. Once the resistance was successful, whether it was strength or state of mind, both could be improved. Inadvertently, Yang Kai found a suitable cultivation path for himself. The cave was quiet again. Yang Kai and Yue Qing sat at opposite ends of the cave, one waiting patiently, the other frightened. No one spoke. About a day later, there was a sudden movement outside. It was the big insects coming to catch them again. Yang Kai's expression shook, opening his eyes, but Yue Qing was terrified, afraid that she would follow in the footsteps of her junior brother and junior sister. Just as she was worried, she saw Yang Kai stand up on his own and walk out. He wasn't trying to save Yue Qing out of kindness. This woman's heart was vicious. She was definitely not a good person. Not to mention that Kai Yang hadn't done anything to her before. Even if they had a physical relationship, Kai Yang wouldn't have let her live. Before, when he connected her arm, it was also to return a favor. After all, this breakthrough was also thanks to her. Letting her go, the two of them were even, no one owed the other. Yang Kai now took the initiative to come out. His main purpose was to find the Insect King. If he wanted to leave this damned place, he had to find the Insect King. Combined with what he had seen in the past few days and his own experience, Yang Kai was sure that these insects had captured them for the Insect King to enjoy. Perhaps seeing Yang Kai so tactful, the big insects were not as cruel as they had been to Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian, but one of them led the way, while the others pushed and bumped Yang Kai from behind, urging him to move faster. Yue Qing stared at all of this in a daze, the corners of her mouth curling into a happy smile, but soon she began to cry again. She naturally wished for Yang Kai to die, but if Yang Kai really did die, she would be the only one left at this moment. Compared to that, she would rather Yang Kai live. After many twists and turns in the wormhole, Yang Kai did not know how long he had walked before he came to a huge cave. The big insects drove Yang Kai into the cave and did not follow. Old demon. Yang Kai vigilantly looked around while calling out in his mind. But the old demon, who was always on call, did not respond this time. Yang Kai was stunned, thinking that something had happened to him, so he hurriedly checked, and could not help but laugh. He didn't know when this old devil had sealed off his divine sense. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai unsealed him and asked. "Young master, are you done?" The old demon smiled. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. "Didn't you and that woman called you Ao Qing, hee hee." The old demon smiled wretchedly. "Young master has said before that if you were alone with any woman, this old slave would have to seal his divine sense. This old slave will remember that." This really had been said before. Yang Kai nodded slightly, but did not explain, instead saying, "I'm afraid I'll have to see that insect king soon. I'm going to try to subdue it, you stay by my side." Hearing that Yang Kai was going to do something serious, the old demon also quickly became serious. "This old slave obeys." Yang Kai looked around and found that the cave was very spacious, only an unpleasant stench was spreading in the cave. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai still could not find the insect king. Instead, he found a lot of bones and corpses in the cave. Zhang Yu, Miao Lin, and Luo Qianxian of the Red Cloud sect were all here. These three people seemed to have suffered great pain when they were alive. Their eyes were wide open, and their flesh and blood were shriveled up like dead wood, looking very frightening. Zhang Yu was the first to die, and was the most severely shriveled. Miao Lin was not much better than her, only Luo Qianxian seemed to have some moisture in her flesh and blood, but only a little. "Young master, this insect king seems to have sucked their flesh and blood dry," the old demon said in a deep voice. "N." Yang Kai nodded slightly, squatting down in front of Luo Qianxian's body. This Red Cloud sect disciple was having sex with Miao Lin when she was captured by the big insect, and at this moment she was still naked. The originally beautiful young girl's face was now terrible. It really made people sigh. Where was the insect king? Just as Yang Kai was vigilant and suspicious, Luo Qianxian's body seemed to move slightly, and then a golden light suddenly rushed out from her arm, directly attacking Yang Kai. "Young master, be careful." Yang Kai was vigilant. Although it happened suddenly, he was not flustered. Circulating his true Yang Yuan Qi, his footwork unfolded, and his figure flashed, appearing more than a dozen feet away. But before he could stand firm, he found that the golden light had actually arrived in front of him. So fast. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he flashed out again. Just like before, the golden light flew over again. Yang Kai heard a slight buzzing sound. In the golden light, he vaguely saw a figure that looked similar to those strange insects, but it was countless times smaller. This was the Bug King? Yang Kai originally thought that the Bug King would be a big guy, but he didn't expect it to be so small. However, the speed at which it flew was amazing. As the Bug King, it was definitely more ferocious and difficult to deal with than those strange insects. Not daring to be slow, Yang Kai used his footwork to circle around the insect king in the cave, waiting for an opportunity to attack. After 15 consecutive flashes, the insect king exhausted all of its Yuan Qi, but the distance between it and Yang Kai did not widen. Instead, it got closer. There was no way to avoid it anymore. Standing firm, Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he punched out towards the golden light. The true Yang Yuan Qi fiercely erupted. A shocking thing happened. This punch did not send the Bug King flying. Instead, Yang Kai felt a pain in his fist, and the golden light disappeared without a trace. Hurriedly withdrawing his fist, Yang Kai looked aghast. He found that there was a small bloody hole in his fist, and under his skin, there was a bulge that drilled into the back of his hand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What kind of insect is this? Yang Kai was scared out of his wits. He wanted to run over and subdue the Bug King, but he didn't expect to suffer such a big loss. It actually drilled into his body. He quickly sat down cross-legged, carefully feeling his body, but there was nothing unusual. It was as if the bug drilled into his body and suddenly disappeared. "Young master, do you feel anything wrong?" the old demon asked in alarm. "No." Yang Kai was also puzzled. Looking at the state of the Red Cloud people, the Bug King must have drilled into their bodies and sucked their flesh, but why was nothing happening to him? "No, look carefully again." This old servant suddenly remembered an ancient insect that is somewhat similar to this thing. Yang Kai naturally knew that something was wrong. He quickly immersed his mind and investigated the arm that the Bug King drilled into. After a long time, he finally found some traces. This Bug King, at this moment, drilled into the star space on the back of his hand. This star space was opened by practicing the star mark martial skill. Usually, this space accumulates yuan qi, waiting for a time to erupt. According to the words of the old demon, this martial skill was a one-time deal. Once it was used, it was either you die or I die. Last time in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, Xianxia also relied on the star mark to severely injure the turtle-shaped monster beast. This strange Bug King could actually drill into the space. Moreover, Xianxia clearly felt that the huge amount of yuan qi he had accumulated in the star space over the past few months was being crazily devoured. In just a moment, a quarter of the yuan qi was gone. Once it drilled in, Xianxia had no way to get it out, unless he cut off his hand. When he told this to the old demon suddenly became anxious. Bad. If it drains all the yuan qi, it will suck young master's flesh and blood. At that time, young master will definitely die, and if you die, this old servant will also be buried with you. What should we do? Xianxia frowned, his mind turning rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. He never thought that this Bug King would be so strange that it could even devour the yuan qi. A moment later, the yuan qi in the star space decreased by a lot, and it was about to reach the bottom. The pitiful Xianxia's star mark had been accumulating power for several months, but before it could even be used, the Insect King had taken drastic measures against it. In order to prevent the Bug King from having any ideas about his flesh and blood after devouring the yuan qi, Xianxia hurriedly operated the true yang tactics and poured the true yang yuan qi in his meridians into the star space. The Bug King became more and more excited as it devoured. Although this method could not cure the root of the problem, it could at least buy some time. Xianxia and the old demon quickly thought of countermeasures. After a long time, Xianxia suddenly asked, "Old demon, can you enter the star space?" The old demon was stunned. "Old servant has not tried, but even if old servant can enter, I am not the Bug King's opponent. Its speed is too fast, and maybe it can even devour divine souls." If that was the case, then the old demon was simply throwing himself into a trap. "Try and see if you can enter," Xianxia urged. "Do you really want to go in?" The old demon was uneasy. "Don't talk nonsense." The old demon was helpless, but at this moment, Xianxia was also in danger, so he could not escape. Bracing himself, he wrapped the soul breaker all around himself and came to the back of Xianxia's hand, muttering a few words in fear, then rushed into the star space. A moment later, the old demon fled in panic. It can really devour divine souls. Old servant is terrified. Just now, if he had not run fast enough, if the Bug King had not been devouring Xianxia's yuan qi, he would not have been able to escape. "If you can go in, then it will be easy." Xianxia smiled. "Young master, you have a countermeasure?" The old demon heard him say so and was overjoyed. "I'm not 100% sure, I'm just giving it a try," Xianxia said, directly using the unyielding will to frantically extract the unyielding golden skeleton's energy. At the same time, the Dantian's yang liquid was constantly exploding, turning into a huge amount of energy and continuously pouring into the star space. Xianxia's body could be said to have 3 energy warehouses. One was the star space on the back of his hand. This was the star mark's exclusive warehouse, so it stored the least amount of energy. The second was the Dantian's yang liquid. This was the foundation of Xianxia's fighting strength. The power of all his martial skills and moves depended on the Dantian's yang liquid. The third, and also the largest warehouse, was the unyielding golden skeleton. The unyielding golden skeleton could accept any kind of energy. Xianxia's pills, spirit grass, spirit fruit, spirit cultivation, as long as it was not of the yang attribute, it could all be stored here. Therefore, in terms of storage capacity, the unyielding golden skeleton's energy was many times greater than the total amount of yang liquid in the Dantian. At this moment, the yuan qi fluctuations emerging from Xianxia's body could be said to be extremely terrifying. With the influx of energy, the Bug King in the star space also began to devour it, becoming more and more intoxicated. "Young master, you..." The old demon was stunned. "Are you trying to stuff it to death?" It's best if it can, but if it can't, then you'll have to go in and fight. Yang Kai's answer was concise and comprehensive, and then he poured his energy into the star space. As time passed, the Bud King that had drilled into the star space was gradually at a loss. It was somewhat intelligent, otherwise it would not have been able to command its subordinates to surround and capture prey. In the past, when it caught prey, it would first devour the various kinds of energy in the prey's body, and after swallowing the energy, it would then consume the flesh and blood of the prey. But this time it found that something was wrong. The energy in the body of this new prey was actually endless, without the slightest sign of exhaustion. Although it was very happy at first and ate until it was full, its body soon began to swell. It could not eat any more, but the energy still continued to pour into its body, causing it to become restless, rushing left and right in the star space. However, it was easy to get in, but how could it be so easy to get out? Yang Kai had fought with it before and knew that it was extremely fast. Once it regained its freedom, it would be very difficult to capture, so naturally it was impossible to let it leave. The constant influx of energy was equivalent to sealing the exit, making it impossible for it to escape. Yang Kai's true yang secret art was pushed to the limit. More than half of the yang liquid in the dantian had burst open and poured into the star space, where it was completely swallowed by the Bud King. On the back of his hand, there seemed to be a buzzing sound as the Bud King tried to escape. With a fierce grin on his face, Yang Kai once again burst open a few drops of yang liquid, along with the energy extracted from the unyielding golden skeleton, and sent them all into the star space. As the yang liquid continued to explode, Kai Yang's flesh and blood had already turned red. His whole body was steaming hot, as if he was being roasted under the scorching sun. His skin was also oozing with blood. Old demon! Yang Kai felt that it was about time and called out in his mind. Seeing Yang Kai so determined, the old demon's heart became somewhat ruthless, and without hesitation, he drilled into the star space with the soul breaker all. Yang Kai could feel that the old demon and the insect king were fighting fiercely in the star space on the back of his hand. Although the old demon wasn't the insect king's match at first, the insect king couldn't digest the energy it had swallowed. Its body became bloated and its speed was greatly reduced. The old demon was actually evenly matched with it. As time passed, the insect king swallowed more and more energy, and the old demon gradually turned the situation around and gained the upper hand. The soul breaker all displayed its power and forced the insect king to retreat, leaving wounds everywhere. The back of his hand was burning hot. After withstanding so much energy, Yang Kai himself was also injured. Looking down, the originally hidden star space was now blooming with light. As usual, the endless star field appeared before his eyes. In the star field, Yang Kai seemed to be able to see two figures, one black and one gold, crisscrossing each other. A burnt smell came out. It was because he had poured in too much true yang yuan qi and burned his hand. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and continued to pour in true yang yuan qi. The huge amount of yuan qi not only overwhelmed the insect king, but also affected the old demon. The old demon's divine soul and the soul breaker all were evil things. True yang yuan qi was their nemesis. If it hadn't recognized Yang Kai as its master, the old demon wouldn't have been able to hide the soul breaker all in his body. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem, but now, the old demon faintly felt as if he was about to be melted by the extremely hot and yang yuan qi. The old demon's heart was filled with uneasiness. It anxiously conveyed its thoughts to Yang Kai, but it still didn't get a response from Yang Kai. As if it had waited for thousands of years, the old demon vaguely heard Yang Kai's call. "Come out." The old demon almost burst into tears. Just now, he even thought that Yang Kai was ruthless enough to destroy him and the insect king, so he didn't give him any response. Now that he heard the young master's call, he was moved to the point of dying for his friend. Not daring to linger, Yang Kai opened a gap in the star space. The old demon instantly fled. The insect king also wanted to run out, but the gap opened and closed. He didn't give it a chance at all. "Star mark!" Yang Kai bellowed as he slowly raised his right fist. The pattern of the endless star field hovered around him, rendering this gloomy cave into a starry sky. With a loud bang, the entire insect cave seemed to tremble a few times. Yang Kai even spat out a mouthful of blood. There were no traces of star mark in the surroundings, so the old demon saw everything that had happened. He was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "Young master." "I'm fine." Xianxia spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, his face pale as he panted heavily. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. On the back of his right hand, it was a bloody mess, and even the veins and white bones could be faintly seen. After carefully inspecting it, Xianxia suddenly smiled. The insect king was already dead, and there was no longer any aura in its body. First, it had been fed so much energy by him. Then it was heavily injured by the old demon, and then it took a star mark. It was a miracle that it could survive. The old demon's heart trembled, and after a while, he sincerely said, "Young master, this old servant admires you." He couldn't help but admire Xianxia's star mark. He didn't attack the target, but instead directly detonated it on the back of his hand. If there was even the slightest mistake, Xianxia would have died without a doubt. Fortunately, Xianxia controlled it very well. Most of the damage from this move was added to the insect king's body, and he only suffered a little bit. To be so ruthless to himself, this wasn't something a normal person could do. The old demon sincerely admired Xianxia. "Be vigilant of your surroundings, I may need to recover for a few days." Xianxia tore open his clothes and wrapped his injured right hand. After hurriedly warning him, he closed his eyes. The power of the star mark was enormous. In the past, Xianxia was able to beat a rank 6 monster beast to the ground with a single punch. Now, even though he only suffered a little bit, it wasn't something a chi-transforming stage 5 cultivator could deal with. His right hand was in severe pain, his yuan qi was in chaos, and his internal organs were somewhat displaced from the shock. The only thing that made Xianxia feel gratified was that although the back of his hand was bloody, the star space still existed, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to use the star mark in the future. It took a lot of effort for Xianxia to get his yuan qi in order. He constantly operated the true yang secret art, controlling the true yang yuan qi in his body to warm the injured area and remove the blood clots in his body. After 2 days, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Those insects didn't come in, right?" This was the problem he was most worried about. He didn't need to worry too much about those small insects, as they were low level, but there were a lot of them, but those large insects were clearly not low-level monster beast, any one of them was not much worse than the Red Cloud sect disciples. "No." The old demon replied, "Those insects didn't dare to come in here, this is the insect king's residence." "That's good." Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but feel that his injuries were healing much faster than before. He untied the cloth wrapped around his right hand. Although the back of his hand was still bloody, it was clearly healing quickly, and the white bones and veins could no longer be seen. The old demon seemed to know Xianxia's doubts, and said, "Last time, young master refined a few drops of blood congealing beads on the right peninsula of Red Cloud sect, and his blood and qi greatly increased. Naturally, his recovery is faster than before, and with more blood and qi, his vitality is more vigorous." "So that's how it is." Xianxia secretly nodded. "Young master, although the insect king is dead, did you feel that it left you something?" The old demon asked a question that made Xianxia puzzled. "What is it?" "This old servant doesn't know, please examine it carefully." Listening to his serious tone, Xianxia also frowned, and immersed himself in searching his body. After a long time, he really did find that there was something wrong with his body. There was an unusual energy settling in the dantian, but this was not the true yang yuan qi that he cultivated, nor was it absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Staying in the dantian, if not for the old demon's reminder, Xianxia wouldn't have discovered it. "What's going on? The insect king's residual energy?" Xianxia was suspicious. Hearing him say this, the old demon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Sure enough." "What do you know? Tell me in detail." "Young master, do you remember this old servant saying that this thing is similar to an ancient insect that I know of?" Xianxia nodded. At first, this old servant was only suspicious, but not sure. "After all, I have never seen this kind of thing with my own eyes, only heard about it. Later, when I fought with it, I was 50% to 60% sure. Now that the young master feels something different, I can be sure that it really is that ancient insect." "What kind of insect?" The heaven-devouring great emperor insect. After the old demon said the name, he quickly congratulated, "Congratulations, young master, you will soon obtain another treasure." The young master's good fortune is profound, this old servant is envious. Speak clearly. Yang Kai sat up straight, ready to listen to the old demon talk about some unknown secret. These ancient mutated insects eat anything, and they especially like to devour all kinds of energy and flesh. Moreover, every heaven-devouring great emperor insect has a kind of opportunity. If someone can refine it, they can obtain great benefits. This opportunity can be a supreme skill, it can be a kind of top martial skill, it can be a powerful secret treasure, it can be a lot more likely to increase one's strength without any side effects. There are thousands of changes, it is unknown, it all depends on one's luck. How can an insect have these things in its body? I can understand that it can increase one's strength, but it is too strange for it to have a supreme skill or martial skill, isn't it? Yang Kai was surprised. Young master, you may not know, but this heaven-devouring great emperor insect is very rare, it contains the heavenly way, it has so many wonders that even this old servant is inferior to it. Moreover, there are many supreme skills and martial skills in this world, they are born by the heavens and earth, existing in the world, they are discovered by the fated people, so it is not surprising that these things appear in the body of an insect, not to mention that it is the famous heaven-devouring great emperor insect. The old demon's tone was full of envy, but after seeing that Yang Kai did not respond for a long time, he said in amazement, "Young master, you don't believe it?" "I don't know, but since it can be refined, we will know whether it is really so magical after refining." Yang Kai did not say whether he believed it or not. What he heard was false, but seeing was believing. What's more, old demon had only heard about these heaven-devouring insects from hearsay, so he didn't know the truth. Closing his eyes again, Yang Kai used his mind to communicate with the strange energy that settled in the dantian, and used the true yang secret art to burn it with the hot true yang yuan qi. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Day after day, the energy slowly changed. In the beginning, it was incompatible with Yang Kai, after all, it was something left behind by the insect king, not something that belonged to Yang Kai himself. But as it was burned, it gradually became infected with Yang Kai's aura, and finally, one day, it suddenly split into two and uncontrollably entered Yang Kai's body. At the same time, Yang Kai felt a sharp pain coming from both sides of his shoulder blades, as if he had been branded with iron. The pain came quickly and left quickly, and before Yang Kai could react, it had already disappeared. Carefully checking his own strength, he found that he was still at Qi transformation stage 5. The old demon, this big liar. Yang Kai was angry. Although he did not believe what the old demon said before, he still faintly hoped that his strength would increase. But even after refining that thing, his strength did not increase at all, not to mention a supreme secret art, a peerless martial skill, and not even the shadow of an artifact. Opening his eyes with an ashen face, the old demon impatiently asked, "Young master, did you gain anything?" "Gain my ass, that thing has already been refined." Yang Kai unhappily replied. The old demon was shocked, "Impossible, this is the legendary heaven-devouring great emperor's heavenly energy left behind. Legends are all lies." Yang Kai said sincerely. No, young master does not know, but this old servant remembers that there was an enemy who, because he refined the heaven-devouring great emperor's insect, obtained a supreme secret art, and became famous. This is not a legend, this is a real thing, this old servant swears with his life, with his soul. The old demon almost swore. Generally speaking, if the old demon dared to guarantee something with his divine soul, he was 90% sure of it. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but have a serious expression. If that really was the so-called heavenly energy, then he definitely wouldn't have come out empty-handed. Recalling everything that had just happened, Yang Kai focused his attention on the shoulder blades on both sides of his back. When the strange energy was refined, he felt a burning sensation in his shoulder blades. Other than that, there was no other abnormality. When he focused his attention there, Yang Kai clearly felt his yuan qi rush to his shoulder blades, and an inexplicable feeling of being bound appeared in his heart. When this feeling came, he couldn't help but increase the output of his yuan qi. Suddenly, the binding was broken. My God! The old demon groaned. If he had a physical body, he would be in a state of shock right now. This old demon had lived for who knows how many years. Although he had been sealed all this time and had only recently come out, he was very knowledgeable. There was very little in the world that could make him lose his composure. But now, he had lost his composure. Xianxia was also stunned. He never thought that such a bizarre thing would happen. On his back, there were 2 wings made purely of true yang yuanqi. The wings weren't big, only about 5 feet long. The true yang yuanqi that was made of them seemed to be quite unstable. It swayed and shook according to the ups and downs of Xianxia's mood. Looking sideways, Xianxia's eyes trembled. This pair of wings that grew out of his shoulder blades had a grand design that revealed a sense of elegance. Especially the color of the true yang yuanqi, it was like a raging flame, giving people a wild and unrestrained feeling. Xianxia and the old demon didn't speak. It was as if they had lost the ability to speak. All of their minds were focused on the wings. After a long time, Xianxia suddenly came back to his senses. He frowned and said, "Old demon, what is this?" The old demon swallowed his saliva and said, "The power of flight." Secret treasure? No. This is much more valuable than a secret treasure. This is an ability bestowed upon young master by the heavenly energy. This old servant does not understand the mysteries behind it. Only young master can figure it out yourself in the future. Xianxia nodded slightly, and with a thought, the 2 yang inflammation wings on his back flapped, rolling up a light breeze in the cave. It actually brought him up into the air. But before he could fly too high, he hit the cave wall and the flaming yang wings on his back suddenly disappeared, causing Xianxia to plummet to the ground, his vision blurred. He carefully studied and experimented for a long time. Xianxia confirmed that he really obtained the power of flight from the heaven-devouring great emperor. The pair of yang inflammation wings was indeed condensed from the true yang yuanqi in his body. After confirming this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel relieved. With the Red Cloud sex people in the hidden island, although Xianxia didn't say anything to the old demon these days, he was actually a little worried. He didn't know how to go back. Originally, he wanted to cultivate to the yuanqi realm and have the ability to fly before making any plans. Or catch a flying monster beast on the hidden island. Or carry him back, but no matter which method it was somewhat unreliable. After all, the hidden island was thousands of miles away from Sea City. Even an immortal Wander realm expert might not be able to fly over, let alone the yuanqi realm expert and the monster beast he could catch. Now, he could use the true yang yuanqi to condense a pair of yang inflammation wings behind his back. The problem that troubled Xianxia was solved. This pair of yang inflammation wings. According to the old demon, it came from the heaven-devouring great emperor's remaining heavenly energy, not a secret treasure. It was not a martial technique, but a special ability that had been derived from it. But if he wanted to use this ability, similarly, it would consume a lot of primordial qi. The cave was not suitable for testing the yang inflammation wings. Xianxia restrained the excitement in his heart and suddenly thought of a problem. "Old demon, you said that the insects outside." "Young master, you think too much. The heaven-devouring great emperor's insects are very rare. Although it has many descendants, the insects outside can no longer be considered as heaven-devouring great emperor's insects. They are just a kind of monster beast." The old demon obviously knew what Xianxia was thinking. Sigh. Xianxia sighed, but thinking about it, those insects couldn't be killed. If every one of them had heavenly energy in their body, wouldn't it be terrible? Xianxia's expression changed again, but after refining the heaven-devouring great emperor's insect, I found that I can control those insects. Is there such a thing? The old demon was surprised. Try it and you will know. Xianxia's mind turned, and a large number of insects rushed in from outside. Some were big and some were small, but they all stopped outside the cave, as if this cave was a forbidden area for them. Haha. It's really like this. Xianxia laughed. Although those small insects were not lethal, there were a lot of them. What made Xianxia happy was that those big insects were all 3rd or 4th grade monster beast, and there were even 2 that had reached the 5th grade. 5th grade, which was equivalent to an yuanqi master. Searching for treasures in the hidden island would be a lot easier with their help. This trip into the tiger's den was really the right one. In a good mood, Yang Kai walked out of the cave, and those large and small insects quickly retreated, taking the initiative to make a path for him. Seeing this scene, the old demon couldn't help but be amazed. After this matter, Yang Kai planned to directly leave this insect cave and take this group of insects to the hidden island, but suddenly he remembered a person. Yuao Qing. He didn't know what happened to this Red Cloud sect's proud daughter at the moment. If she was already dead at this moment, then naturally ashes to ashes, earth to earth, all the previous grievances could be put aside. If she was not dead, Yang Kai wanted to take her with him. It was not to take care of her, but there were definitely Red Cloud sect masters on the hidden island. If he accidentally encountered those masters after going out, with Yuao Qing in his hand, it would always be a bargaining chip. Thinking of this, Yang Kai followed the path in his memory to the place where Yuao Qing was imprisoned. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the cave from before, but when Yang Kai poked his head inside to take a look, his expression immediately changed. In this cave, Yuao Qing was not the only one. In addition to her, there were 3 other people. 2 of them were the Red Cloud sect's younger generation disciples, and the other was an elder of the Red Cloud sect. Yang Kai had heard his name when he was on the ship. Meng Xingyuan, although his strength could not be compared to Yu Xiaoping, he was also a 7th-layer Yuan Qi master. Why were they here? Yang Kai was stunned. Meng Xingyuan and the others were here, it was Yuao Qing's luck. After the ship was destroyed, the Red Cloud sect's people scattered. Meng Xingyuan gathered several disciples, and like Yuao Qing and the others, they explored the hidden island while looking for disciples. For many days, they encountered many dangers along the way, and the disciples suffered heavy casualties. Now, only 2 people were left. Today, when they arrived here, they found that the outer layer of fog was a bit strange, so Meng Xingyuan flew in with the 2 disciples to investigate. When they investigated, they found Qi Yuan's body, and then followed the clues to this insect cave. At the entrance of the insect cave, there was a piece of torn cloth from Yuao Qing's dress. Meng Xingyuan immediately knew that the situation was not good, so he led the 2 disciples to sneak in. He thought it would be very difficult, but he did not expect that they would not encounter any attacks along the way, and so easily found Yuao Qing. How could they know that all those insects had just been summoned by Yang Kai, so it was so smooth? When Yang Kai came back, Meng Xingyuan and the Red Cloud sect disciple had just arrived. Yuao Qing was in a daze, and in fear, she described what had happened to her in the past few days, as well as the fate of Zhang Yu and Luo Qianqian. While she was talking, Yang Kai appeared, and both sides were stunned. Meng Xingyuan did not remember that the Red Cloud sect had such a disciple, and Yuao Qing obviously did not expect that Yang Kai could come back alive. But immediately, Yuao Qing's eyes surged with resentment and anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Marshal Uncle Meng, this person is not a disciple of my Red Cloud sect, but a thief who mixed in with the ship. Qi Yuan was killed by him. I ask Marshal Uncle Meng to take action, and avenge junior brother Qi Yuan." She did not mention that Yang Kai had humiliated her, fearing that if this matter spread, it would not be good for her. Before, she did not dare to do anything to Yang Kai. First of all, there was only her and Yang Kai here, and some of them were in the same boat. Second, she was physically and mentally exhausted, and was not Yang Kai's opponent. But now it was different. Meng Xingyuan and the others had found this place, so she could safely leave. For Yang Kai, this man who had stripped her clothes and profaned her body, how could Yuao Qing be willing to let him go? She could not wait to tear Yang Kai into pieces with her own hands, to vent the hatred in her heart. As long as he died, no one would know what had happened that day, and she would still be the proud daughter of the Red Cloud sect. After saying this, Yuao Qing slightly raised her head, looking at Yang Kai arrogantly, her eyes filled with the joy of revenge. Meng Xingyuan's face became cold, and he shouted, "Boy, you have guts. You dare to kill my Red Cloud sect disciple. Kill him for me." These words were directed at the 2 Red Cloud sect disciples. As soon as his voice fell, the 2 did not hesitate to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared deeply at Yuao Qing, his eyes flashing with a trace of coldness. His figure flickered, and he flashed more than 10 feet away. When the 2 Red Cloud sect disciples caught up, Yang Kai flashed again, and after a few more times, disappeared without a trace. So fast. Meng Xingyuan could not help but exclaim, that footwork was really amazing, and he did not know what level of martial skill it was. Qing can you still walk? Meng Xingyuan asked. N. Yuao Qing nodded. Go out with martial uncle. I want to see how that boy leaves that fog. Meng Xingyuan coldly snorted, but he was not in a hurry. As long as the fog was still there, any cultivator below Yuan Qi would not be able to leave, unless they had a flight-type artifact. Martial uncle, you must kill him. He even wanted to humiliate junior sister Luo Qianqian. If I had not stopped him, he would have already succeeded. Yuao Qing's beautiful eyes were cold. Without the slightest bit of guilt, she slandered Yang Kai. Meng Xingyuan was furious, daring to have ideas about my Red Cloud sect disciple. He is really bold. Qing rest assured, when martial uncle catches him, he will be skinned alive. Yuao Qing showed a cold smile. Not waiting for Meng Xingyuan and Yuao Qing to go far, the sound of a fierce battle suddenly came from outside. A moment later, the two Red Cloud sect disciples who had chased Yang Kai retreated in embarrassment. What happened? Meng Xingyuan asked. Martial uncle, there are so many insects. One of them hurriedly replied with an ugly expression. There was no need for him to answer, as a buzzing sound entered Meng Xingyuan's ears, and in the next moment, he saw a large mass of dark, fog-like things rushing towards him. This black mass was made up of a type of black insects that were only the size of a fist and were waving their wings. As far as the eye could see, these insects completely occupied the tunnel, and there were countless of them. Yuao Qing cried out involuntarily, Martial ant, we were caught by these insects. Meng Xingyuan's face became cold, shouting, retreat behind me. With a single step, he rushed to the front of the Red Cloud sect disciples, his hands opened wide, and a fierce Yuan Qi burst out. When the strange insects were struck by Meng Xingyuan's attacks, they fell down like dumplings, creating a vacuum in front of him. Martial uncle is so strong. One of the Red Cloud sect disciples was dazzled, and could not help but praise. Follow me and kill. Meng Xingyuan's aura was as deep as an abyss, as he took the lead, using his own means to kill. The two Red Cloud sect disciples protected Yuao Qing in the middle, following closely behind Meng Xingyuan. Meng Xingyuan pushed forward step by step. Every time he made a move, he would definitely be able to kill off several dozen mutated insects. However, there were simply too many of them, and he could not kill them all. After making over 10 moves consecutively, he could not help but feel a little out of breath. His footsteps paused for a moment, and he took in a deep breath to suppress his churning vital energy and blood. Once again, he performed a fierce move. Along the way, the ground was covered with insect corpses, forming a thick layer. After rushing out about 500 feet, Meng Xingyuan suddenly stopped, his expression changing. From the depths of the cave came a cracking sound. The cave wall above them. Also, chunks of mud were falling down. Immediately, a rumbling sound entered their ears. The whole cave shook. Not good. Meng Xingyuan exclaimed, this place is going to collapse, let's go. The three Red Cloud sect disciples behind him were also shocked and hurriedly followed his footsteps. However, there were countless strange insects blocking the way. They couldn't speed up even if they wanted to. Meng Xingyuan used all of his strength, but he was still unable to make those strange insects retreat. In his haste, there were some that managed to slip through and attack the three people behind him. This caused them to be flustered. After running for another 300 feet, the tunnel in front of them suddenly collapsed, completely blocking their way. Meng Xingyuan and the three Red Cloud sect disciples' faces were ashen, and Yuao Qing was even more stunned. Apparently, she had not expected that just as she had seen a glimmer of hope, she would once again fall into despair. The rumbling continued as Yang Kai rushed to the entrance of the cave. The moment he exited the insect cave, the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank down. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Yang Kai continued to run forward. When he was attacked by the two Red Cloud sect disciples, Yang Kai had already ordered those strange insects to destroy the wormhole. He knew that if he were to face an Yuan Qi expert head-on, he would definitely not have a good ending. Now that he had these strange insects in hand, he naturally had to make use of them. These insects were good at digging holes, so destroying their own nest was even easier. The sound of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. Yang Kai continued to run for several miles. Only then did he stop and look back. He saw that with the entrance of the wormhole as the center, in a radius of several miles, the earth had sunk a great deal. The entire wormhole had completely collapsed. But Yang Kai was still not at ease. He did not know if such a collapse could take the life of an Yuan-Chi expert. With a thought, he ordered those strange insects to search for traces of the Red Cloud sect disciples underground. He had to eliminate them completely. After waiting quietly for about a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai suddenly heard an unwilling and mournful scream coming from underground. It was Meng Xingyuan's scream. It should be that the strange insects had found him and were now fighting. Gradually, the scream was so weak that it could not be heard, and finally disappeared. Meng Xingyuan, an Yuan-Chi expert, had died. Those Red Cloud sect disciples, whose strength was far inferior to him, naturally could not survive. They were probably buried deep in the wormhole the moment it collapsed. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman died. The old demon sighed. Yue Qing was definitely a rare beauty, but this woman was vicious and had a heart like a snake and scorpion. She really deserved to die. The old demon only felt some regret. Yang Kai remained silent, his expression indifferent, quietly standing in place. Not long after, the earth within a few miles began to squirm. Countless strange insects drilled out of the ground and surrounded him, waiting for orders. These strange insects would be the survival and exploration of Yang Kai on Hidden Island. Since he had mixed into the Red Cloud sect, Yang Kai had been very careful, as if he was walking on thin ice. Until now, he had finally gotten rid of the Red Cloud sect people, giving him a sense of relaxation and freedom. It was time to make a big move. These strange insects could fly, and their speed was not slow, so Yang Kai was not worried about not being able to take them away. Leading these strange insects outside, Yang Kai came to the edge of the fog blockade and issued the order to break the fog. Immediately, several big guys flew over, rushing into the fog and gnawing at it. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the fog blockade of more than a dozen miles was quickly gnawed open. Yang Kai's expression changed. This fog could be used as a killing move, but it seemed that this fog could only be sprayed out by those big strange insects. The fist-sized insects simply did not have this ability. In the next few days, Yang Kai did not rush to explore Hidden Island. Instead, he first found a hidden place to familiarize himself with his young inflammation wings. A few days later, Yang Kai stood in the air above Hidden Island, observing the entire island. In midair, everything about this mysterious island was imprinted in his eyes. Based on the map he obtained from the Jiang family's madam a few months ago, Yang Kai quickly identified his location and found the correct route. After flying forward for a while, Yang Kai landed on the ground and used his footwork to rush forward. Using the Yang inflammation wings would be much faster, but the consumption of Yuan-Chi was also huge. On this mysterious island, Yang Kai did not dare to waste the Yang liquid in his dantian. Flying in the air would easily expose him as a target. It was very likely that he would be targeted by the flying monster beast or an expert of the Red Cloud sect. Although using footwork to hasten his journey was much slower, it was the safest way. For several days, Yang Kai was on his way. Along the way, if he encountered any heavenly treasures, he would not hesitate to eat them and temper them into the energy of his unyielding golden skeleton. Hidden Island was indeed full of dangers. Powerful monster beasts were everywhere. If Yang Kai was not careful, he would have been in a big battle. In the past few days, he had not found any trace of the Red Cloud sect people, which made Yang Kai wonder if they were all dead. But as he approached his final destination, Yang Kai finally saw some traces of human activity. He became more cautious. In the center of Hidden Island was a lonely peak, about 100 feet high. Jagged rocks, the scenery was unique. According to the pattern given by Madame Jiang, Yang Kai could determine that the final destination of the pattern was this lonely peak. But now it seemed that the Red Cloud sect people were also aiming for this place. He did not know how many people they had and what kind of strength they had. Arriving at the lonely peak, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth and climbed up. Suppressing his heartbeat and holding his breath, Yang Kai had only climbed half the distance when he heard a violent sound coming from above, shaking the entire lonely peak. His heart trembled, knowing that something must have happened above. He could not help but quicken his pace. After waiting for an incense stick to burn, Xianxia arrived at the peak, quietly lurking on the side, sneakily looking in the direction of the source of the sound. About 100 feet away, several people from the Red Cloud sect were fiercely bombarding a stone door. After observing for a while, Xianxia could not help but relax. Among these people, there was no Grand Elder Xianxia of the Red Cloud sect. The leader was impressively Yu Xiaoping, and the rest were mostly true element boundary experts. But at the moment, these people looked quite embarrassed. They should have suffered a lot along the way. Many of them were wounded and covered in blood. Fortunately, they were in such a state, otherwise Xianxia estimated that he would not have been able to sneak in without being discovered. These people wielded their weapons and unleashed their moves, bombarding the stone door in front of them again and again. Each attack caused the stone door to tremble incessantly, and from the stone door, a dense halo of light spread out, causing their attacks to be ineffective. "Brother Yu." One of them gasped, "What do we do now?" Yu Xiaoping's face was gloomy, quite impatient. "What else can we do? Continue to attack, we must break this damn stone door. My Red Cloud sect has suffered heavy losses this time, even 2 of our Grand Elders have fallen. If we do not gain anything, how can we go back?" Hearing this, Xianxia could not help but be overjoyed. It turned out that Xianxia was also dead. He just did not know how the immortal Ascension boundary old woman died. But this news undoubtedly made Xianxia eat a pill of reassurance, and he was no longer afraid. Yu Xiaoping rushed forward, desperately urging his true essence, again and again violently attacking the stone door, hissing, "2 Grand Elders have fallen, the Red Cloud sect disciples have suffered heavy casualties, and this Yu's daughter's whereabouts are unknown. Everything is just for this broken door. If we cannot break it, we will kill ourselves here. Why should we continue to live in this world?" Yu Xiaoping's madness made the other people's faces not look good. This time, going out to explore the hidden island was a wrong decision. If they had known that this trip would be so dangerous, how could they have left the Red Cloud sect? With the Red Cloud sect's heritage, they obviously did not have the qualifications and strength to explore the hidden island. But Yu Xiaoping's words obviously aroused these people's enthusiasm. They were not in a hurry to recover, and all of them silently attacked the stone door together. This stone door was definitely a barrier left behind by a predecessor. Although it was incomparably sturdy, it did not mean that it was unbreakable. The several true element boundary masters did not stop attacking, and the sound of something crashing could be heard coming from the lone peak. In less than an hour, a few cracks had appeared on the stone door. Seeing hope, the Red Cloud sect people became even more ruthless. Gradually, more and more cracks appeared on the stone door, and it was about to shatter. But all of a sudden, the clear cry of an eagle could be heard from afar. The Red Cloud sect members who were attacking the stone door suddenly paled. "It's the giant eagle!" A person shouted in horror, "It's the giant eagle that tore apart the Supreme Elder." They couldn't help but panic. Before, under the leadership of Xianxia, they explored the hidden island and gained a lot. A few days ago, they suddenly found a bird's nest on a cliff. Inside, there was a young bird that had not yet grown up. Although it had not yet grown up, it was still very handsome. At a glance, one could tell that it was not a low-grade monster beast. Xianxia was delighted to see it, so she flew up and caught the young bird, preparing to raise it. Who would have thought that this would provoke a huge problem? Less than half a day after catching the young bird, it was found by its parents. They were 2 incomparably huge and terrifying giant eagles, whose strength was at least at the 6th order. Although Xianxia was an immortal Ascension boundary master, she could barely cope with one giant eagle, but the 2 giant eagles were angry that she had caught their offspring, so they joined forces to attack her. Xianxia could only hold on for less than half an hour before she was torn apart alive. At that time, Yu Xiaoping and the others were scared out of their wits. They hid in the woods, not daring to come out, let alone help. After the giant eagles tore apart Xianxia, they hovered in the sky for a long time before slowly leaving. Originally, Yu Xiaoping and the others thought that they had escaped, but they did not expect that these 2 beasts would be so vengeful. Today, they finally found their traces. An eagle cry came out, causing Yu Xiaoping and the others to break out in cold sweat. A moment later, another eagle cry came from afar, echoing the previous one. Looking around, they could see that from the east and west, there were two black dots rapidly approaching. Quickly, quickly break this stone door. Yu Xiaoping shouted in horror, otherwise, we will all die. Two sixth-order monster beasts, with their Yuan Qi cultivator strength, they simply could not cope. Once caught, only death awaited them. There was no need for Yu Xiaoping to remind them. Which one of the remaining people were not using all of their strength to attack the stone door? However, although more and more cracks appeared on the stone door, it still stood upright in front of them, blocking their way. As the giant eagle rapidly approached, one of the Yuan Qi masters couldn't bear the pressure of death and hurriedly used his footwork to escape. Come back! Junior brother Zhang, come back! Yu Xiaoping roared, if we put in more effort, we'll be able to break through this stone door and hide inside. If you run now, where can you run to? How could that junior brother Zhang be willing to stay? Wind blew under the soles of his feet as he ran for his life. The crowd didn't see any hope in the first place. After being provoked by this junior brother Zhang, one of them immediately retreated. He hurriedly said, let's run quickly. I'm afraid this stone door won't open for a while. If we run now, we still have a chance of survival. After saying that, he also hurriedly ran down. They didn't have enough manpower to begin with. Now that they were suddenly missing two people, they couldn't see any hope. The others also stomped their feet hatefully and hurriedly dispersed, each fleeing for their lives. Kai Yang hid himself well, not daring to move a single muscle. Quietly looking up, he saw two giant eagles appear in the sky. Even though they were separated by a distance of several hundred feet, these giant eagles looked extraordinary and majestic. If they really landed, Yang Kai estimated that they were at least 7 or 8 feet long. Two pairs of sharp eagle eyes stared at the fleeing red cloud cultivators below and swooped down. Not long after, a mournful scream came from afar. When it reached Yang Kai's ears, it made his heart tremble. When it reached the ears of the red cloud cultivators, it made them tremble with fear. They knew that another person had been killed by the giant eagles. Almost at the same time as the scream stopped, another scream came out. The second person was killed by the giant eagles. Yuan Qi experts, in front of the sixth-order sky overlords, were as fragile as newborn babies, without any power to resist. Yang Kai didn't dare to make any rash movements, so he stayed in place and waited for a whole day. After confirming that the two giant eagles and the red cloud sex people had all disappeared, he finally came out of his hiding place. His face was full of lingering fear. Fortunately, he did not rely on the wings of Yang Inflammation to fly around. Otherwise, if he encountered those two giant eagles, he was afraid that he would have met with disaster. Frowning, Yang Kai came in front of the stone door. Looking at the broken cracks, he operated his Yuan Qi and punched it. The stone door shook, and the cracks became denser. The fog on the stone door was not as gorgeous as before. Instead, it gave off a feeling that it was about to run out of oil. Aware of this, Yang Kai's spirit was greatly aroused. Punch after punch, he fiercely attacked the stone door. Who would have thought that after several hundred punches, the stone door was still the same as before? Strange. Yang Kai frowned. Thinking about it, he called out in his mind. After waiting for a long time, a buzzing sound came. It was the group of insects that followed Yang Kai. These insects were not far behind Yang Kai, waiting for any danger so that Yang Kai could summon them to help, but he did not expect that they would not be used at all. Summoning the big insects, Yang Kai asked them to spit out some kind of strange fog towards the stone door. Yang Kai wanted to see if this strange fog could erode the stone door. The several large insects were well behaved. After receiving the order, they came to the stone door and opened their mouths to spit out white fog. Crackling sounds came out. The stone door was indeed corroded a little. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded. Letting the large insects continue to spit out the fog, he sat to the side to recover. About an hour later, Kai Yang suddenly heard a crashing sound. Opening his eyes, he saw that the stone door had been shattered, revealing a dark cave entrance. Yang Kai did not rush in. Instead, he let the group of insects fly in first to explore. After waiting outside for half a day, the group of strange insects flew back safely. After confirming that there was no danger inside, Xianxia stepped inside. After entering, he ordered the insects to guard the entrance and let the large insects spit out a layer of fog to block the entrance. With these insects and the fog as a barrier, Xianxia believed that even if the Red Cloud sect people escaped the giant eagle's pursuit, they would not be able to come back. As they walked deeper into the cave, it wasn't a straight path. Instead, it spiraled downwards. Before going far, Xianxia felt comfortable all over, as if in this cave, the heaven and earth energy was extremely rich. The more he went down, the stronger this feeling became. After going down for several thousand feet, Xianxia estimated that he had reached the bottom of this lonely peak. Only then did he see the end of the road. Below was a huge and spacious space. The stone walls were dotted with traces of light, making this place look somewhat magnificent. On both sides of the road, there was a row of stone shelves divided into many layers. Each layer had something placed on it. Xianxia strolled forward, arriving in front of the stone shelves. With the help of the light, he glanced at the top layer. Supreme Solitary Sect? Xianxia looked at the 3 large words engraved on the stone shelves. He could not help but be surprised. He had heard of this sect when he was traveling in Sea City. It was the only transcendent force overseas that was comparable to the central capital's 8 great families. The sect had countless disciples and many experts, and its reputation was widespread. Did this sect have some kind of relationship with this place? On this layer of stone shelves engraved with the words Supreme Solitary Sect, Xianxia saw a treasure seal. Reaching out and picking it up, he found that it was not light. This treasure seal should have been carved from some kind of precious material. It could even be said that this treasure seal itself was an artifact. After examining it, Xianxia was surprised to find the words Supreme 1 to 2 at the bottom of this treasure seal. Sure enough, this was a treasure of Supreme Solitary Sect. But why would it appear here? With a trace of doubt, Xianxia looked down at the next layer of stone shelves. This layer of stone shelves was also engraved with words, and surprisingly, it was a great sect that Xianxia had heard of before. Ancient Cloud Island. Although this sect's strength was not comparable to Supreme Solitary Sect, it was still considered a first-class force in the Endless Sea Islands. Placed on this stone shelf was a book of cultivation techniques. Xianxia casually flipped through it and felt that this secret art was not simple. Its grade should not be low, at least a heaven-grade secret art. However, Xianxia already cultivated the true Yang secret art and the art of yin-yang joyous unification, so he did not need this secret art, so he just casually put it down. Looking further down, Xianxia's expression became more and more strange. On each layer of this stone shelf, the name of a great sect was engraved, and on each layer, there was also something. Whether it was a martial skill or a secret art, an artifact, or some kind of token, there were many strange things. These sects were all first-class and second-class forces in the Endless Sea Islands. There were more than a dozen of them. A third-class force like the Red Cloud sect was simply not qualified to appear on these stone shelves. If his guess was correct, then these things on these stone shelves really belonged to those sects. But, why were they all gathered here? Looking at this, Xianxia suddenly remembered something. It was a strange story he heard in a tea house in Sea City. It was said that 300 years ago, there was a person who begged all the sects in the Endless Sea Islands, wanting to be a disciple of one of these sects. However, his aptitude was somewhat unsightly, and every time he went to a sect, he would be rejected and driven away. Some sect disciples even mocked and ridiculed him, and even fought with him. His perseverance was not bad, and even after visiting all the sects in the Endless Sea Islands, he still had no results. Disheartened, this person was also somewhat desperate, and hated those sects that were not willing to accept him. He vowed to find a way to cultivate. This matter was originally just a small matter. Those famous sects would reject countless people who wanted to join them every year, and he was just one of them. However, 30 years later, a major event happened overseas. The Greater One Sect's sect master seal was lost, and it was unknown which divine thief had sneaked into the sect and stolen it. Immediately after, the Endless Sea Islands' great sects sent out news that all of them had lost their treasures. Some of these things were very valuable, and some were not necessarily very valuable, but all of them had a special meaning to these sects. For a time, the great sects were in panic, afraid that the divine thief had set his eyes on their treasures. But even if they were on guard, they still could not avoid the fate of being stolen. That stealthy thief, in the most impossible situation, always took away the things that they guarded so closely. At that time, this matter caused an uproar overseas, and all the major sects lost face. More than a dozen treasures were stolen one after another, which also aroused the anger of these sections. All parties gathered together, and the old man who had been in seclusion all year round set out, wanting to find the whereabouts of the thief and recover the lost treasures. Hard work paid off. After several months of investigation, these sects finally found some clues. All kinds of signs indicated that the person who stole the treasures of more than a dozen major sects was actually the person who was driven out of the sect 30 years ago. It was unknown what kind of fortuitous encounter this person had, but in just 30 years, he had cultivated his strength to an unattainable level. At this point, the major sects finally knew why someone would steal their treasures. It turned out that this person held a grudge for being driven out of the sect, and wanted to teach these snobbish sects a lesson. The experts of those sects asked this person for the stolen treasures, but were refused. Because of a disagreement, the two sides launched a deadly battle on the sea. This person had single-handedly dealt with the joint attack of experts from more than 10 great sections. In that battle, several isolated islands had been destroyed, and the experts from those great sects had also suffered heavy casualties. As for whether the thief was still alive or not, no one knew. Because after the experts who participated in that battle returned, they did not mention a word about this matter. Some people said that he was killed, some said that he was seriously injured and fled. No one knew the truth. As time passed, the experts who participated in the battle were all dead, and this matter slowly subsided, but the stolen treasures were never found. Xianxia also thought that this was a story casually made up by the predecessors. After all, many of the so-called strange stories were made up by the storytellers in order to make a living. In 10 strange stories, it was already very good if 3 of them were true. Even these 3 items, which were rumored by countless people, gradually lost their original flavor, and a lot of exaggeration was added to it. But, seeing all this today, Xianxia knew that it was not a story, but something that really happened. The Greater One Sect's Master's Seal must be driven by the Greater One Sect's unique mantra in order to become a killing treasure. At this moment, at the top of this stone shelf, it was covered in layers of dust. Ancient Cloud Island's Supreme Secret Art, Azura Sect's Sect Hallowed Artifact, Falling Flower Sect's Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia. Which one of these wasn't priceless? Which one of these wasn't of great significance to these sects? Even if some of these items on these stone shelves didn't have much value, since they were placed here, they were immeasurable treasures to these sects. It turned out that the things that person had stolen were all placed here. Xianxia's mood fluctuated. He could imagine how much of a shock these things would cause to the Endless Sea Island's great forces if they appeared. Oh, the grade of these artifacts isn't bad, young master, would you like to collect a few for self-defense? Old Demon suddenly asked. There weren't many artifacts here, only 3 of them. Besides the Greater One Sect's Master's Seal, which required a matching mantra, Xianxia could take the other 2 if he really wanted to use them. These artifacts were all at least heaven grade, so Xianxia was naturally tempted. But if he were to use it outside and reveal any traces of himself, then it would only lead to trouble, so Xianxia had some misgivings. Ignoring the old demon's inquiry, Xianxia put the things in his hands back on the stone shelf before walking forward step by step. After walking for a short time, he was greeted by a rich and pure world energy. Not far in front of him, there seemed to be a 5-colored brilliance that tugged at Xianxia's heartstrings. Xianxia's expression brightened, and he couldn't help quickening his pace. Turning a corner, Xianxia entered a place that looked like a living room. The 5-colored brilliance was coming from here. Looking up, Xianxia could only see a lotus flower the size of a washbasin floating in the air. Next to this lotus flower, there was something that looked like water, wrapping around this 5-colored lotus flower. Although it looked like liquid, it wasn't liquid. Instead, it gave Xianxia an inexplicable feeling of palpitations, as if his soul was somewhat flustered and unstable. Soul-warming lotus. The old demon exclaimed, it's actually a soul-warming lotus. Heavens, a soul-warming lotus actually appeared here, and it's a 5-colored soul-warming lotus. Treasure? Yang Kai licked his lips and asked with some excitement. More than a treasure, this is simply a supreme treasure, young master. The old demon was so excited that he was somewhat incoherent. This is a soul-warming lotus, a treasure that all cultivators in the world dream of obtaining. No matter how high your strength is, no matter how strong your cultivation is, this thing will be of great use to you. Why didn't this old master find this thing back then? Yang Kai chuckled, from what you're saying, you can't collect this thing? The old demon shuddered and said, young master is joking, this old servant is now just a wisp of soul. Not to mention collecting it, if I were to come into contact with it, it would be strange if it didn't collect me. Tell me, what is the use of this thing? For better or worse, you're an old demon, so don't be so flustered. The old demon was choked speechless for a long time, thinking to himself, you're just an ignorant fool who doesn't know how rare and precious this thing is, so you can be so calm. If you knew of its great use, you would definitely lose your composure like boss. But why isn't this old master's luck as good? On the contrary, the young master's luck is great. A few days ago, he refined a trace of heavenly energy and obtained the ability to fly, and now he actually encountered the soul-warming lotus. Just how heaven-defying must his luck be to be able to continuously encounter such great luck? Filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, the old demon held back for a long time before he finally recovered. He deliberated and said, the soul-warming lotus, as its name suggests, is a heavenly treasure used to nourish one's soul. Young master, you know about soul, right? Although you're currently in the chi transforming stage and can't cultivate soul, it still exists in your mind and your perception originates from soul. Once you reach the immortal ascension boundary, you can begin to cultivate. The stronger your soul, the more obvious the benefits. If two people of similar strength were to fight, the one with the stronger soul would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Yang Kai frowned and impatiently interrupted him, get to the point. Was this old demon treating him like a 3-year-old child? Although Yang Kai couldn't cultivate soul, he still knew about it. Yes. The old demon was gloomy and continued, cultivating soul is very difficult. It's many times more difficult than improving one's physical strength. However, there are some heavenly treasures that can improve one's soul, and the soul-warming lotus is one of those treasures. This kind of heavenly treasure will never disappear and will never be refined. Once it's collected, it will only exist in the cultivator's soul sea. There's no need to care about it, as it will constantly nourish the cultivator's soul sea, slowly making it stronger and more condensed. It can't be refined, but it also won't disappear? That's right, because there's no one in this world whose soul sea can refine the soul-warming lotus, not even those who stand at the peak of the world. The old demon's tone was solemn and heavy. This is a very special kind of heavenly treasure. In terms of value, it's much more valuable than the heaven-devouring great emperor bug that young master refined a few days ago. This is because it will accompany you for the rest of your life. From the moment you collect it until the end of your life, it will nourish you, all the time, all the time, all the time. All you need to do is sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Good stuff, I want it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he was about to rush forward. Wait. The old demon shouted, young master, don't be rash. The old demon was scared to death. Just now, Yang Kai had shown no interest, but now he was suddenly full of interest. This change was so fast that he was almost caught off guard. What's wrong? Yang Kai was a bit displeased. Young master, do you see a layer of something like liquid around the soul-warming lotus? Do you know what it is? The old demon asked. What? This is the sea of consciousness left behind by the strong after they die. It contains the power of their divine sense. Young master, if you rush in so recklessly, with your chi transforming stage strength, I'm afraid you'll immediately die. Sea of consciousness? Yang Kai was stunned. Can a person's sea of consciousness be preserved after they die? The sea of consciousness was originally ethereal and formless. It was a manifestation of one's mental strength. When a person died, it was like a lamp going out. Naturally, the sea of consciousness couldn't be preserved. Others can't, but when a person who possesses the soul-warming lotus dies, their sea of consciousness will be preserved. This is the strength of the soul-warming lotus. The old demon explained, oh right, young master, if you collected the soul-warming lotus and died that day, it would also be like this. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He lowered his head and saw that there was indeed a skeleton under the soul-warming lotus. Presumably, this skeleton was that godly thief who had caused a huge uproar that year. He died here, but the soul-warming lotus and his sea of consciousness were preserved. Raising his eyebrows, Yang Kai asked, "Old demon, don't you need this kind of mental strength?" The old demon laughed and said, "Young master is right. If young master doesn't have any other orders, this old servant will begin to devour this person's sea of consciousness." "How long do you need?" "I can't say, it might take a month." The old demon replied, "After all, this person wasn't weak when he was alive. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, his sea of consciousness is quite good." "A month, then I'll help you guard." Yang Kai nodded. "No need, young master, look over there. The soul-warming lotus isn't the only treasure here." Yang Kai turned his head and looked over. He saw that at the bottom of the cave, there was a dense and pure mist. Energy visible to the naked eye was surging. Ever since he entered here, Yang Kai's gaze had been attracted by the five-colored lotus, so he didn't pay much attention to it. "What is this?" "Pure heaven and earth energy. It can also be called an earth vein." "Young master, good luck. You can go absorb the heaven and earth energy in this earth vein to cultivate. Once this old servant has refined this sea of consciousness, I'll come back to collect the soul-warming lotus." "This is an earth vein?" Yang Kai was stunned. That thief from 300 years ago really found a good place to cultivate. No wonder he could cultivate to the point where all the great sects were helpless against him in just 30 years. It turned out that not only did he have the help of the soul-warming lotus, he also had this earth vein. "It's just a small earth vein. Moreover, it's about to dry up," the old demon replied. "All right, go do your thing. Don't worry about me." The old demon was overjoyed. He hurriedly flew out with the soul breaker all wrapped around him. He rushed to the edge of the sea of consciousness and began to devour it. Yang Kai even heard him let out a satisfied sound, like a hungry ghost who had been thirsty for many years hugging a naked beauty. Yang Kai walked into the earth vein, and as soon as he was enveloped by the dense world energy, he felt a burst of comfort throughout his body. He did not need to circulate his secret art, his hundreds of millions of pores automatically opened up, and every inch of his flesh and blood, and every cell in his body rejoiced. Very rich in pure world energy, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai began to circulate his secret art, like a whale sucking in water, swallowing the earth vein's energy. In the past, that god thief had used 30 years to cultivate to the point where many of the Endless Sea Island sects had a headache. Firstly, he had the help of the soul-warming lotus, and secondly, he had this earth vein. The former nourished his spirit, while the latter nourished his body. With these two treasures, it would be strange if his strength did not increase quickly. It was a pity that this was only a small earth vein. The amount of heaven and earth energy it contained was not very large. Furthermore, it had been absorbed by the thief for 30 years. There was not much heaven and earth energy left in the earth vein. It was about to dry up. But even so, for the current Yang Kai, it was still a great supplement. His body's special characteristics allowed him to absorb world energy much faster than the god thief of the past. The unyielding golden skeleton was like a bottomless pit, so no matter how much world energy entered his body, it would be swallowed up, so there was no need to worry about it holding up. Moreover, the earth vein's world energy was pure and rich, so there was almost no need to burn it. After circulating through his meridians, the world energy would flow into the unyielding golden skeleton's large warehouse, becoming Yang Kai's reserve. As Yang Kai swallowed the earth vein's world energy, the old demon swallowed the knowledge sea energy of the god thief. The two did not interfere with each other, and were both physically and mentally happy, forgetting the passage of time. After a full month and a half, Yang Kai took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. The small earth vein had been unrestrainedly absorbed by Yang Kai, and had been completely drained, so the world energy visible to the naked eye no longer existed. Carefully feeling his current realm, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. Unknowingly, his strength had risen to the chi-transforming 9th stage, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary. Moreover, Yang Kai could feel that the energy in his body, whether in terms of quality or quantity, had already reached the separation and reunion boundary. The only thing missing was the comprehension of martial arts. The advancement of every major realm required one's own comprehension. It was the same when he was advancing to the initial element stage, and it was the same when he was advancing to the chi transformation stage. Now, if he wanted to advance to the separation and reunion stage, he would also need to comprehend. However, Xianxia had yet to touch that layer of shackles. It depended on luck and opportunity, and was not something that could be achieved through hard work. He looked up and saw that the old demon had already absorbed all of the knowledge sea energy around the soul-warming lotus and was waiting for him to wake up. In front of him was the multicolored soul-warming lotus. Xianxia slowly stood up and walked in front of this supreme sacred object. "Old demon, is there a need to pay special attention to it?" Xianxia asked. "There is no need to pay special attention to it. If young master was an immortal ascension boundary expert who had cultivated his divine sense, he may need to struggle with it, but young master has not yet cultivated his divine sense, so all you need to do is accept it." Since there was no need to pay special attention to it, Xianxia did not hesitate and stretched out his hand towards the multicolored soul-warming lotus. Just as his fingers touched the lotus, it disappeared. At the same time, Xianxia suddenly felt refreshed, his mind clearer than ever before, and even his perception had become much stronger. Involuntarily, Xianxia took a deep breath, his whole body shivering in comfort. Even if he carefully probed, he could not find any trace of the soul-warming lotus, but Xianxia knew that it was definitely in his mind at this moment. Only after he had cultivated his divine sense would he be able to see it. The multicolored soul-warming lotus, ah! The old demon was both envious and jealous. Xianxia laughed. "Young master, in the future, you should find some precious treasures that can nourish your divine sense so this soul-warming lotus can absorb them. Once it one day evolves into 7 colors, it will be of even greater help to you." "It can grow?" Xianxia was somewhat surprised. Of course, when the soul-warming lotus is born, it only has one color, but it also has different grades. The more colors it has, the higher its grade. The highest grade it can reach is 7 colors. For example, a single-color soul-warming lotus requires 100 years to double the size of a person's knowledge sea, a 5-color soul-warming lotus only requires 20 years, and a 7-color soul-warming lotus only requires 5 years. Amazing! Xianxia was secretly speechless. Although he had yet to cultivate his divine sense, he knew how difficult it was to cultivate it. Just as the old demon had said before, cultivating one's divine sense was more than 100 times more difficult than cultivating one's body. But now, with the help of the soul-warming lotus, he didn't have to worry about it at all. His divine sense would become stronger and more condensed. Speaking of which, the multicolored soul-warming lotus is not bad. Xianxia wasn't dissatisfied. Being able to obtain this thing was already heaven-defying luck. He couldn't expect to obtain a 7-color lotus in one go. Naturally, it's a very good treasure. When it grows to 7 colors in the future, it will be the world's most precious treasure. But this thing grows very slowly, and it only absorbs the energy of precious treasures that can strengthen one's divine sense. If you want to turn this multicolored lotus into a 7-color, young master will have to put in a lot of effort. Let's just leave it to fate. I won't force it. Xianxia was more open-minded. If it could become a 7-color lotus in his lifetime, then it would be his luck. If it couldn't, then there was no point in forcing it. It's good that young master has this kind of attitude. The old demon felt a burst of admiration. He was young, but he was calm and steady. The more he interacted with Xianxia, the more he felt a sense of admiration. If it were any other young man, with the old demon's belly full of tricks and experience, he would have long since tricked them. But in front of Xianxia, the old demon didn't dare to have any bad intentions. He respected him in everything. It's time to go out. Xianxia took a deep breath. After staying here for more than a month, he had already collected the soul-warming lotus and absorbed the earth vein. He had already obtained all the benefits, so there was naturally no need to stay here. Before leaving, Xianxia dug a hole and buried the bones of the divine thief inside. Walking all the way out, when he passed by the stone shelf, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time before restraining his restless thoughts. He didn't look at the artifacts that made his heart beat faster and strode away. There were 3 artifacts on the stone shelf. In addition to the Tai seal, Yang Kai could take the other 2 for his own use. But the divine thief didn't use them, so there must be some kind of mystery. Perhaps once he used these things, those overseas sects would be able to sense it through some special method. This was not Yang Kai's own speculation, but it was the truth. Many great sects had placed barriers on their hallowed artifacts. Within a certain range, if an outsider tried to use it, it would be detected. Yang Kai was planning to return to Sea City, so naturally he didn't dare to refine this hot potato. He would leave them here first, and then come back to pick them up when he left the island. A few thousand feet up, Yang Kai once again arrived at the top of the lonely peak. The group of insects were still dutifully guarding the broken stone door. The Xianxia experts of the Red Cloud sect showed no signs of returning, presumably they were all hunted down by the 2 giant eagles. Letting the big insect break through the fog at the door, Yang Kai walked out. Standing on the lonely peak, Yang Kai looked around. This place was thousands of miles away from Sea City. If he wanted to leave the island, he could only rely on the Yang inflammation wings, but using the Yang inflammation wings would consume too much Yuan Qi. After all this time, the Dantian only had 30 drops of Yang liquid left, which was not enough to support him flying thousands of miles. Flying thousands of miles was already very difficult, and once he encountered a storm at sea, he may need to take a detour to avoid it. In this way, the demand for Yang liquid would be even greater. He would need at least 400 drops of Yang liquid to leave this damned place. 400 drops, was there so many Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures on the island? Yang Kai was somewhat uncertain, but in any case, looking for Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures to increase the amount of Yang liquid in the Dantian was the most important task. Letting the insects once again spit out fog to seal the cave, Yang Kai left a lot of insects here to guard, and took the other half of the group down the lonely peak. For many days, Yang Kai searched for Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures, and the harvest was quite good. In just 4 or 5 days, the amount of Yang liquid in the Dantian broke through to more than 100 drops. With the guidance of the origin of Yang seal on his chest, as long as it was within 3,000 feet of Yang Kai, these heaven and earth treasures could not escape Yang Kai's search. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Now on the entire island, he was probably the only living person. In addition to those powerful monster beasts, Yang Kai could be regarded as the master of the island. Exploring and collecting heaven and earth treasures, he would pick them all together. If it was Yang attribute, he would absorb it on the spot and turn it into Yang liquid, and if it was not Yang attribute, he would keep it first and put it in his bag. Occasionally, he would come across some strange flowers and herbs guarded by the monster beast, and Yang Kai would instruct the insects to distract the monster beast's attention, while he waited for the opportunity to pick them. It was always scary but not dangerous. The map he had obtained from the Jiang family's madam had been a great help. Previously, Yang Kai didn't know what was so mysterious about the marked locations on the map, but after accidentally entering a certain area and encountering a 6th-order monster beast, he realized that the marked locations were all dangerous places. Since then, Yang Kai had avoided these marked points, and did not encounter too much trouble. Traveling north and south, in less than half a month, Yang Kai had explored the entire hidden island. All the precious treasures that could be harvested had been picked up, filling up a large bag. These things were all earth and heaven-level treasures, more than 10 times more than what Yang Kai had obtained on the right peninsula of Xianxia. He also harvested a lot of Yang attribute things, but until now, Yang Kai still only had about 300 drops of Yang liquid in his dantian. 300 drops of Yang liquid. If he was lucky enough, maybe he could fly to Sea City. But maybe, Yang Kai was not completely sure. If he could not fly to Sea City and accidentally fell into the sea, he would certainly die. Even if he could not drown, the monster beast in the sea would be enough to take his life. He had to find some more Yang attribute items to gather 400 drops. Only then would he be absolutely certain of success. Could it be, he really had to stroke the tiger's whiskers? Thinking about it, Kai Yang's heart hardened and he made up his mind. A few days ago, when Yang Kai had accidentally passed by a dangerous place, he had sensed a Yang attribute treasure, but because that place was specifically marked on the map, Yang Kai did not dare to go there. Now it seemed that he had no choice but to go there. All the Yang attribute treasures on the island had been collected, and if he wanted to collect 400 drops of Yang liquid, there was no other place besides there. The only thing he did not know was what kind of monster beast was guarding that place. He had to be careful, in case he encountered the 2 giant eagles he had seen a few days ago. Even if Yang Kai had the Yang inflammation wings, he would not be able to escape from their pursuit. After spending a day's effort, Yang Kai arrived at the perimeter of the dangerous place. Yang Kai thought about it for a long time before ordering his insects to take some precautions, carefully speculating about any possible situation and how to deal with it. Only after he had a plan in mind did he set off. The origin of Yang on Yang Kai's chest once again emitted a scorching hot reaction. A few hundred feet in front of him, there was indeed a Yang attribute item, and its grade was not low either. If there was enough energy, it would be enough to refine 400 drops of Yang liquid. Success or failure would depend on this adventure. At this moment, Yang Kai was not afraid. Step by step he walked towards the direction of the Yang origin seal's reaction. There seemed to be a fishy smell in the air, and there were traces of the monster beast, all of which indicated that there was great danger ahead. After a few hundred feet, the fishy smell became stronger. Yang Kai faintly saw that not far ahead, there was a huge dark red rock standing there. The Yang Qi that the Yang origin seal had sensed was coming from this rock. Yang Kai was delighted. He suddenly felt that there was hope to return home. Such a large piece of Yang attribute stone, if he absorbed all the Yang Qi, he could easily obtain 400 drops of Yang liquid. This stone should be similar to the Yang inflammation stone mined by the blood group, but its texture was much better than the Yang inflammation stone. Continuing to approach cautiously, Yang Kai saw that there was a cave entrance that was not too deep at the bottom of the rock. Inside the cave, there was a handsome monster beast. It was squinting its purple eyes and staring at him. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He never thought that his whereabouts would be exposed like this. However, the monster beast didn't seem to want to chase after Yang Kai. Instead, he just crouched in the cave and looked at him with ill intentions. This was its lair, the source of its strength and survival. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would not leave. After walking another 300 feet forward, the demonic beast let out a low roar, and its purple eyes flashed with a ferocious light. It slowly stood up and walked out of the cave. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai finally saw its true form. It was a monster beast that looked like a wolf, but its whole body was covered in dark red fur. It was about 20 feet tall and had sharp fangs at the corner of its mouth. It bared its fangs at Yang Kai. An invisible pressure descended. Yang Kai almost couldn't breathe. A 6th grade monster beast. It was definitely a 6th grade monster beast. It was not much weaker than the giant eagle he saw a few days ago. Such a monster beast, even if Yang Kai tried his best, it would be impossible for him to kill it. Slowly bending down, Yang Kai picked up a stone at his feet while being vigilant of the monster beast's movements. Then, with all his strength, he threw the stone at the monster beast. Such a blatant provocation completely enraged the dark red wolf monster. Yang Kai only saw a red light flash in his eyes. The monster beast appeared 300 feet away from him. What a fast speed! Yang Kai's face darkened. Without hesitation, he quickly turned around and used his footwork to quickly retreat. There was a whistling sound of wind behind him. It was the monster beast quickly approaching. Yang Kai's hair stood on end. His spine was filled with cold wind. He increased his speed to the limit and kept flashing. Young master, it's not good. It's about to catch up with you. The old demon cried out in fear. Help! Yang Kai didn't dare to be distracted and continued to run forward. The old demon responded and turned into a black gas with a soul breaker all wrapped around it. It rushed toward the wolf monster. The monster beast reacted quickly. It opened its mouth and bit the soul breaker all while running. The old demon was scared and screamed again and again. The wolf monster couldn't bite the soul breaker all in half. It found that the all was hard to chew and spat it out. The old demon still had a lingering fear. This period of delay allowed Kai Yang to open up some distance between them. Dashing forward another 1,000 meters or so, Yang Kai finally arrived at the location where he had laid out his plan. Yang Kai no longer tried to escape, but instead turned around to face the monster beast, only to see it pounce towards him like a shadow. As it flew through the air, the sharp fangs in its mouth reflected a terrifying light. Yang Kai moved his feet and flashed more than 100 feet away. Before he could stand firm, the wolf monster rushed over again. Its speed was not much slower than the insect of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him decrease. He used his footwork again and fought with it. At this moment, the old demon finally arrived and cooperated with Yang Kai to distract the wolf monster, slightly alleviating Yang Kai's awkward situation. One man, one demon, and one wolf dashed endlessly within a radius of several tens of feet. Several times, Yang Kai was almost pounced on by it, but always at the most dangerous moment, he managed to escape. Even so, Yang Kai's whole body was dripping with sweat. Using the strength of Qi transformation level 9 to deal with a 6th-order monster beast was really overestimating himself. Without the help of his self-created footwork, he would have been bitten to death by the monster beast. But in order to leave the hidden island, Yang Kai had to take risks. After fighting for a full incense worth of time, Yang Kai looked around and revealed a smile. The young inflammation wings on his back opened and he flew into the sky. "Old demon, you and these insects block it, I'm going," Yang Kai said, turned around and flew toward the big stone. "Young master, you have to hurry up. This old servant is really afraid that it will swallow me." The old demon was uneasy. Although there was no danger hiding in the Soulbreaker, it would be very scary if it was swallowed. The monster beast stared at the direction Yang Kai left. As if it was aware that he wanted to take its place, it couldn't help but roar and chase after him. But after running for a short distance, he ran head-on into a cloud of fog. A burst of light sound came out, and the wolf monster howled. It hurriedly retreated and stared at the white fog in front of it with fear. This circle of fog really lived up to Yang Kai's expectations. The strong 6th-order monster beast couldn't enter and leave freely. Its powerful corrosive ability was enough to hinder its steps. The wolf demon was also smart. It knew that the fog was very lethal, so it quickly changed its direction and tried to rush out from the other side. However, after it made a big circle, it found that the area around it had been wrapped in fog at some point. It covered the sky and the earth, so it had no way to go up and no way to go down. This was Yang Kai's previous deployment. In advance, he let the big insect spit out a large circle of fog here, deliberately leaving a gap. He led the wolf monster in and then closed the gap. He used the young inflammation wings to leave calmly. From the beginning to the end, he didn't want to kill this powerful 6th-order monster beast. He didn't have the ability to kill it. He only wanted to trap it. Sha sha sha. A scalp-numbing sound came from underground, and the entire ground boiled. Immediately, countless strange insects drilled out from the ground and fearlessly attacked the demon wolf. The wolf monster roared angrily, and a burst of fire gushed out from its body. Before the insects could get close, they fell down. The old demon didn't dare to get close. It just flew around to distract the wolf monster. On the other side, Yang Kai had flown to the big stone. He stretched out his hands and pressed on the stone, madly circulating the yang qi in the stone, and pulled it into his body. The yang energy contained in this big stone was indeed much better than the yang inflammation stone. No wonder the wolf monster would cultivate here. This stone was also very beneficial to it. The surging yang energy entered his body, and in the blink of an eye, his meridians swelled. Drip. A drop of yang liquid formed and fell into the dantian. Drip. Drip. Yang Kai felt that he had never heard such a beautiful sound in his life. The yang liquid in the dantian was increasing at the rate of 1 drop per breath. 320 drops, 350 drops, 380 drops. In less than 100 breaths' time, Yang Kai had already achieved his goal. The yang energy in the big stone was almost depleted by 1/10. However, Yang Kai didn't stop. He was still circulating the true yang secret art. The wolf monster's howls came one after another, mixed with anger and murderous intent. After all, it was a 6th-grade monster beast. Yang Kai didn't know how long the fog could delay it. If it hardened its heart and rushed out without caring about its own injuries, the insects wouldn't be able to stop it. After a while, the dantian had more than 500 drops of yang liquid. This amount was definitely enough to support him flying to Sea City. At this moment, a black gas suddenly flew over. It was the Soulbreaker all. The old demon anxiously said, "Young master, run for your life. That guy is about to rush out." Before his voice fell, Yang Kai saw a fiery red figure quickly approaching him. It had already rushed out. The wolf monster's body was covered in flames. It was this layer of flames that resisted the erosion of the fog, only causing it some minor injuries. 100 feet, 80 feet, 50 feet, 30 feet. The wolf monster was as fast as the wind. With a whoosh, the yang inflammation wings on Yang Kai's back spread out again. At the same time as the wolf monster pounced, he quickly flew into the sky. Looking down, the wolf monster was staring at him with its pair of purple eyes, its throat constantly roaring. Yang Kai grinned, "Thank you. In fact, I didn't give you much yang qi. I only took 2/10. You don't have to be so resentful, right?" As if it understood Yang Kai's words, the wolf monster was extremely annoyed by his attitude. It roared again and again. Yang Kai didn't want to deal with it anymore. Maintaining the yang inflammation wings consumed yuan qi. With a flap of the yang inflammation wings, he quickly flew away. The wolf monster was also tactful. It knew that it couldn't do anything to an enemy that could fly, so it naturally didn't chase. Coming to the previous place, Yang Kai put away the bag of heaven and earth treasures and led the surviving insects in the direction of the lonely peak. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to the lonely peak. He entered the cave and took down the things on the stone shelf one by one. Although he didn't dare to rush to refine these things, he also didn't want to leave them here. If used properly, every single thing here could be a great killing weapon. Now that he had collected enough yang liquid, it was time to leave the hidden island. On the boundless sea, a figure was flying at high speed. On the back of this figure, there were 2 wings like that of a large bird. However, this pair of wings were like blazing flames. As it flew past, even the air was scorched to the point of distorting. Yang Kai had left the hidden island for a day and night. He had been flying for a day and a night, carrying 2 large bags in his hands. One bag was the heaven and earth treasures collected from the hidden island, and the other bag was the things on the stone shelf. Flying with these 2 bags was really not a good thing. There were several times when Yang Kai wanted to throw them all into the sea, but he couldn't bear to do so. The yang liquid in the dantian was decreasing all the time. The yang inflammation wings required a huge amount of yuan qi. In just one day, he had lost nearly 200 drops of yang liquid. If he hadn't made sufficient preparations before, it would definitely not be enough to support Yang Kai's return to Sea City. The alien insects were left on the hidden island. Although these insects were very obedient and sometimes very useful, Yang Kai really didn't know how to take them away, so he could only reluctantly give them up. The sea stretched as far as the eye could see, and the blue sea water undulated beneath him, reflecting the clear blue sky. It gave birth to a feeling of insignificance and panic for no reason. Fortunately, the weather was good these days, and Yang Kai didn't encounter the storm that he was worried about. After flying for so long, Yang Kai was really tired. The head-on wind almost made his face numb. His physical consumption was serious, but he didn't feel tired mentally. Yang Kai estimated that it was related to the soul-warming lotus. This supreme saint quality item was absorbed into his body and warmed his spirit, so naturally he didn't feel tired. Squinting his eyes, about 50 miles ahead, there were traces of a small island. Yang Kai's expression shook, and he quickly turned and flew in that direction. Not long after, he arrived. With the flaming yang wings, the speed at which he could travel was truly incredible. When he arrived, Yang Kai saw that it wasn't an island at all. It was just a stone that covered an area of about a few feet. He didn't know why it was protruding from the sea. He didn't care so much and quickly put down the 2 bags in his hands, collapsed on the stone like a pile of mud, and took deep breaths. After a long time, Yang Kai recovered. He rubbed his face with both hands and slowly recovered the feeling in his face. Young master's strength hasn't reached the yuan qi stage. After reaching the Yuan-Chi stage, with the Yuan-Chi protection, flying won't be so uncomfortable. The old demon comforted him. I know why cultivators below Yuan-Chi, even cultivators with flying artifacts, don't dare to use it. Actually, young master, you're already doing well. If not for the fact that you were fined a few drops of blood congealing pearls earlier on and your chi and blood aren't vigorous enough, you wouldn't have been able to last this long. After recovering for half a day, Yang Kai set off again. After another day and night, Yang Kai finally saw the distant land appear in his eyes. The young inflammation wings on his back were too eye-catching, and the 2 bags in his hands couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, he would definitely attract a fatal disaster. He deliberately found a remote place, and after confirming that there was no one around, he landed. After checking, he found that there were only a few drops of yang liquid left in the dantian. In 2 days, he had consumed more than 400 drops of yang liquid. If he hadn't been prepared beforehand, he would have been unable to bear such a loss. Looking around, Yang Kai was unfamiliar with this place, but he felt that it shouldn't be far from Sea City. Because on Xianxia's ship, he had been observing the direction every day. This time, when he left Hidden Island, he also flew in the opposite direction. After walking for a long time, he finally reached the main road. Yang Kai was now covered in dust, and his clothes were tattered. He looked no different from a poor person. However, the 2 bags were somewhat tempting. If he encountered a bandit on the street, he was afraid that it would be troublesome. Walking along the main road, he passed by a small tea house. After asking the couple selling tea, Yang Kai realized that he was indeed a bit off track. This place was 1,000 miles away from Sea City. After determining the location, Yang Kai once again spread out his yang inflammation wings and flew in the direction of Sea City. There was still a grudge that had not been settled. An hour later, Yang Kai arrived near Sea City. He didn't immediately enter the city, but instead looked for the old man and his granddaughter's residence by the sea. The tattered door was wide open, and the sea breeze poured into the house, making the whole house seem unusually cold. Stepping in, Yang Kai found that the furnishings in the house were no different from the night he was captured. The old man and the silent little girl were no longer there, they should have already left. When he left that night, he gave the old man a lot of money, enough for him and the little girl to live a carefree life for several lifetimes. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't have to suffer any more in the future. Finding a safe and secluded place nearby, Kai Yang carefully hid the 2 parcels and only took 1 earth-grade mid-rank spirit medicine to exchange for some silver coins. 1 day later, Yang Kai appeared in Sea City. He didn't do anything, he just went around to inquire about useful information. For the next few days, Yang Kai spied on various aspects of information, returning to his house by the sea at night. 3 days later, Yang Kai made his move. His goal was the Red Cloud sect. Although the death of the 3 Jiang family girls had little to do with the Red Cloud sect, it was still somewhat involved. What's more, Yang Kai and the Red Cloud sect had an irreconcilable grudge. The parents of the silent little girl should also have died in the Red Cloud sect. One night, Yang Kai quietly flew out and made some arrangements. There was no need to do anything, he just needed to watch from the sidelines. Early morning, Ancient Cloud Island. The disciples woke up from their cultivation, each performing their own duties, dealing with the big and small matters on the island. As a first-class force in the Endless Sea Islands, Ancient Cloud Island occupied as many as 3 islands. Compared to the Red Cloud sect, whether it was in terms of capital or the quality of their disciples, they were far superior. Relying on the resources produced on these 3 islands, the disciples were able to live up to expectations. For hundreds of thousands of years, they had produced many geniuses. Although they couldn't compete with a transcendent force like the Supreme Solitary Sect, their reputation was still illustrious, and few dared to provoke them. However, the disciples of Ancient Cloud Island all knew that their sect had a secret that they couldn't talk about. 300 years ago, they had lost a supreme secret art and had never been able to find it. Such a secret existed in every great force in the Endless Sea Islands. However, the younger generation were very curious about these things, so if there was even the slightest leak, they would always try to get to the bottom of it. 1 spread to 2, 2 spread to 3, and in private, everyone was well aware of this secret, but they would never discuss it in front of the sect elders. Zhong Miao was an ordinary disciple of ancient Cloud Island. Her aptitude wasn't very good. After entering the island for several years, she had only managed to cultivate to the Qi transformation second stage. She was arranged to live in a remote place on ancient Cloud Island, feeding the several peacocks on the island. These peacocks were the favorite pets of one of the island's elders. Zhong Miao didn't have much to do, so besides taking care of these peacocks, she spent all her time diligently cultivating. She knew that with her mediocre aptitude, wanting to stand out on ancient Cloud Island was harder than ascending to the heavens. However, she didn't complain to the heavens or anyone else, just doing her best was enough. When she woke up in the morning, Zhong Miao opened the door as usual, wanting to feed the peacocks that were much nobler than her, but just as she stepped over the threshold, she saw a dagger inserted into the door, and under the dagger was a letter. Strange, who would leave a letter here? Zhong Miao was puzzled, but still reached out and took the letter. Looking down, she saw a line of words written on it, Ancient Cloud Island's Elder, Island Master. Zhong Miao suddenly pouted, thinking that it was some senior sister or brother who was teasing her. It wasn't like this had never happened before. Her strength was low, her status was low, she had no connections, and she wasn't beautiful. There were always some annoying brother or senior sister who would find ways to bully her for fun. On top of that, the line of words on this letter was too strange. It actually said Island Master or Elder. Since it's for the Island Master or Elder, why put it on my door? Zhong Miao's chest heaved up and down, feeling a little wronged. These people were really too annoying. Feeling slightly annoyed, she opened the letter and pulled out a yellowed page. Looking at it, she whispered softly, Broken Moon Transformation Art? As soon as she read it out loud, her expression froze for a moment. Why does it sound so familiar? Moreover, this yellowed page seemed to be quite old. It was at least a few hundred years old antique. Broken Moon Transformation Art? Zhong Miao muttered to herself again as some information flashed across the depths of her mind. Her pair of eyes suddenly widened as her pretty face filled with disbelief. Her two jade-white hands couldn't help trembling, as if the pages of the book had suddenly become scalding hot. Isn't this the name of that supreme secret art? She had heard in private that the secret art lost by the sect 300 years ago was called the Broken Moon Transformation Art. A few days ago, she had heard the elder who came to visit the peacocks say that if it weren't for the Broken Moon Transformation Art being lost, the cultivation speed of the talented brother and senior sister on the island would have been much faster. Is this true or false? Zhong Miao suddenly became flustered, and she wanted to cry. Glancing at the yellowed page again, she quickly stuffed it back into the letter, not even caring about the peacocks, lifting her skirt and running out. Along the way, she encountered a few annoying brother and senior sister, but Zhong Miao didn't even hear how they ridiculed her. After running for more than a dozen kilometers, she finally arrived at the residence of the owner of the peacocks, Han Zhao. But before she could enter, she was stopped by her two brother. What do you want? One of them coldly shouted. Zhong Miao gasped for breath, and after a long time calmed down, clutching her chest and trembling as she said, "Two brother, I want to see Elder Han, I have something important to report." Although her status was low, she knew that this matter was of great importance and did not dare to speak about the Broken Moon Transformation Art casually. The brother sneered and said, "Elder Han is in seclusion, he won't see anyone." "You really have something important to report?" Zhong Miao said anxiously as she tried to rush inside, but was unexpectedly pushed back by her brother. "You're just a little girl who feeds the peacocks, what kind of important matter could you possibly have?" The other man chuckled, apparently looking down on his junior sister. Zhong Miao puffed up her cheeks and glared at her two brother, but since they refused to let her pass, she couldn't do anything. Helplessly, her mind raced, and without knowing where she found the courage, she put her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Elder Han, bad news, your peacocks are all dead." A girl's voice was crisp and penetrating, coupled with the fact that it was early in the morning and this was the elder's residence. There wasn't much noise in the surrounding area. Zhong Miao's shout could be said to have traveled 10 kilometers, allowing all the nearby ancient Cloud Island disciples to hear it clearly. When the two brothers in front of her heard this, their faces instantly turned white, their legs going soft and they almost fell to the ground. The nearby ancient Cloud Island disciples who were walking or cultivating were also stunned for a moment before they hurriedly ran away. With Zhong Miao's shout, it was as if she had unleashed a deadly forbidden technique, causing everyone to flee for their lives. It's over, Elder Han's peacocks are actually dead, they were Elder Han's lifeblood. Although these peacocks were just ordinary beasts, they were all rescued and raised by Elder Han's late wife. Elder Han Chao was a sentimental man. After his wife passed away, he had placed all of his thoughts on these peacocks and would visit them every few days. His attitude towards these peacocks was even closer than that towards his own sons. But, now they were all dead. All the ancient Cloud Island disciples who heard those words could imagine how angry Elder Han would be. When the city gates caught fire, the fish in the moat would be implicated. If they didn't escape now, when Elder Han's anger flared up, they would be implicated. Little girl, do you know what you're saying? The brother in front of Zhong Miao was terrified, his words somewhat incoherent. He also wanted to run, but he didn't have the courage. Who's talking nonsense? A roar came from Han Chao's residence. The next moment, an old man with white hair and beard shot out like lightning, landing in front of Zhong Miao and the two ancient Cloud Island disciples. It was Elder Han Chao. Looking over, they saw Han Chao with bloodshot eyes, wearing nothing but pajamas, his feet bare. Apparently, he hadn't even had time to change his clothes or put on his shoes before rushing out in a hurry. The supreme pressure of an immortal ascension boundary master suddenly fell, causing Zhong Miao and her two disciples to involuntarily shiver. Han Chao's pair of eyes were filled with murderous intent. Sweeping his gaze around, he fixed it on Zhong Miao and snapped, "What happened to this old master's peacocks?" Zhong Miao was scared half to death and didn't dare to answer. Lowering his head, he held the letter with both hands and respectfully handed it over. Han Chao suspiciously looked at this female disciple who was looking after his peacock. He reached out and took the letter. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the anger in his heart, he casually pulled out a yellowed page from the letter and casually glanced at it. In the next moment, Han Chao's eyes widened like a quail in the middle of winter with nowhere to hide. His entire body was trembling incessantly, and his throat was making ah sounds. It was as if he had swallowed a piece of bone that was stuck in his throat. He couldn't say anything for a long time. When the two male disciples saw this scene, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed that Peacock's death had dealt a heavy blow to Elder Han. Even though he was an immortal ascension boundary master, at this moment he was unable to bear it. "Elder Han!" Zhong Miao called out weakly. Han Chao woke up from his stupor and quickly stuffed the yellowed pages back into the letter. Stomping his foot angrily, he scolded Zhong Miao, "Such a big thing, why didn't you report it earlier?" The two male disciples' hearts clenched and they quietly stepped back a few steps, afraid they would be implicated. Both of them stared at Zhong Miao with some sympathy. Zhong Miao said with an aggrieved expression, "I only found out this morning and quickly came to report it. These two brothers wouldn't let me in, so I called out. Elder, it's not our fault." The two male disciples' legs went soft and they quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Han Chao didn't pay any attention to them, his figure flashing and disappearing. Zhong Miao and the other two were stunned. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Han Chao returned, his eyes sweeping over Zhong Miao like a hawk, and asked, "No one else knows about this, right?" Zhong Miao quickly shook her head. "Good job, come with me." Han Chao grabbed Zhong Miao's arm and disappeared again. After waiting for a long time, the two kneeling disciples finally dared to slowly get up, glancing at each other, both of them somewhat confused and speechless. "Is this elder too angry? The peacocks were all dead, so why was he still praising his junior sister for doing a good job? Shouldn't he be teaching her a lesson? Moreover, his junior sister's shout should have been heard by everyone on Ancient Cloud Island, so how could no one else know?" Ancient Cloud Island's island master's residence, Zhong Miao knelt in the main hall, surrounded by silence, not a single person in sight. After Han Chao brought her here, he no longer cared about her, but Zhong Miao found that all the elders and protectors on the island had hurried to this hall. A group of 70 to 80-year-old men had gathered together, discussing something. After waiting for half a day, this group of people came out with dignified expressions and left one by one, leaving behind only Elder Han Chao and Ancient Cloud Island's island master Gu Feng. The two of them walked over to Zhong Miao together, Gu Feng gently saying, "Get up. Disciple doesn't dare." Zhong Miao lowered her head. Gufeng chuckled and casually threw an item in front of Zhong Miao, saying, "Take this token and go to the pill hall to get some pills you need, then go to the profound spirit cave to cultivate." Zhong Miao trembled as she stared at Gufeng in disbelief. Profound spirit cave. That was the cultivation holy land with the richest world energy density on ancient Cloud Island. Cultivating there was 3 times more efficient than anywhere else. Only those with outstanding talent who were considered by the elders to have a bright future, such as her brother, senior sister, and senior sister, could go there. A nobody like her could even dream of going there. But now, the island master actually ordered her to go to the profound spirit cave to cultivate? Moreover, she could go to the pill hall to get pills? The token in front of her was the island master's token. Holding it was equivalent to the island master himself, capable of commanding all the disciples on ancient Cloud Island. Don't doubt it, this is what you deserve. Han Chao, who had never given her a smile before, was now looking at her with an amiable smile, as if he was her grandfather. Suddenly changing the subject, Han Chao said, "But remember, no matter who asks you about today's matter, disciple doesn't know anything." Zhong Miao was not a fool and naturally knew how to answer. Han Chao nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand, "Go." "Many thanks, Island Master, many thanks, Elder Han." Zhong Miao happily thanked him, feeling like she had hit the jackpot today. She had only found a letter on the door and had actually obtained such a huge benefit. Who was this benefactor who had left her such a blessing? Not even revealing his name, in the future she would not be able to find him to repay this kindness. Picking up the island master's token, Zhong Miao floated out of the hall, still feeling like she had just woken up from a dream. On ancient Cloud Island, the undercurrents were surging. Some of the more astute disciples noticed that all the masters on the island were hurriedly gathering in one place, but no one knew what they were busy with, faintly giving off an oppressive feeling like a storm was brewing. At midnight, many of ancient Cloud Island's masters gathered together and boarded a large ship, heading towards a certain direction. 200 of ancient Cloud Island's masters were gathered on the ship, with the island master himself, 4 great elders, 3 protectors, and countless Xianxia masters. Of the people on the ship, even the weakest was a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Except for a limited number of people who knew the truth, everyone else was confused. The next day, at dawn, the ship approached an island. "Isn't that Red Cloud's island?" someone recognized. "What are we doing here?" Although Red Cloud's sect was only a third-class force, not comparable to ancient Cloud Island in terms of heritage, it was still a sect. The Endless Sea Islands forces generally developed independently, each mind their own business. No one had expected that the destination of this voyage would actually be Red Cloud's island. Did they want to go to war with Red Cloud's sect? Gufeng was a tall and sturdy man, his eyes flashing like lightning. Standing at the bow of the ship, he shouted, "This island master has received reliable news that my ancient Cloud Island's broken moon transformation art, which was lost 300 years ago, is now in Red Cloud's sect." Broken moon transformation art. Everyone on the ship was in an uproar. This was ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art, lost 300 years ago and still not found, so how could it suddenly appear in Red Cloud's sect? Gufeng obviously didn't want to explain too much, so he continued, "Today, search Red Cloud sect. We must find the broken moon transformation art and fulfill the wishes of my ancient Cloud Island's ancestors. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy. If there is any lying, kill without mercy. Today's battle is for the broken moon transformation art. If we can find it, all of you will be heroes of my ancient Cloud Island. Set foot on the island." Gufeng waved his hand, and the masters on the ship quickly set foot on Red Cloud's island. A short time later, mournful screams rang out from Red Cloud Island, mixed with the sounds of fighting and cursing. It was currently dawn, the time when everyone was most relaxed. Ancient Cloud Island had come prepared, and had even launched a sneak attack. With unparalleled strength, how could Red Cloud sect possibly resist? The 2 remaining supreme elders came out to resist, but they were all killed by ancient Cloud Island's elders. The Red Cloud sect's sect master and elders were all killed. Wherever ancient Cloud Island's masters went, people were thrown off their feet. On this day, Red Cloud sect's blood flowed like a river, corpses piled up like mountains. More than half of the island's disciples were killed or injured, and all the separation and reunion boundary masters were slaughtered. Found it, I found it, ha ha ha. Han Chao's hands trembled as he searched the body of a Red Cloud sect elder and found a yellowed ancient book. It was ancient Cloud Island's broken moon transformation art. Hurriedly bringing this supreme secret art back to the ship, he handed it over to Gu Feng. The island lord of ancient Cloud Island, the master, also burst into tears, his voice trembling as he said, "The heavens have blessed this Gu Yun. After 300 years, the broken moon transformation art has finally been found. My Gu Yun ancestors, you can all rest in peace." Han Chao excitedly asked, "Island Lord, what should we do with the remaining Red Cloud sect disciples?" "Kill." Gu Feng's expression was cold, with only one word, he had decided the fate of the Red Cloud sect disciples. Regardless of how the broken moon transformation art had fallen into the hands of the Red Cloud sect, or how many people had seen this unique book, if they were all killed, no one would know the secret of the broken moon transformation art. In order to ensure that Gu Yun's supreme secret art was not leaked, what was the point of slaughtering an entire island? However, there was a doubt in Gu Feng's heart, and that was, who was the one behind all this? He was old and experienced, so he knew that this person must have some kind of grudge with the Red Cloud sect and wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, so he deliberately leaked the whereabouts of the broken moon transformation art. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? But even though Gu Feng was clear about this, he had no choice but to comply with this person's wishes and become his butcher knife. Because the broken moon transformation art was too important to ancient Cloud Island. Who was this person? With such a scheming method, he really couldn't be underestimated. At this moment, in a restaurant in Sea City, Yang Kai was sitting by the window, holding a glass of wine in his hand, looking in the direction of Red Cloud Island, his expression indifferent. Drinking and eating. Yang Kai sat there from morning until night, not moving at all. The battle on Red Cloud Island also lasted from morning until night. Almost all of the disciples were slaughtered, only a few fish managed to escape. Of the 200 people from ancient Cloud Island, only 30 were injured or killed, while destroying a third-class sect. This price was well worth it. Night fell again. Yang Kai threw down a silver ingot and slowly left the restaurant. All he did was to leave the broken moon transformation art in Red Cloud sect, take a page and send it to ancient Cloud Island. That was all. With a flip of his hand, Red Cloud Island was destroyed. Sea City, 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion. This was a place to seek pleasure, a place to hide filth. The girls were dressed up with heavy makeup, gorgeously dressed, and wearing revealing clothes. Their charm was boundless. As they leaned against the handrails on the second floor, laughing and greeting each other. Outside the entrance, there were also many charming girls openly soliciting customers. From time to time, a well-dressed man would be pulled into the pavilion. Half of the street was filled with the rich fragrance of rouge and girls. Yang Kai came to the front of the 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion alone. Just as he was about to step inside, a young girl about 17 or 18 years old walked up to him. This young girl also had delicate features, but her makeup couldn't hide her delicate features. The young girl's beautiful eyes were full of expectation, and she smiled sweetly, "Good night, young lord." Her voice was clear and sweet, making Yang Kai's eyes light up. Speaking of which, since the last time he was aroused by Yueo Qing on Hidden Island, he had suppressed it for a long time. With the improvement of his cultivation and strength, the effects of the joyous unification art were slowly becoming stronger. Now that he saw this young girl, Yang Kai's mind couldn't help but be swayed. Here, as long as you paid, you could do whatever you wanted. There were no moral restraints. Everyone played along and took what they needed. It was just a transaction. After one night, no one would remember who it was. It was a good place to vent their anger. But when he thought about how this seemingly pure girl had been tasted by countless others, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit bored. The girl observed his expression and smiled sweetly. "Is this the first time you've come to a place like this?" Kai Yang blushed a little and stubbornly said, "No." Although the young girl wasn't very old, she had been in this business for a long time. Naturally, she wouldn't tear down Yang Kai's face. Instead, she stepped forward and stretched out her jade arm to hold on to Yang Kai's arm. "If young lord wants to seek pleasure, why don't you let this servant serve you well?" Kai Yang nodded his head indifferently, his expression indifferent. The young girl giggled and led Yang Kai inside, intentionally or unintentionally bumping into Yang Kai's elbow as they walked. Being stimulated by her, Yang Kai's breathing became slightly heavy. The young girl was more and more certain that this was the first time this young lord had come to this kind of place. Entering the inner hall, a burst of hot air hit his face. Since it was a brothel, the scene inside was naturally somewhat unsightly. The engravings and murals on the walls, as well as the screens, tables, and chairs placed in the lobby, were all patterns that would cause one's imagination to run wild. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and was shocked. It turns out there are so many strange and unimaginable things. When I return to High Heaven Pavilion, I'll have to find Su Yan and try it out. The lobby was filled with constant laughter. Some people were openly flirting with the young girl in their arms, some were passionately kissing, and some were even reaching into the young girl's clothes and groping her. The sound of panting, tender moaning, and playful banter filled the air. Yang Kai couldn't bear it and his face became a little red. The young girl's eyes narrowed as she stood on tiptoe and whispered into Yang Kai's ear, "Young lord, do you want to drink wine and be merry here, or do you want to book a room to spend time with this servant? Everything is up to you. It's too noisy here." "Then come with me, young lord." The young girl chuckled, pulling Yang Kai's hand and leading him to the stairs. Going up to the third floor, they found an empty room and the young girl pulled Yang Kai inside. "Young lord, please sit down first, this servant will arrange some food," the young girl said gently. "Wait a moment." Yang Kai called out to her. The young girl giggled and covered her mouth. "Young lord, are you impatient to wait?" Yang Kai blushed and shook his head. "Actually, I like older women." The young girl was surprised, but she wasn't angry. Everyone has their own preferences. She had seen at least 80 men, if not 100, and many of them had their own special interests. "Then this servant will call an older sister in?" The young girl gently asked for Yang Kai's opinion. "No need to trouble yourself, call your procuress in." Yang Kai lightly coughed. The young girl was a little dumbfounded. None of the guests who came here to seek pleasure had ever made such a request. Although the procuress in the brothel was a girl who accompanied the guests when she was young, with the passing of her youth, very few people cared about her. It was precisely because there were no guests that she became a procuress. The young girl hesitated. "Young lord, are you sure you want to call mother in?" "Call her." Yang Kai casually threw out an ingot of silver. The young girl nodded. "Young lord, please wait a moment, I don't know if mother is willing, I will go and ask first." "This young lord looks young, why does he like old women?" The 1,000 Gold wine brothel's mother was in her 40s. That age was more than enough to be this young lord's real mother. Wasn't his taste a bit too heavy? But the guest had the freedom to choose what kind of woman he wanted, so the young girl naturally wouldn't blame the 1,000 Gold wine brothel for opening its doors for business, as long as there was money to be made. Yang Kai quietly waited in the room for a moment before the door was opened. He coldly looked and saw a somewhat obese woman with heavy makeup walk in. When she was young, she was quite beautiful, but at this age, with the weight of her body, the charm of youth had disappeared, leaving only a body of fat. Just now, when the young girl reported that there was a young lord who wanted her to accompany him in drinking, the procuress was very happy and quickly rushed over. When she came in and saw that it was really a handsome young lord, the procuress liked him even more, thinking that she still had some charm. Walking forward, the procuress smiled beautifully and politely greeted this young lord. Before she finished speaking, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her, pushing her to sit in a chair. Shwa. A sharp dagger was inserted in front of the procuress. The procuress's face suddenly became pale, staring at the dagger, her whole body trembling. "This young lord, what do you want to do?" The procuress was also a shrewd person. Now, she didn't know that Yang Kai didn't come here to seek pleasure, but to cause trouble. "I want to ask you something." Yang Kai pulled a chair and sat in front of her, speaking in a low voice. "Young lord, please ask. If this servant knows, I will not dare to conceal anything." The procuress was frightened. "About 3 or 4 months ago, didn't you buy a 30-year-old beautiful woman?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at the procuress. The procuress forced a smile. "Young lord's question is not clear, how can this servant remember?" "There are often some women who are sold in the brothel. the Miao family sold her. The procuress's face slightly changed. Seeing her expression, Kai Yang continued, she even scratched her own face, swearing that she wouldn't accept any guests. Then, she was sold to the Red Cloud sect. So, do you remember? The procuress shook her head, there is no such person as the young lord said. Yang Kai swung his hand and slapped her, a crisp sound came out, and the procuress's face had a palm print. There really is no such person. Another slap. Young lord. Slap. This servant did not lie to you. Slap. This servant remembers. The old brothel keeper hurriedly cried out. Several heavy and powerful slaps fell down, causing her to see stars and several of her teeth to fly out. If she continued to be stubborn, she might be beaten to death. This young man in front of her was clearly a bloodthirsty martial artist, so how could an ordinary person like her possibly resist? There was such a woman, but her body was not sullied, and her face was scratched by herself. It has nothing to do with us. I know. Yang Kai nodded slightly, then asked, then, who hit her? Forced her to receive guests? Yes, yes. The procuress looked terrified, she never thought that the beautiful woman would have such a background. Who? Yang Kai pulled out the dagger in front of her and casually picked at her nails. It was this servant who hit her. Young lord, please spare me, I just lightly whipped her a few times, that's all. All the girls who were sold to the Red Cloud sect, if they were not willing to receive guests, they would be trained like this. This servant did not know that she was one of your people. If this servant knew, even if you beat this servant to death, this servant would not dare to treat her like that. The procuress said while she knelt down and kowtowed. Yang Kai took a deep breath and put the dagger on the procuress's neck with an indifferent expression. No, don't kill me. The procuress screamed, this servant has already told you everything, please spare my life. As soon as her voice fell, the dagger in Yang Kai's hand moved in a circle, splashing blood. The procuress's eyes gradually dimmed, and her body softly fell to the ground. Wiping the blood on the dagger, Yang Kai got up and left the room, striding outside. The girl who led Yang Kai in just now saw him running out again and couldn't help but smile. Young lord, did you have fun? Yang Kai ignored her, and his attitude stunned the girl. She quickly ran to the room on the third floor and pushed the door open, only to see the floor covered in blood and the procuress lying on the ground in a deep sleep. Screams rang out, and the entire 1,000 Gold Wine Club suddenly became chaotic. Sea City, Miao family, brightly lit. The Miao family had not been in High City for very long, but Miao Huaqing was still a man with some means and ability. He was able to make friends from both sides, marry a girl from the Shang dynasty, and have children with her. He was able to take root in this place, and had developed quite a bit over the years. Although the family was not big, they could still earn 200,000 to 300,000 taels of silver every year. Miao Huaqing did not have to worry about food and clothing, and lived a comfortable life. Especially in the past few months, Miao Huaqing felt that he had gained a lot of good luck. First, the Jiang family's widow brought a lot of valuable things to him, which doubled the Miao family's wealth overnight. Later, he contributed the mysterious turtle shell to the Red Cloud sect. The Red Cloud sect elder personally promised to train his son Miao Lin well in the future, and also gave him some cultivation pills. His son being valued, Miao Huaqing felt sincerely gratified and happy. Even exploring the hidden island was such an important matter. The Red Cloud sect had brought his son along, which showed the Red Cloud sect's sincerity. Miao Lin had told him that in the future, he must take the girl named Yue Qing as his wife. Once his son succeeded, Miao Huaqing felt that his own status would also rise. He had inquired clearly that Yue Qing was the only daughter of one of the Red Cloud sect elders. If his son really got his hands on her, the Miao family's future would be bright. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that the Jiang family's lady resisted too strongly that day, and he did not succeed. Thinking of the lady's plump white body, dignified and gorgeous appearance, Miao Huaqing was a little annoyed. If he had not been so angry at the time, he would not have sold her to the 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion. He would have kept her and trained her until she became docile and obedient, becoming his plaything. Women, once they were in bed, he could play with them however he wanted. As long as she was comfortable, he could guarantee that she would forget her duties. Later, when Miao Huaqing went to the 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion to seek pleasure, he heard from the brothel keeper that the lady had scratched her face. She was staunch and loyal, and could no longer receive guests, so he was forced to sell her to the Red Cloud sect. Humph, falling into the hands of the Red Cloud sect, what good fruit would there be to eat? Miao Huaqing sneered, not knowing how to appreciate kindness. This was the end. Sipping a mouthful of wine, Miao Huaqing laughed, hugging a beautiful maid in each hand. For a moment, he was somewhat proud of himself. 2 beautiful maids, one on the left and one on the right. They were both girls that he had spent money to redeem from the 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion, beautiful and moving. Miao Huaqing had spent the past few days in bed with them. At this moment, the 3 of them sat on the bed. There was a small table on the bed with a few exquisite dishes on it. Miao Huaqing was more or less wearing pajamas, while the 2 beautiful maids were practically naked, only wearing underwear. 80% of their beautiful delicate bodies were exposed. Slim waists, slender legs, full breasts and perky buttocks, nothing could be imagined. Drink and be merry. From time to time, Miao Huaqing would touch the body of the girl beside him a few times. His eyes gradually blurred, and his interest gradually rose. Take the table away. Master will teach you 2 a new trick. Miao Huaqing waved his hand and said drunkenly. 2 beautiful maids stood up with smiles on their faces and removed the table and dishes. Hee, come here. Miao Huaqing waved at them with a lewd smile. When they reached the bedside, he suddenly pulled them into his arms. In 2 to 3 seconds, the 2 girls' undergarments were stripped off. Miao Huaqing placed them side by side on the bed. Taking off his own clothes, a vicious dog pounced on one of the delicate bodies. Just as he was about to take action, a mournful and short scream suddenly came from outside the door. This scream made Miao Huaqing's heart tremble. Almost in an instant, he jumped up. Only to hear an angry shout from outside, "Whose kid is this? How dare you come to the Miao family and behave atrociously?" As soon as the voice fell, there was another puff sound. The guards around all moved together, roaring again and again. Obviously, they had already started fighting. Miao Huaqing did not rush out, but listened carefully. A moment later, his expression changed. He found that the strength of the person who came was very strong. The guards he recruited were actually killed one by one. Xianxia, dressed in black, came from the Miao family's gate, holding a steel knife in his hand. When the knife flashed, someone would die. The cultivator of this small family was not comparable to the disciples of the sect forces. Many of the recruited guards were people who did not have much future in martial arts. They gave up on continuing to cultivate and then surrendered to these families to earn a living. The Miao family was not a big family, so how strong could those who were recruited by the Miao family be? Xianxia had investigated everything about the Miao family a few days ago. The strongest person in the Miao family was Miao Huaqing, who was only at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. The other guards also had a few separation and reunion boundary cultivators, but most of them were Qi transformation stage cultivators. These people's talents were mediocre. They had cultivated for 20 to 30 years or more, but had only reached this realm. They were all recruited by Miao Huaqing to act as guards, helping the tiger do evil. When Xianxia broke in, he was discovered by these guards, and after 10 breaths of time, several of them died. His strength had already reached the Qi transformation 9th stage, which was much higher than most of the Miao family's guards. Not to mention, Xianxia had come in anger, his Yuan Qi surging violently, giving off a menacing aura, making him look like an evil demon. In the darkness of the night, a pair of scarlet eyes flashed with a ferocious light. This baleful aura caused the Miao family's guards to tremble in fear. To deal with the Red Cloud sect, Xianxia had no choice but to rely on ancient Cloud Island. But to deal with the Miao family, Xianxia had to do it himself. Grievances could only be truly resolved with his own hands. "Little brat, who the hell are you? With such strength at such a young age, which island are you from?" One of the Miao family's separation and reunion boundary guards frowned and asked. To reach the peak of the Qi transformation stage at such a young age, besides the disciples from the outer sea islands, none of the families in Sea City could cultivate such a person. Therefore, this guard was really afraid. None of the outer sea islands' forces were something the Miao family could provoke. If he killed this young man, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Although he had taken Miao Huaqing's money and was working for the Miao family, he didn't want to get into trouble. But this boy was very strange. Since entering, he had not said a single word, only killing people, which really made him angry. Even if you came to the Miao family to kill, you should at least have a reason, right? Young man, where did you learn from? Can you tell me about it? The man asked again for the sake of caution. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. In his hand was a steel blade dripping with blood. Step by step, he walked inside. Yang Kai's attitude completely enraged the Miao family's guards. The guard who spoke before roared, "Kill him for me." What if he is a disciple from one of the outer sea islands? Someone was uneasy. This boy's body is full of evil qi, and he doesn't even care about it. He must be a mad demon. How could there be such an evil cultivator on those islands? These words made sense. Yang Kai had not said anything since he came in, nor did he answer their questions. He had only walked and killed. If he wasn't a mad demon, then what was he? Slaying evil and eliminating evil was everyone's responsibility. Thinking of this, the Miao family's guards no longer hesitated. Under the leadership of several separation and reunion boundary experts, they all rushed forward. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a black qi flew out. The steel blade in his hand flashed. He faced a qi transformation realm guard and chopped down. His opponent tried to parry with his long sword, but when the two blades came into contact, the long sword was directly broken. The hot true yang yuan qi circulated around the steel blade, and not only did it break his sword, but it also split his body in two. Blood fell like rain, and internal organs were everywhere. The two separation and reunion boundary experts attacked from the side, but before they could get close to Yang Kai, a strange laughter suddenly sounded in their ears. This kind of soul-stealing sound made their hair stand on end. They thought that there was some kind of expert hiding nearby. With this hesitation, they did not have the courage to attack Yang Kai. The old demon had already arrived in front of them with the soul breaker all. In the dark night, the old demon attacked from the shadows. Feeling the danger, the two separation and reunion boundary experts quickly blocked. Ding ding dang 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 sounds rang out. The old demon's attack was not successful, so it immediately fled. The soul breaker all instantly arrived in front of a Qi transformation realm level 5 guard. The soul breaker all poured into his chest and came out of his back, taking away his soul. On the Red Cloud Island, the old demon had swallowed a lot of evil qi. On the Hidden Island, he had also swallowed the divine sense of that godly thief. At this moment, the old demon's fighting strength was much higher than before. It was no longer the same as before. Killing a qi transformation stage martial artist with a single strike was simply too easy. Not to mention, he was wrapped in the soul breaker all, using his soul to drive this artifact, making it even more difficult to guard against. When the old demon showed its power, Yang Kai killed two Qi Transformation Realm guards. When the other Qi Transformation Realm cultivator saw Yang Kai's ferocity, how could they dare to come forward? Only the three separation and reunion boundary experts were in a dilemma. They were vigilant against Yang Kai and also against the old demon. Their palms were full of sweat. The three of them exchanged glances with each other. Their hearts hardened, and they angrily shouted, "Boy, die!" The three of them attacked at the same time. Yang Kai raised his steel saber to parry, while the old demon supported from the side. 2 against 3, they were not afraid at all. With a crack, the steel saber shattered. The separation and reunion boundary cultivator who was fighting Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. Before he could stand firm, Yang Kai had already flashed in front of him and fiercely punched him in the chest. Pong, pong, pong. 3 muffled sounds were heard. The man felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. One blow was enough to seriously injure him. The power of the burning sun's 3-layer explosion could be seen clearly. Without waiting for the other 2 to save him, Yang Kai had already retreated. The old demon immediately attacked. Taking advantage of the yuan qi in his body being disrupted, the soul breaker all pierced the man's throat and stayed in his body for a moment before flying out again. Ha ha ha. I finally ate a decent spirit. The old demon's loud laughter was heard, accompanied by the sound of chewing. The remaining two separation and reunion boundary cultivators were aghast. Before they could recover, their vision blurred. Xianxia, who was more than 10 feet away, had unexpectedly returned to them. His two palms were completely red, like soldering iron, and slammed toward their chests. The two of them let out a strange cry and fiercely urged their yuan qi to meet the attack with their palms. Pa, pa. Two sounds were heard. Xianxia's face paled, and he quickly retreated. The other two people did not have it easy either. They only felt a burning pain on their palms and a tyrannical, fierce, and scalding yuan qi drilled into their bodies. They did not dare to be negligent and hastily resisted. After neutralizing one wave, there was another. 3 waves of yuan qi, like 3 waves, rushed into their meridians, causing their arms to explode into a bloody mist. Screams were heard. Xianxia had already returned. His self-created footwork allowed him to appear and disappear like a ghost. He flashed behind the two people and fiercely punched. Pong, pong, pong. The two people's bodies were like rags. Caught off guard, they took a few punches before they could hurriedly dodge. However, the true young yuan qi that had invaded their bodies remained. The two people's faces were flushed red. They used all their strength to neutralize the scalding yuan qi. The old demon once again pounced on them. Taking advantage of their unpreparedness, he suddenly attacked and nimbly took their lives. My God, run! The only 3 separation and reunion boundary guards of the Miao family had been killed in less than 30 breaths of time, so how could the surviving Qi transformation stage cultivator dare to stay? With a strange cry, they all rushed out. Jia jia jia. Don't even think about running away, all of you will stay for this old man. The old demon laughed crazily, the soul breaker all shuttled back and forth, each time taking a life. More than a dozen Qi transformation stage guards were all lying on the ground. The ground was littered with corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. Xianxia's yuan qi was rolling more violently, and his whole body was covered with evil qi. With his dark clothes, he really looked like an evil demon. Pung! The front door opened, and Miao Huaqing hurriedly rushed out, but when he saw the scene in the courtyard, his expression could not help but change. When Xianxia had rushed into the Miao family's house and caused a ruckus, he had already heard it. He wanted to have sex with the 2 beautiful maids, so he had just taken off his clothes. Even though he knew that there was a great battle outside, he still had to put on his clothes first. Otherwise, how could he run out naked? The screams of the guards made Miao Huaqing panic, so much so that he even buttoned 2 buttons wrong. He hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out, only to see that none of his guards were left. They were all lying on the ground. In front of him, a black-clothed man whose face could not be seen was walking towards him step by step. His yuan qi was berserk beyond recognition. Although it was fierce, it was only at the peak of the qi transformation stage. This discovery made Miao Huaqing's panicked mood relax. Who are you? Miao Huaqing angrily shouted, staring at Xianxia with vigilance. The other side did not answer, but his footsteps gradually quickened. Courting death. Miao Huaqing's heart was filled with anger, and he also walked towards Xianxia. The distance between the two quickly closed. When they were only 3 feet apart, Miao Huaqing suddenly pointed at Xianxia, and a sharp wind suddenly shot out, making a whimpering sound. Xianxia instinctively moved to the side, and the wind brushed past his shoulder, leaving behind a trail of blood. Miao Huaqing was surprised. He did not expect that at such a close distance, the other side could actually dodge his finger, but he did not panic, and sneered. He flicked his finger again. Although this move was not a high-level martial skill, it was fast, and the consumption of yuan qi, it was hard to defend. As soon as Xianxia's finger shot out, Miao Huaqing suddenly lost sight of him. The next moment, Miao Huaqing felt a hot sensation behind him. Insignificant skill. Although he was shocked, Miao Huaqing, he was still a cultivator at the peak of separation and reunion stage, and had some skills. Miao Huaqing. Miao mi miao yang, Miao Huaqing, miao. Turning around, Miao Huaqing jumped into the air, both palms pushed out, and his yuan qi was pushed to the limit. He shouted, "Wild wind kill." A faint whistling sound could be heard as Miao Huaqing's 2 palms danced in the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he sent out a series of invisible wind blades towards Xianxia without pause. Although these attacks could not be seen with the naked eye, Xianxia's senses were sharp, and he could still judge the trajectory of these wind blades. His body flashed, and he hurriedly dodged. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The wind blades came one after another, brushing past Xianxia's clothes and hitting the ground, cutting many cracks in the ground. However, Xianxia was still unscathed, only some pieces of his clothes fluttered in the air. Miao Huacheng's face became cold, his speed suddenly increased, and he shouted, "Let's see how you dodge." More than a dozen wind blades attacked at the same time, blocking Xianxia's dodging space. Xianxia's face darkened, and he did not waste any more time. His yuanqi burned, and his whole body became as dazzling as the sun, his arms crossed in front of him to protect his vital parts. A series of muffled sounds came out, and the wind blades attacked, cutting Xianxia's body, arms, and thighs, leaving wounds. Blood flowed out, and it was a shocking sight. However, Miao Huacheng was taken aback. Although his attack had injured his opponent, it hadn't taken his life. It could even be said that those injuries were only minor injuries, flesh wounds. Even his bones and tendons hadn't been injured. How strong and pure was his yuan qi to be able to resist his separation and reunion peak martial skill? Seeing that Xianxia was at a disadvantage, the old demon was furious. He laughed strangely and was about to rush over to help, but Xianxia called him in his mind. He wanted to deal with this battle by himself. Not only did he want to test how much his strength had grown, but he also wanted to use this battle to break through his shackles. With the help of the old demon, it would not be difficult to take Miao Huacheng's life, but it was not in line with his plan. Perceiving Xianxia's determination, the old demon secretly warned him to be careful, and did not act presumptuously again. He just covered himself with the soul breaker all and hid on the side. It was not until now that Miao Huacheng finally saw Xianxia's face. It was the face of a boy about 15 or 16 years old, determined, cold, crazy, bloodthirsty, and calm. All kinds of emotions gathered in his expression, perfectly blended together, but also conflicting and contradictory, giving people a very strange feeling. Miao Huacheng frowned and said, "Boy, have we met somewhere before?" He always felt that this face was vaguely familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it. A few months ago, when Xianxia saw him, he was still a little beggar with a dirty face. How could Miao Huacheng connect the evil and awe-inspiring Xianxia with the little beggar of that day? He did not hear an answer, as if the other side was mute. "Arrogant boy, you dare to come to my Miao family and act presumptuously, you are courting death." Miao Huacheng no longer talked, and rushed in front of Xianxia, striking out with his palm. Xianxia also used his footwork to contend with him, his two hands sometimes forming palms, sometimes forming fists, fighting endlessly with Miao Huacheng. After all, the difference in strength was too great, and Xianxia soon fell into a disadvantage, only able to passively defend. On the contrary, Miao Huacheng became braver and braver, taking the limelight, and his mouth was full of sarcasm. But Xianxia was not in a hurry. Although fighting with a separation and reunion boundary peak master was very dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to serious injuries or even death, but Xianxia still insisted on not using the unyielding will. He needed this moment of life and death to comprehend his own martial arts, so as to break through the shackles of his body. This was not a friendly exchange of pointers, but a real fight to the death. Xianxia's actions could be described as walking on a tightrope. The old demon was scared witless, and his soul was about to leave his body. More and more injuries appeared on his body, and the yuan qi in his body became more and more violent. The warmth in his bones also became stronger and stronger, as if the energy in the unyielding golden skeleton could no longer be suppressed, and was about to burst out. Xianxia suppressed it, and only fought with Miao Huacheng with the strength of the qi transformation boundary. Miao Huacheng was not young, and had practiced many martial arts in his life. He repeatedly changed his attacks, but was still unable to kill Xianxia. Although he was beaten until he was full of scars, his opponent seemed like he could not be killed, and did not even leave a decent injury. As time passed, Miao Huacheng faintly felt that something was not right. This mad demon youth's violent yuan qi actually showed signs of being restrained, and his moves were no longer as methodical as before, but they were more difficult to deal with. His moves were straightforward, and there was no pattern to them. Yang Kai's mouth slowly curved into a smile. He faintly felt that he had touched the layer of shackles that had been placed on his body. He immediately paid more attention to it, and experienced it in this life and death battle. His moves gradually became wild and free, as if he would no longer be restrained by anything. Even his self-created footwork was now much smoother than before. Combined with his straightforward moves, Yang Kai gradually turned from defense to offense. After fighting for a while, Yang Kai's comprehension deepened. He felt the yuan qi surge in his body, and the power that poured into his fists and feet. He felt the traces of his moves and the opponent's response. Yang Kai was deep in thought. Mirror Moon Kill. Miao Huaqing suddenly roared, and finally used his strongest move. When the yuan qi exploded, dozens of Miao Huaqing's figures appeared in all directions, as if they were clones. These Miao Huaqings all raised their fists, smashing towards Yang Kai with a sinister smile. This was his trump card. Once the dozens of mirror moon phantoms appeared, there were illusions in the real, and there were truths in the fake. Even a cultivator of the same level would find it difficult to distinguish. Today, in order to deal with a youth at the peak of the qi transformation stage, Miao Huaqing's helplessness and anger could be seen. But, it should be over. Once the mirror moon kill is used, this kid will definitely die. Miao Huaqing was very confident in himself. Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He quietly looked at the enemy figures around him, and his somewhat confused eyes suddenly became clear. Stay true to your heart, the Tao separates and reunites. So what if it's righteous, so what if it's evil? Stay true to your heart and act according to your nature. That's your martial path. The berserk yuan qi, which was originally about to be restrained, suddenly burst forth with ferocious and surging waves. This time, it was several times more violent than before. It was like the might of an avalanche, the might of a mountain collapsing. Even someone as strong as Miao Huaqing's expression abruptly changed when he felt this demonic qi. This kid. Did he really become the demon race? Moreover, he had broken through to the separation and reunion boundary right in front of him. Yang Kai activated unyielding will the moment he broke through. His strength, which had just broken through to the separation and reunion boundary, rapidly rose to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. He was at the same level as Miao Huaqing. He calmly punched out, his true Yang Yuan Qi ferociously bursting forth. The silhouettes of the dozen or so seedlings around him shattered like broken mirrors. With a muffled groan, Miao Huaqing spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. In a confrontation of the same level, Miao Huaqing was not a match for Yang Kai's punch. Struggling to get up, Miao Huaqing looked at Yang Kai in horror. He saw this crazy youth's indifferent and calm face, but his eyes were brimming with a crazy bloodthirsty and cruel light. In a flash, he appeared in front of him. Who are you? I, Miao Huaqing, what enmity do you have with me? Miao Huaqing was scared. He knew that he could not beat this youth, and now he only wanted to know why he was looking for him. But, he did not get an answer. Miao Huaqing was extremely sullen. He shouted, "Don't kill me, my son Miao Lin is a disciple of the Red Cloud sect. The elders of the Red Cloud sect value him very much. If you kill me, you will also be in trouble." Miao Huaqing had no choice but to bring up the Red Cloud sect. He hoped that Yang Kai would be wary of him and stop, so that he could keep his life. However, the other party obviously didn't put the Red Cloud sect in his eyes. In an instant, he arrived in front of him. He seemed to be very calm as he patted his chest. Then, he lightly retreated. His eyes were cold and ruthless. Miao Hua. Cheng's heart seemed to be gripped by a hot hand. It violently contracted and then fiercely expanded. With a cry, Miao Huaqing vomited blood. His skin turned red as if he had been scalded by boiling water. Although he did not die, he was seriously injured. The old demon took advantage of Miao Huaqing's unpreparedness to kill him. The Soulbreaker all rushed into Miao Huaqing's body and gave him a fatal blow. Who was this person? Why did he come to the Miao family and start a massacre? Before Miao Huaqing died, he was still thinking about how he had provoked this young man, but he still could not figure it out. It had to be said that being killed in such a confused manner, Miao Huaqing could not die in peace. In the sky above Sea City, a huge amount of heaven and earth energy crazily gathered around Yongkai. After breaking through a large realm, he could once again receive heaven and earth energy. Yongkai used his movement skill and quickly left the Miao family. Soon, he appeared on the shore of the sea. That night, the wind whistled and the waves surged. Countless cultivators in Sea City looked at the shore in horror. They knew that it was a person who had just broken through and caused a heaven and earth vision. However, such a terrifying heaven and earth vision made them not dare to approach. They could only look from afar with admiration and envy. This person was definitely an expert. It was very likely that he had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary from the Yuanqi boundary. Otherwise, how could there be such a big movement? The overall strength of the cultivator in Sea City was not high. Naturally, they did not dare to touch the whiskers of an immortal ascension boundary expert. However, no one would have thought that such a heaven and earth vision was just a 15-year-old boy breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary. If they were to know that, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. The crazy movement lasted for most of the night before it gradually stopped. After the storm passed, some people vaguely saw a ball of fire fly out from the shore and into the depths of the sea. Through the fire, a pair of wing-like things could be faintly seen. However, even if someone saw it, they wouldn't dare to believe their eyes. They just thought that they were hallucinating. Dawn, Clouds Island. Yongkai came to the right peninsula and stood on the mountain peak where he had parted with Madame Jiang, looking up. The whole of Xianxia is now in a gloomy state. Even on the right peninsula, one could almost smell the smell of blood flowing in the air. As far as the eye could see, the ground was littered with corpses. There were traces of a great battle and pools of dark red blood that had not yet dried up. Houses had collapsed, and walls were in ruins. Birds flew across the sky, and the earth groaned. The entire Red Cloud sect had been slaughtered. There was a skeleton in front of Yongkai. The skeleton was wearing a tattered green and white dress. It was the one that Madame Jiang wore that day. Withered bones sat quietly on the mountain peak like an immortal reef. Yongkai could almost clearly see that after he parted with Madame Jiang that day, she had been sitting there without moving. She just looked in the direction of High City's Miao family. A breeze blew, blowing Madame Jiang's hair. Her eyes were gloomy, like the sky covered by dark clouds. There was no light, no hope. She just looked at it, and didn't close her eyes until the end of her life. Until last night, she saw the destruction of the Miao family, saw Miao Huaqing die at the hands of Yongkai. Heaven's law was good, but who did the heavens spare? Resentment was over. Evil people will eventually be punished. Yongkai took out a pot of wine and worshipped in front of Madame Jiang. He reached out his hand, wanting to bury her skeleton. However, when his hand touched the skeleton, she suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of powder. A gust of wind blew on the ground. The wind blew the powder over the right peninsula of Yunxia and scattered on the sea, disappearing without a trace. Yongkai's eyes narrowed. There was some sadness and desolation on his face. That day, he really wanted to take Madame Jiang away. However, he didn't want to. Her heart was already dead. She would only be tortured and miserable for the rest of her life. Following her late husband and her late daughter was the best place for her to return to. Yongkai followed her wishes. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know if what he did was right. Feeling the desolation in Yongkai's heart, the old demon held back for a long time before comforting him. "Young master, you are not Madame Jiang. How do you know that death is not a relief for her?" Yongkai didn't make a sound. After a long time, he turned around, spread the wings of yang inflammation, and flew towards the sea. Perhaps, it was a relief for her, but for him, there was a trace of regret. In the next 2 days, Yongkai took out a lot of strange flowers and herbs collected from the hidden island. He exchanged them with people in High City for yang attribute things, refining them into yang liquid and storing them in dantian. 2 days later, at night, Yongkai carried 2 big bags and flew north. Shortly after Yongkai left High City, all the major islands and great forces in the Endless Sea Islands received a piece of shocking and exciting news. Supreme Solitary Sect, what? Ancient Cloud Island found the Broken Moon transformation art? Is this news true? Azura Sect, what? Ancient Cloud Island found the Broken Moon transformation art? Is there any news about my sect hallowed treasure, the Azure Sword? Falling Flowers sect, the Broken Moon transformation art has been found? What about the Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia? This is the foundation of my sect. It was lost along with the Broken Moon transformation art. Scarlet Lotus sect, go to Ancient Cloud Island and inquire about the whereabouts of our sect master's token. Cloud Dragon Island. After more than a dozen great forces heard that Ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art had been found, they couldn't remain calm. Everyone's things were lost at the same time. There was no reason that Ancient Cloud Island could find it, but there was no news about them. In an instant, all the masters of the major islands began to move. In just one day, Ancient Cloud Island was overcrowded with masters from the Endless Sea Islands. Gufeng and the elders of Ancient Cloud Island were all exhausted from entertaining them. After explaining in detail about the Broken Moon transformation art, these dozen great forces hurriedly rushed to Red Cloud sect. The pitiful Red Cloud Island was only a third-rate force. Just because of a manual of the Broken Moon transformation art, their entire sect was exterminated. But after that, more than a dozen forces plowed through Red Cloud Island again and again, trying to find what their sect had lost 300 years ago. But those things had already been taken away by Xianxia, so how could they find them? If they couldn't find them, they would naturally become angry. If they were angry, they would attack people. If there was no one to attack, they would attack the island. In less than 3 days, the entire Red Cloud Island disappeared from the world's view, completely destroyed. Xianxia naturally didn't know that Red Cloud sect would suffer such misfortune after he left. At this moment, he was very close to High Heaven Pavilion. He had accumulated a lot of young liquid in Sea City, allowing him to quickly fly back to the sect. Deliberately choosing a night, when he was only 50 kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, Xianxia landed and used his movement skill to continue forward. An hour later, looking at the High Heaven Pavilion that he had been away from for nearly half a year, Xianxia smiled. His somewhat depressed mood because of the matter with the Jiang family's widow had finally improved. He didn't have a sense of belonging to the sect, but he knew that here, there was a woman who could accompany him for the rest of his life waiting for him. Carrying 2 big bags, Xianxia sneaked into the sect, but just as he set foot inside, he frowned. "Young master." The old demon quietly called out. "I don't care." Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He clearly felt that several divine senses had swept over him. If it was before, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to feel this. After all, those who could use their divine sense to investigate him were at least at the immortal ascension boundary, several realms higher than him. But since he had obtained the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, Xianxia's perception had become extremely sharp, so when these divine senses swept over him, he was already aware of them. These divine senses were very unfamiliar. Definitely not from the elders of High Heaven Pavilion. Fortunately, these divine senses were only probing and didn't have any malicious intent. After sweeping over, they no longer paid attention to Xianxia. But this discovery made his heart skip a beat. Why did High Heaven Pavilion suddenly have so many masters? Faintly guessing in his heart, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the sect is not peaceful right now. Almost at the same moment Xianxia returned to High Heaven Pavilion. In a small pavilion, Su Yan, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened her eyes. "He's back?" Su Yan whispered softly, gently pursing her red lips, her face involuntarily blushing. It was as if there was a voice calling out to her, urging her to approach the direction of that person. This kind of calling out to her made Su Yan somewhat flustered, making it impossible for her to continue meditating. It's really Nemesis. During the time he wasn't here, although there were times when it was difficult for her to endure, using her ice heart secret art to help her calm down, and with this kind of test and resistance, her state of mind had also rapidly improved. But when she heard that he had returned, her ice heart secret art seemed to have completely lost its effect, and she couldn't even calm down. After thinking about it for a moment, Su Yan didn't insist, instead standing up and opening the door, wrapping herself in a cold and otherworldly aura, her body transformed into a white and flawless blur as she quickly approached the coiling dragon stream. Beside the coiling dragon stream, Xianxia glanced back, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Old demon, go play by yourself." Xianxia casually tossed the old demon and the soulbreaker all away. Ah, cough cough. The old demon was speechless for a while, thinking to himself, this old master isn't a 3-year-old child, how could young master dismiss me like this? However, the demonic chi of the coiling dragon stream was very attractive to the old demon, so he didn't hesitate and directly rushed down. Standing at the edge of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai waited for a moment before a white figure quickly approached and stopped about 10 meters away from him. Their 4 eyes met, both filled with tenderness. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with longing, while Su Yan's eyes were filled with gentleness. Quietly looking at each other, they observed the changes in each other over the past few months. He had become a lot stronger and more robust, but there was a trace of unconcealable vicissitudes and sadness in his eyes. This kind of weather-beaten vicissitudes shouldn't appear in a person of his age, but it gave him a sense of maturity. Looking at this faint trace of vicissitudes, Su Yan's heart faintly ached. She knew that in these past few months, Yang Kai must have encountered a lot of things. End of chapter 202. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.